They shared the fate of the clan as much as their elders. Uba loved the golden-haired girl who was playmate and friend, mother and sister. The hard, painful birth had frightened the girl, but Ayla's talk of leaving frightened her even more. It reminded her of the time when she had gone before, when everyone said she would never come back. Uba was sure if Ayla left now, she would never see her again. "Don't go, Ayla," the girl ran up, gesturing frantically. "Mother, you can't let Ayla leave. Don't go away again." "I don't want to go, Uba, but I can't let my baby die," Ayla said. "Can't you put him high up in a tree, like the mother in Abba's story? If he lives for 7 days, Brun will have to let you keep him," Uba begged. "Abba's story is a legend, Uba," Iza explained. "No baby can live outside in the cold with no food." Ayla wasn't paying attention to Isa's explanation. Uba's childish suggestion had given her an idea. "Mother, part of that legend is true." "What do you mean?" "If my baby is still alive after 7 days, Brun has to accept him, doesn't he?" Ayla asked earnestly. "What are you thinking, Ayla? You can't leave him outside, hoping he'll still be alive after 7 days. You know it's impossible." "Not leave him. Take him. I know a place where I can hide, Iza. I can go there and take him with me, and then come back on his naming day. Brun will have to let me keep him then. There's a small cave—" "No, Ayla, don't tell me such things. That would be wrong. It would be disobedient. I can't approve. It's not the way of the clan. Brun would be very angry. He'd search for you. He'd find you and bring you back. It's not right, Ayla," he said, admonished. She got up and walked toward the fire, but turned back after a few steps. "And if you left, he'd ask me where you were." Never in her life had Iza done anything contrary to clan customs or Brun's wishes. The very idea was appalling. Even the secret contraceptive medicine had the sanction of past generations of medicine women. It was part of her heritage. Keeping the secret was not disobedient. There was no tradition or custom prohibiting its use. She just refrained from mentioning it. Ayla's plan was nothing short of rebellion, a rebellion Iza would never have dreamed of. She couldn't approve. But she knew how much Ayla wanted the baby. Her heart ached, thinking how she had suffered through the long, difficult pregnancy, and how only the fear of the baby's death had given her the strength that saved her own life. Ayla's right, Iza thought, looking at the newborn. He's deformed, but he's strong and healthy otherwise. Creb was deformed. Now he's Mog-ur. This is her firstborn son, too. If she had a mate, he might allow the baby to live. No, he wouldn't, she thought again. She couldn't lie to herself any more than she could lie to anyone else. But she could refrain from speaking. She thought about telling Creb or Brun, and she knew she should. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Iza could not approve of Ayla's plan, but she could keep it to herself. It was the most willfully wrong thing she had ever done in her life. She put some hot stones in a bowl of water to make an infusion of ergot for Ayla. The young woman was sleeping with the baby in her arms when Iza brought her the medicine. She shook her gently. "Drink this, Ayla," she said. "I wrapped the afterbirth and put it in that corner. You can rest tonight, but it should be buried tomorrow. Brun already knows. Abra told him. He'd rather not have to examine the baby and make it an official order. He will expect you to take care of it when you hide the evidence of birth." Iza was telling her daughter how long she had to make her plans. Ayla lay awake after Iza left, thinking about what to take with her. "I'll need my sleeping fur, rabbit skins for the baby, and bird down, and a couple of extra blankets for changes, too. Straps for myself. My sling and knives. Oh, and food. I'd better bring some food and a water bag. If I wait until the sun is high before I go, I can get everything ready in the morning." The next morning, Iza cooked well in excess of the amount of food needed to feed 4 people for a morning meal. Creb had come back to his hearth late to sleep. He wanted to avoid any communication with Ayla. He didn't know what to say to her. Her totem is just too strong, he thought. It was never completely overcome. That's why she bled so much during her pregnancy. That's what made the baby deformed. It's too bad. She wanted him so much. "Iza, that's enough food for a whole clan," Creb remarked. How can we eat so much?" "It's for Ayla," Iza said, and quickly put her head down. Iza should have had many children, the old man thought. She dotes so much on the one she has. But Ayla does need to regain her strength. It's going to take her a long time to get over this. I wonder if she'll ever have a normal child. Ayla's head reeled when she got up, and she felt a rush of warm blood. It hurt to walk even a few steps, and bending over was an ordeal. She was weaker than she realized and almost panicked. How am I going to climb up to the cave? But I have to. If I don't, Iza will take my baby and get rid of him. What will I do if I lose my baby? I won't lose him, she decided with firm determination, forcing the panic from her mind. I'll get up there somehow if I have to crawl the whole way. It was drizzling when Ayla left the cave. She packed some things in the bottom of her collecting basket and covered them with a smelly package of birth effluvium. The rest she hid under her outer fur wrap. The baby was held securely to her chest with a carrying cloak. The first wave of dizziness passed as she started to walk into the woods, but it left her nauseous. She turned off the path and worked her way deep into the forest before she stopped. It was difficult to dig a hole with her digging stick. She was so weak. She buried the package deep, as Iza had told her, and made the proper symbols. Then she looked at her son, sleeping soundly, warm and comfortably secure. "No one will put you in a hole like that," she said to herself. Then she began to climb the steep foothills, unaware that someone was watching her. Shortly after Ayla left the cave, Uba slipped out after her. The winter of training after her mother's illness had made the girl much more conscious of the danger Ayla was in. She knew how weak the young woman was, and was afraid she might faint and become easy prey for a roaming carnivore drawn by the smell of blood on her. Uba almost ran back to the cave to tell Iza, but she didn't want Ayla to go alone, so she started to follow her. The girl lost sight of her after she turned off the path, but saw her again climbing up an open stretch of slope. Ayla leaned heavily on her digging stick as she climbed, using it for a walking staff. She stopped often, swallowing hard to keep down her nausea, and fighting not to give in to the dizziness that threatened to become darkness. She felt blood running down her legs, but didn't stop to replace her absorbent strap. She remembered a time when she could run up the steep slope without even getting winded. Now she couldn't believe how far it was to the high meadow. The distance between familiar landmarks was impossibly long. Ayla pushed herself until she was ready to collapse, then struggled to stay conscious until she was rested enough to go on. By late afternoon, when the baby started crying, she heard him only through a dim fog. She didn't stop for him, she just forced herself to climb. Her mind clung to one thought. I've got to reach the meadow. I've got to get to the cave. She wasn't even sure why anymore. Uba stayed far behind her, not wanting to let Ayla see her. She didn't know Ayla could hardly see beyond her next step. The young mother's head was swimming in a red haze when she finally reached the mountain pasture. A little more, she told herself, just a little more. She plodded across the field and hardly had the strength to push the branches aside as she stumbled into the small cave that had been her sanctuary so many times before. She collapsed on the deerskin fur, uncaring that her fur wrap was wet, and didn't remember putting her crying son to her breast before she finally allowed herself to succumb to her exhaustion. It was fortunate that Uba reached the meadow just as Ayla disappeared into the cave, or she would have thought the woman had vanished into thin air. The thick old hazelnut bushes, with their confusion of branches, completely camouflaged the hole in the mountain wall, even without summer foliage. Uba ran back to the cave. She had been gone longer than she expected. It had taken Ayla much longer than the girl thought to reach the small cave. She was afraid Iza would be worried and scold her. But Iza ignored Uba's late return. She had seen her daughter slip out after Ayla and guessed her intention. But she didn't want to know for sure. Chapter 20. "Shouldn't she be back, Iza?" Creb asked. He had been anxiously pacing in and out of the cave all afternoon. Iza nodded nervously, not looking up from the cold-cooked venison haunch she was cutting into chunks. "Ouch!" she cried suddenly as the sharp blade she was using opened a gash in her finger. Creb looked up, surprised as much by the fact that she cut herself as by her spontaneous outburst. Iza was so skilled with a stone knife, he couldn't remember the last time she did it. Poor Iza, Creb thought. I've been so worried myself, I forgot how she must feel. He berated himself. No wonder she's nervous. She's worried, too. I talked to Brun a while ago, Iza, Creb motioned. He's reluctant to look for her yet. No one should know where a woman disposes where she is at a time like this. You know how unlucky it would be for a man to see her. But she's so weak. She could be out there lying in the rain someplace. You could go look for her, Iza. You're a medicine woman. She can't have gone too far. Don't worry about cooking. I can wait. Why don't you go ahead? It'll be dark soon. I can't, Iza gestured and put her cut finger back in her mouth. What do you mean, you can't? Creb was puzzled. I can't find her. How do you know you can't find her if you don't look? The old magician was thoroughly confused. Why doesn't Iza want to look for her? Come to think of it, why hasn't she been out looking long before this? I would have thought she'd be scouring the woods, turning over stones to find Ayla by now. She's so nervous. Something is wrong. Iza, why don't you want to look for Ayla? He asked. It wouldn't help. I couldn't find her. Why? He pressed. The woman's eyes were filled with fearful anxiety. She's hiding, Iza confessed. Hiding? What is she hiding from? Everyone. Brun, you, me, the whole clan, she replied. Creb was completely at a loss, and Iza's enigmatic answers only made it worse. Iza, you'd better explain. Why is Ayla hiding from the clan, or me, or you? Especially you. She needs you now. She wants to keep the baby, Creb, Iza gestured, then rushed on, begging him with her eyes to understand. I told her it was the mother's duty to dispose of a deformed baby, but she refused. You know how much she wanted it. She said she was going to take him and hide him until his naming day, so Brun would have to accept him. Creb stared hard at the woman, quickly grasping the full implications of Ayla's willfulness. Yes, Brun will be forced to accept her son, Iza. And then he'll curse her for deliberate disobedience, this time forever. Don't you know if a woman forces a man against his will, he loses face? Brun can't afford that. The men wouldn't respect him any more. Even if he curses her, he'll lose face, and the clan gathering is this summer. Do you think he can face the other clans now? The whole clan will lose face because of Ayla, the magician gestured angrily. Whatever made her think of such a thing? It was one of Abba's stories, about the mother who put her deformed baby up in a tree, Iza answered. The distraught woman was beside herself. Why hadn't she thought about it more? Old women's tales, Creb motioned with disgust. Abba should know better than to fill a young woman's head with such nonsense. It wasn't only Abba, Creb. It was you, too. Me? When did I ever tell her such stories? You didn't have to tell her any stories. You were born deformed. But you were allowed to live? Now you're Mog-ur. Iza's statement jolted the lopsided, one-armed magician. He knew the series of fortuitous events that led to his acceptance. Only luck had preserved the highest holy man of the clan. His mother's mother once told him it was nothing short of a miracle. Was Ayla trying to make a miracle happen for her son because of him? It would never work. She'd never force Brun into accepting her son and live. It had to be his wish, his decision, entirely his. And you, Iza, didn't you tell her it was wrong? I begged her not to go. I told her I'd get rid of the baby if she couldn't, but she wouldn't let me near him after that. Oh, Creb, she suffered so much to have him. So you let her go, hoping her plan would work. Why didn't you tell me, or Brun? Iza just shook her head. Creb is right. I should have told him. Now Ayla will die too, not just her baby, she thought. Where did she go, Iza? Kreb's eye had turned to stone. I don't know. She said something about a small cave, the woman replied with sinking heart. The magician turned abruptly and limped to the hearth of the leader. The baby's cries finally woke Ayla from her exhausted sleep. It was dark, and the little cave was damp and chilly without a fire. She went to the back to relieve herself and winced as the warm ammoniacal fluid stung her raw, torn flesh. She fumbled in the dark through her collecting basket for a clean strap and a fresh wrap for the wet and soiled infant, drank some water, then wrapping her fur around them, she lay back down to nurse her son. The next time she woke up, the wall of the cave was dappled with sunlight streaming through the tangled hazelnut branches that hid the entrance. She ate her cold food while the baby suckled. The food and rest revived her, and she sat up holding her baby, musing dreamily. "I'll need to get some wood," she thought, "and my food won't last too long. I should get some more. Alfalfa should be sprouting. It'll strengthen my blood, too. New clover and vetch shoots must be ready, and bulbs. The sap is up. The inner bark will be sweet now, especially maple. No, maple doesn't grow this high, but there's birch and fir. Let's see, new burdock and coltsfoot and young dandelion leaves and fern. Most of it will still be curled. I remembered my sling. There's lots of ground squirrels around here, and beaver, and rabbits." Ayla daydreamed about the pleasures of the warming season, but when she stood up, she felt a gush of blood and a wave of dizziness. Her legs were caked with dried blood that stained her foot coverings and her wraps, jolting her into a more realistic awareness of her desperate situation. When the dizziness passed, she decided to clean herself and then get some wood, but she didn't know what to do with the baby. She was torn between taking him with her or letting him sleep where he was. Women of the clan never left babies untended. They were always within sight of some woman, and Ayla hated the thought of leaving him alone. But she had to clean herself and get more water, and she could carry more wood without him. She peeked out through the bare-limbed bushes to make sure no one was near, then pushed the branches aside and left the cave. The ground was soggy. Near the creek it was a slippery mire of mud. Patches of snow still lingered in shaded nooks. Shivering in the brisk wind that blew from the east, pushing more rain clouds before it, Ayla stripped and stepped into the cold creek to rinse herself, then sponged her wraps. The clammy, damp leather did little to warm her when she put them back on. She walked to the woods that surrounded the high pasture and tugged at some of the lower dried branches of a fir tree. A whirling vertigo overwhelmed her, her knees buckled, and she reached for a tree to steady herself. Her head was pounding. She swallowed hard to keep from retching as her weakness engulfed her. All thoughts of hunting or gathering food left her. The depleting pregnancy, the ravaging delivery, and the grueling climb all had taken their toll. She had little strength left. The baby was crying when she got back to the cave. It was cool and damp, and he missed her warm closeness. She picked him up and held him, then remembered the water bag she had left by the creek. She had to have water. She put her son down and dragged herself out of the cave again. It was starting to rain. When she returned, she sunk down, exhausted, and pulled the damp, heavy fur over them. She was too tired to notice the sharp edges of fear nicking away at the corners of her mind as sleep overwhelmed her. "Didn't I tell you she was insolent and willful?" Browd gestured self-righteously. "Did anyone believe me? No. They took her side, made excuses, let her have her way, even let her hunt. I don't care how strong her totem is, women are not supposed to hunt. The cave lion didn't lead her to it. It was just defiance. See what happens when you give a woman too much freedom? See what happens when you're too lenient? Now she thinks she can force her deformed son into the clan. No one can make excuses for her this time. She deliberately disobeyed the customs of the clan. It's inexcusable." At last, Browd had been vindicated, and he gloried in his chance to say, "I told you so." He rubbed it in with a vengeance that made the leader wince. Brunn didn't like losing face, and the son of his mate didn't make it any easier. "You've made your point, Browd," he signaled. "There's no need to keep on about it. I'll take care of her when she comes back. No woman has ever forced me to do anything against my will and gotten away with it, and no woman will start now." "When we search again tomorrow morning," Brunn said, going on to the reason he called the meeting, "I think we should look at places we seldom go. Iza said Ayla knew of a small cave. Has anyone ever seen a small cave nearby? It can't be too far. She was too weak to get very far. Let's forget about the steppes or the forest and search where caves are likely to be. With this rain, her trail has been washed away, but there might be a footprint left. Whatever it takes, I want her found." Iza waited anxiously for Brun's meeting to end. She had been trying to work up courage to speak to him and decided the time was now. When she saw the men leave, she walked to his hearth with bowed head and sat at his feet. "What do you want, Iza?" Brun asked after tapping her shoulder. "This unworthy woman would speak to the leader," Iza began. "You may speak." "This woman was wrong not to come to the leader when she learned what the young woman planned to do." Iza forgot to use the formal form of address as her emotions overcame her. "But Brun, she wanted a baby so much. No one thought she would ever conceive life, least of all her. How could the spirit of the cave lion be overcome? She was so happy about it. Even though she suffered, she never complained. She almost died giving birth, Brun. Only the thought that her baby would die gave her strength at the end. She just couldn't bear to give him up, even if he was deformed. She was sure it was the only baby she would ever have. She was out of her head from the shock and the pain. She wasn't thinking straight. I know I have no right to ask, Brun, but I beg you to let her live." "Why didn't you come to me before, Iza? If you thought begging for her life would do any good now, why didn't you come to me then? Have I been so unkind to her? I was not blind to her suffering. A man can avert his eyes to avoid looking into another man's heart, but he cannot close his ears. There is not a person in this clan who does not know the pain Ayla suffered to give birth to her son. Do you think me so hard-hearted, Iza? If you had come to me, told me how she felt, what she planned to do, don't you think I would have considered allowing her baby to live? I could have overlooked her threat to run and hide as the ravings of a woman out of her head. I would have examined the child. Even without a mate, if the deformity is not too gross, I might have allowed it. But you gave me no opportunity. You assumed to know what I would do. That's not like you, Iza. I have never known you to be derelict in your duty. You have always been an example for the other women. I can only blame your behavior on your illness. I know how sick you are, though you try to hide it. I respected your wishes and made no mention of it, but I was sure you were ready to walk in the world of the spirits last autumn. I was well aware Ayla believed this was her one chance to have a child. I suspect she is right. Yet I saw her put all thoughts of herself aside when you were ill, Iza, and she pulled you through. I don't know how she did it. Maybe it was Mog-ur who placated the spirits that wanted you to join them and convinced them to allow you to stay. But it wasn't Mog-ur alone. I was ready to grant his request and allow her to become medicine woman. I had come to respect her as much as I once respected you. She has been an admirable woman, a model of dutiful obedience in spite of the son of my mate. Yes, Iza, I am aware of Braud's harsh treatment of her. Even her one lapse early last summer was provoked by him in some way, though I don't fully understand how. It is unworthy of him to pit himself against a woman the way he does. Braud is a very brave and strong hunter, and has no reason to feel his manhood is threatened by any female. But perhaps he did see something I overlooked. Perhaps he's right. I have been blind to her. Iza, if you had come to me before, I might have considered your request. I might have let her son live. It is too late now. When she returns on her child's naming day, both Ayla and her son will die. The next day, Ayla tried to make a fire. There were still a few sticks of dry wood left from her previous stay. She twirled a stick between her palms against another piece of wood, but she didn't have the endurance to maintain the sustained effort required to make it smolder. And it was fortunate for her that she couldn't. Drug and Krug found their way to the mountain meadow while she and the babies slept. They would have smelled a fire or the remains of one and found her. As it was, they walked so close to the cave that if the baby had whimpered in his sleep, they would have heard. But the entrance to the small hole in the rock wall was so well hidden by the thick old stand of hazelnut bushes, they didn't notice it. But fortune smiled on her even more. The spring rains dripping sullenly from a leaden sky, turning the bank of the small creek into a sink of mud, and the ground of the meadow into a sodden marsh, and casting a pall over her spirits, washed away all traces of her. So expert were the hunters at tracking, they could identify the individual footprints of each member of the clan, and their sharp eyes would easily have seen broken-off shoots or disturbed earth from dug-up bulbs or roots if she had gathered any food. Her very weakness saved her from discovery. When Ayla went out later and saw the men's footprints in the mud near the spring that gave rise to the creek, where they had stopped for a drink of water, her heart nearly stopped. It made her afraid to go outside. She started at every gust that shook the brush fronting her cave and strained to hear imagined sounds. The food she had brought with her was nearly gone. She searched through the basket she had made to store food during the long, lonely stay of her temporary death curse. All she found were some dried nuts, rotten, and the droppings of small rodents, evidence that her store had been found and long since eaten. She found the rotten, dried remains of the surplus of food Iza had given her when she used the cave as shelter during her woman's curse. Totally inedible. Then she remembered the cache of dried deer meat in the stone pit at the back of the cave, from the deer she killed for a warm wrap. Ayla found the small mound of rocks and moved them. The preserved meat in the cache was undisturbed, but the easing of her tensions was short-lived. The branches at the mouth of the cave moved, and Ayla's heart raced. "Uba," she gestured with shocked surprise as the girl entered the cave. "How did you find me?" "I followed you the day you left. I was so afraid something would happen to you. I brought you some food and some tea to make your milk flow. Mother made it. Does Iza know where I am?" "No. She knows I do, though. I don't think she wants to know, or she'll have to tell Brun." "Oh, Ayla, Brun is so mad at you. The men have been searching for you every day. I saw their footprints by the spring, but they didn't see the cave. Broud is bragging about how he knew all along how bad you were. I've hardly seen Creb at all since you left. He spends all day in the place of the spirits, and Mother is so upset. She wants me to tell you not to come back," Uba said, her eyes wide with fear for the young woman. "If she hasn't talked to you about me, how could Iza give you a message for me?" Ayla asked. "She cooked extra last night, and this morning, too. Not too much. I think she was afraid Creb would guess it was for you, but she didn't eat her share. Later she made the tea. Then she started moaning and talking to herself like she was grieving for you. She's been grieving for you ever since you left. But she was looking right at me. She kept saying, 'If only someone could tell Ayla not to come back. My poor child, my poor daughter, she has no food. She's weak. She needs to make milk for her baby,' and things like that. Then she left the hearth. This water bag was right next to the tea, and the food was all wrapped. She must have seen me go when I followed you," Uba continued. "I wondered why she didn't scold me for being gone so long. Brun and Creb are both mad at her for not telling that you were going to hide. If they knew she had some idea how to find you and didn't tell them, I don't know what they'd do to her. But no one has asked me. No one pays much attention to children anyway, especially girls. Ayla, I know I should tell Creb where you are, but I don't want Brun to curse you. I don't want you to die." Ayla could feel her heart beating in her ears. What have I done? She hadn't realized the extent of her weakness or how difficult it would be to survive alone with a small baby when she threatened to leave the clan. She had counted on going back on her baby's naming day. What am I going to do now? She picked up her baby and held him close. "But I couldn't let you die, could I?" Uba looked sympathetically at the young mother, who seemed to have forgotten she was there. "Ayla," she said tentatively, "could I see him? I never did get a chance to see your baby." "Oh, Uba, of course you can see him," she motioned, feeling bad that she had been ignoring the girl after she came all the way to bring Iza's message. She could get into trouble for it, too. If it was ever found out that Uba knew how to find Ayla and didn't tell, her punishment would be severe. It could ruin her life. "Would you like to hold him?" "Could I?" Ayla put the baby in her lap. Uba started to move aside his swaddling, then looked up at Ayla for permission. The mother nodded. "He doesn't look so bad, Ayla. He's not crippled like Creb. He's kind of skinny, but it's mostly his head that looks different. Not as different as you, though. You don't look like anyone else in the clan." "That's because I wasn't born to the clan. Iza found me when I was a little girl. She says I was born to the others. I'm clan now, though," Ayla said proudly, then her face dropped. "Not for long. "Do you ever miss your mother? I mean your real mother, not Iza," the girl asked. "I don't remember any mother except Iza. I don't remember anything before I came to live with the clan." She suddenly blanched. "Uba, where will I go if I can't go back? Who will I live with? I'll never see Iza again, or Creb either. This is the last time I'll ever see you. But I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't let my baby die. I don't know, Ayla. Mother says Brun will lose face if you make him accept your son. That's why he's so mad. She says if a woman makes a man do something, the other men won't respect him anymore. Even if he curses you afterward, he'll lose face, just because you forced him to do something against his will. I don't want you to go away, Ayla, but you'll die if you come back." The young woman looked at the stricken face of the girl, not realizing her own tear-streaked face held a similar expression. They both reached out to each other simultaneously. "You'd better go, Uba, before you get in trouble," Ayla said. The girl gave the baby back to his mother and got up to leave. "Uba," Ayla called as the girl started to move the branches aside. "I'm glad you came to see me, just so I could talk to you once more, and tell Iza. Tell my mother I love her." Tears were flowing again. "Tell Creb, too." "I will, Ayla." The girl lingered for a moment longer. "I'm going now," she said, and quickly left the cave. After Uba left, Ayla unwrapped the package of food she had brought. There wasn't much, but with the dried venison, it would last a few days. But what then? She couldn't think. Her mind whirled in a maelstrom of confusion, sucking her into a black hole of utter despair. Her plan had backfired. Not only her baby's life, but her own was in jeopardy. She ate without tasting, and drank some tea, then lay down with her infant again and slipped into the oblivion of sleep. Her body had its own needs. It demanded rest. It was night when she woke again and drank the last of the cold tea. She decided to get more water while it was dark and there was no chance of being seen by searching men. She fumbled in the dark for the water bag and in a moment of panic lost her sense of direction in the stark blackness of the cave. The branches camouflaging the entrance, outlined eerily by a darkness not quite as black, reoriented her, and she quickly scrambled out. A crescent moon, playing tag with racing clouds, shed little light, but her eyes, fully dilated by the black inside the cave, could see ghostly trees vaguely silhouetted in the dim glow. The whispering water of the spring, splashing over rocks in a miniature waterfall, reflected the shining sliver with a faint iridescence. Ayla was still weak, but she didn't get dizzy when she stood up any more, and walking was easier. No men of the clan saw her as she bent near the spring under the concealing cover of darkness, but she was watched by other eyes, more used to seeing by moonlight. Nocturnal prowlers and their night-feeding prey both drank from the same source as she. Ayla had never been so vulnerable since she wandered alone as a naked 5-year-old child, not so much because of her weakness, but because she wasn't thinking in terms of survival. She wasn't on guard. Her thoughts were turned inward. She would have been easy prey to any lurking predator drawn by the rich smells. But Ayla had made her presence felt before. Swift stones, not always lethal, but painful, had left their mark. Carnivores whose territory included the cave tended to shy away from it. It gave her an edge, a safety factor, a reserve of security from which she drew heavily now. "There has to be some sign of her," Brun gestured angrily. "If she took food, it can't last forever. She's got to come out of hiding soon. I want every place that's been searched again. If she's dead, I want to know it. Some scavenger would find her, and there would be evidence of it. I want her found before the naming day. I will go to no clan gathering unless she's found." "Now she's going to keep us from going to the clan gathering," Broud sneered. "Why was she ever accepted into the clan in the first place? She's not even clan. If I were leader, I would never have accepted her. If I were leader, I wouldn't have let Iza keep her. I wouldn't even have let Iza pick her up. Why couldn't anyone else see her for what she is? This is not the first time she's been disobedient, you know. She has always flaunted the ways of the clan and gotten away with it. Did anyone stop her from bringing animals into the cave? Did anyone stop her from going off alone like no good clan woman would think of doing? No wonder she spied on us when we were practicing. And what happened when she got caught using a sling? A temporary death curse, and when she got back, she was allowed to hunt. Imagine, a woman of the clan hunting. Do you know what the other clans would think of that? It's not surprising we're not going to the clan gathering. Is it any wonder she'd think she could force her son on us? Proud. We've heard all that before, Brun motioned wearily. Her disobedience will not go unpunished, I promise you. Braud's constant harping on the same theme was not only wearing on Brun's nerves, it was making an impression. The leader was beginning to question his own judgment that had to be based on adherence to long-standing traditions and customs that allowed little room for deviation. Yet as Braud kept reminding him, Ayla had gotten away with a gradually worsening list of transgressions that did seem to lead to this unforgivable, deliberate act of defiance. He had been too generous with the outsider not born with an inherent sense of clan rightness, too lenient with her. She took advantage of him. Braud was right. He should have been more strict. He should have made her conform. Perhaps he never should have allowed the medicine woman to pick her up. But did the son of his mate have to keep on about it? Braud's constant nagging made an impression on the rest of the hunters, too. Most were all but convinced Ayla had somehow blinded them with a smokescreen of deception, and only Braud had seen her with clear eyes. When Brun was not around, the young man cast aspersions on the leader, hinting that he was too old to lead them effectively any longer. Brun's loss of face was a devastating blow to his confidence. He could sense the men's respect slipping away, and he could not bear to face a gathering of the clans under such circumstances. Ayla stayed in the cave, leaving only for water. Bundled in furs, she was warm enough even without a fire. The food Uba brought and the forgotten store of deer meat, dry as leather and tough to chew, but highly concentrated nourishment seasoned by hunger, made gathering or hunting unnecessary. It gave her time for the rest she needed. No longer drained by the demands of nurturing a not quite right fetus, her healthy young body, toughened by the years of strenuous physical exercise, was recuperating. She didn't need to sleep as much, but in some ways that was worse. Her troubled thoughts weighed on her constantly. At least when she was sleeping, she was free of anxiety. Ayla was sitting near the mouth of the cave, holding her sleeping son in her arms. White watery fluid dribbling out of the corner of his mouth and dripping from the other breast, stimulated by his nursing, gave evidence that her milk had started to flow. The afternoon sun, hidden occasionally by fast-moving clouds, warmed the spot near the entrance with its dappled light. She was looking at her son, watching his regular breathing interrupted by twitching eye movements and little jerky spasms that started him making sucking motions with his mouth before relaxing again. She looked at him more closely, turning his head to see his profile. Uba said you don't look so bad, Ayla thought. I don't think you do either. Just a little different. That's what Uba said, too. You just look different, but not as different as me. Ayla suddenly remembered the reflection of herself she had seen in the still pool. Not as different as me. Ayla examined her son again, trying to remember the reflection of herself. My forehead bulges out like that, she thought, reaching up to touch her face. And that bone under his mouth, I've got one too. But he's got brow ridges, and I haven't. Clan people have brow ridges. If I'm different, why shouldn't my baby be different? He should look like me, shouldn't he? He does a little, but he looks a little like clan babies, too. He looks like both. I wasn't born to the clan, but my baby was. Only he looks like me and them, like both mixed together. I don't think you're deformed at all, my son. If you were born to me and born to the clan, you should look like both. If the spirits were mixed together, shouldn't you look mixed together too? That's the way you look, the way you should look. But whose totem started you? No matter whose it was, it must have had help. None of the men have a stronger totem than I have, except Creb. Did the cave bear start you, my baby? I live at Kreb's hearth. No, it couldn't be. Creb says Ursus never allows his spirit to be swallowed by a woman. Ursus always chooses. Well, if it wasn't Creb, who else have I been close to? Ayla got a sudden image of Braud hovering close to her. No, she shook her head, rejecting the thought. Not Braud. He didn't start my baby. She shuddered with revulsion, thinking of the future leader and the way he had forced her to submit to his desires. I hate him. I hated it every time he came close to me. I'm so glad he doesn't bother me anymore. I hope he never, never wants to relieve his needs with me again. How does Olga stand it? How does any woman stand it? Why do men have needs like that? Why should a man want to put his organ in the place babies come from? That place should be just for babies, not for men's organs to make all sticky. Men's organs don't have anything to do with babies, she thought indignantly. The incongruity of the meaningless act stayed in her mind. Then a strange thought insinuated itself. Or do they? Could a man's organ have something to do with babies? Only women can have babies, but they have both girl and boy babies, she mused. I wonder, when a man puts his organ in the place babies come from, could he be getting it started? What if it's not the spirit of a man's totem? What if it's a man's organ that starts a baby? Wouldn't that mean the baby belongs to him, too? Maybe that's why men have that need, because they want to start a baby. Maybe that's why women like it, too. I've never seen a woman swallow a spirit, but I've seen men put their organs in women often. No one ever thought I'd have a baby. My totem is too strong, but I did anyway, and it started just about the time Braud was relieving his needs with me. No, it's not true. That would mean my baby is Braud's baby, too, Ayla thought with horror. Creb is right. He's always right. I swallowed a spirit that fought with my totem and defeated him. Maybe more than one, maybe all of them. She clutched her baby fiercely as though trying to keep him to herself. You're my baby, not Braud's. It wasn't even the spirit of Braud's totem. The infant was startled by the sudden movement and began to cry. She rocked him gently until he quieted. Maybe my totem knew how much I wanted to have a baby and let himself be defeated. But why would my totem let me have a baby when he knew it would have to die? A baby that is part me and part clan is always going to look different. They'll always say my babies are deformed. Even if I had a mate, my babies wouldn't look right. I'll never be able to keep one. They'll all have to die. What difference does it make? I'm going to die anyway. We're both going to die, my son. Ayla held her baby close, rocking him and crooning while tears streamed down her face unnoticed. What am I going to do, my baby? What am I going to do? If I go back on your naming day, Brun will curse me. Iza said not to come back, but where can I go? I'm not strong enough to hunt yet, and even if I were, what would I do with you? I couldn't take you with me. I couldn't hunt with a baby. You might cry and warn the animals away, but I couldn't leave you alone. Maybe I wouldn't have to hunt. I can find food. But we need other things, too. Wraps and furs and cloaks and foot coverings. And where will I find a cave to live in? I can't stay here. There's too much snow in winter, and it's too close. They'd find me sooner or later. I could go away, but I might not find a cave, and the men would track me and bring me back. Even if I did get away and found a cave and stored enough food to last through next winter, and even managed to hunt a little, we'd still be alone. You need more people than just me. Who would you play with? Who would teach you to hunt? And what if something happened to me? Who would take care of you then? You'd be all alone, just as I was before Iza found me. I don't want you to be alone. I don't want to be alone either. I want to go home, Ayla sobbed, burying her head in her infant's swaddling. I want to see Uba again, and Creb. I want my mother. But I can't go home. Brun's mad at me. I made him lose face, and he's going to curse me. I didn't know it would make him lose face. I just didn't want you to die. Brun's not so bad. He let me hunt. What if I didn't try to force him to accept you? What if I just begged him to let you live? If I went back now, he wouldn't lose face. There's still time. There are 2 fingers left before your naming day. Maybe then he wouldn't be so angry. What if he is? What if he says no? What if they take you away from me? I wouldn't want to live if they took you away now. If you have to die, I want to die too. If I go back and Brun says you have to die, I'll beg him to curse me. I'll die too. I won't let you go back to the world of the spirits alone, my baby. I promise if you have to go, I'll go with you. I'm going right now and beg Brun to let me keep you. What else can I do? Ayla began throwing things into her collecting basket. She wrapped the baby in the carrying cloak and both of them in her fur wrap and pushed aside the branches that hid the small cave. As she was crawling out, her eyes fell on something glittering in the sun. A sparkling gray rock lay at her feet. She picked it up. It wasn't just one rock, but 3 small nodules of iron pyrite stuck together. She turned it over in her hand and watched the fool's gold glitter. As often as she had gone in and out of the small cave over the years, she had never seen the unusual stone before. Ayla clutched it in her hand and closed her eyes. Can this be a sign? A sign from my totem? Great cave lion, she motioned. Did I make the right decision? Are you telling me I should go back now? Oh, cave lion, let this be a sign. Let this be a sign that you have found me worthy, that it was all another test. Let this be a sign that my baby will live. Her fingers shook as she untied the knots of the small leather bag she wore around her neck. She added the oddly shaped, glittering stone to the red-stained oval of mammoth tusk, the fossil cast of a gastropod, and the lump of red ochre. Her heart pounding with fear, and one desperate hope. Ayla started down to the cave of the clan. Chapter 21. Uba came running into the cave, gesticulating wildly. Mother, Ayla's back! Isa's face drained. No, it can't be. Is the baby with her? Uba, did you go to see her? Did you tell her? Yes, Mother, I saw her. I told her how mad Brun was. I told her not to come back, the girl motioned. Iza hurried to the entrance and saw Ayla walking slowly toward Brun. She crumpled to the ground at his feet, leaning forward over her infant protectively. She's early. She must have misjudged the time, Brun motioned to the magician, hurriedly shuffling out of the cave. She didn't misjudge, Brun. She knows it's early. She came back on purpose, Mog-ur signaled. The leader eyed the old man, wondering how he could be so positive. Then he glanced down at the young woman, and back at Mog-ur a little apprehensively. Are you sure the charms you made to protect us will work? She should still be isolated. Her female curse cannot be over yet. It's always much longer after giving birth. The charms are strong, Brun, made from the bones of Ursus. You are protected. You may see her, the magician replied. Brun turned back and stared at the young woman huddled over her infant, quaking with fear. I should curse her right now, he thought angrily. But it's not the child's naming day. If Mog-ur is right, why did she come back early? And with the baby? He must still be alive, or she wouldn't have him with her. Her disobedience is unforgivable. But why did she come back early? His curiosity was too much for him. He tapped her on the shoulder. This unworthy woman has been disobedient, Ayla began, with a silent, formal motions, not looking directly at him, and not sure he would respond. She knew she shouldn't be trying to talk to a man. She should be in isolation. But he had tapped her shoulder. This woman would speak to the leader, if it were allowed. You don't deserve to speak, woman, but Mog-ur has invoked protection in your case. If I want you to speak, the spirits will allow it. You are right. You have been very disobedient. What do you have to say for yourself? This woman is grateful. This woman knows the customs of the clan. She should have disposed of the infant, as the medicine woman told her. But she ran away. She was going to return on her son's naming day, so the leader would have to accept him into the clan. You returned too soon, Brun gestured triumphantly. It is not the naming day yet. I can command the medicine woman to take him from you now. The tension that had knotted Brun's back since Ayla left relaxed as he made the motions, and the full realization hit him. Only if the child lived 7 days would tradition force him to accept the baby. The full time had not elapsed. He did not have to take him. He had not lost face. He was in command again. Ayla's arms clutched involuntarily at the baby held to her breast with a cloak. Then she continued, "This woman knows it is not yet the naming day. This woman realized it was wrong for her to try to make the leader accept her son. It is not a woman's place to decide if her child should live or die. Only the leader can make that decision. That is why this woman returned." Brun looked at Ayla's earnest face. At least she came to her senses in time, he thought. "If you know the customs of the clan, why did you return with a child that is deformed? Iza said you were unable to perform your duty as a mother. Are you ready to give him up now? Do you want the medicine woman to do it for you?" Ayla hesitated, hovering over her son. "This woman will give him up, if the leader commands it." She made the sign slowly, painfully, forcing herself, feeling as though a knife were twisting in her heart. But this woman promised her son she would not let him go alone to the world of the spirits. If the leader decides the baby may not live, she asks him to curse her. She slipped out of the formal language and pleaded, "I beg you, Brun, I beg you to let my son live. If he has to die, I don't want to live." Ayla's fervent plea surprised the leader. Some women, he knew, wanted to keep their babies in spite of malformations and disfigurements, but most were relieved to dispose of them as quickly and quietly as possible. A deformed child stigmatized the mother. It advertised a certain inadequacy, an inability to produce a perfect baby. It made her less than desirable. Even if the deformity was small enough not to pose a major handicap, there were considerations of status and future mates. A mother's later years could be difficult if her children or her children's mates could not take care of her. Though she would never starve, her life could be miserable. Ayla's request was unprecedented. Mother love was strong, but strong enough to follow her child to the next world? "You want to die with a deformed baby? Why?" Brun asked. "My son is not deformed," Ayla motioned, with the barest trace of defiance. "He's just different. I'm different. I don't look like people of the clan. My son is, too. Any baby I ever have will look like him, if my totem is ever defeated again. I'll never have a baby that will be allowed to live. I don't want to live either if all my babies have to die." Brun looked at Mog-ur. "If a woman swallows the spirit of a man's totem, shouldn't the baby look like him?" "Yes, it should. But don't forget, she has a male totem, too. Perhaps that's why it fought so hard. The cave lion may have wanted to be part of the new life. There could be something to what she says. I would have to meditate on it. But the child is still deformed." "It often happens when a woman's totem refuses to give in completely. It makes her pregnancy difficult and deforms the baby," Mog-ur replied. "I'm more surprised the child was male. If a woman's totem puts up a strong fight, it usually makes the child female. But we haven't seen him, Brun. Perhaps we should examine him." Should he bother, Brun wondered? Why not just curse her now and dispose of the baby? Ayla's early return and penitent groveling eased Brun's wounded pride, but he was far from mollified. He had come too close to losing face because of her, and it wasn't the first problem she had caused him. She had returned, but what would she do next? And then there was the clan gathering, as Braud had reminded him so many times. It was one thing to let Iza pick up a strange child and take her into his clan, but Brun had cause to reflect often lately on the impression it would make on the other clans to arrive at the meeting with a woman born to the others. He wondered, looking back, how he had made so many decisions that were so unorthodox. Each one at the time didn't seem too unreasonable. Even allowing the woman to hunt was logical then. But added together, and seeing them from an outsider's point of view, the effect was an overwhelming breach of custom. Ayla had been disobedient. She deserved to be punished, and cursing her would eliminate all his worries. But a death curse was a serious threat to the clan, and he had already exposed them once to evil spirits because of her. Her voluntary return had prevented his disgrace. Iza was probably right. She had lost her mind temporarily from the shock and the pain. He did tell Iza he would have considered a request to let the baby live if he had been asked. Well, she did ask. She came back knowing the full extent of her offense, knowing it and willing to face it, begging for the life of her child. He could at least examine the baby. Brun did not like making hasty decisions. He gave Ayla an abrupt signal, motioning toward Creb's hearth, then strode away. Ayla ran into Iza's waiting arms. If nothing else, at least she would see the woman who was the only mother she knew one last time. "You've all had a chance to examine him," Brun said. "Under normal circumstances, I would not bother you. It would be a simple decision. But I want to know your opinions. A death curse is a strong possibility, and I don't like exposing the clan to evil spirits again. If you find the boy is acceptable, I can hardly curse the mother. Without her, another woman would have to take him. He'd have to live with one of you whose mate has a nursing child. If the baby is allowed to live, the punishment for Ayla should be less severe. Tomorrow is the naming day. I need to make the decision soon, and Mog-ur will need some time to prepare for a curse if that is to be her punishment. It must be done before the sun rises in the morning." "It's not only his head, Brun," Krog started. Ika was still nursing her youngest, and Krog had no desire to have Ayla's infant added to his hearth, far-fetched though the possibility was. "That's bad enough, but he can't even hold it up. It has to be supported. What will he be like when he's a man? How will he hunt? He'll never be able to provide for himself. He'd only be a burden on the whole clan." "Do you think there's any chance his neck will get stronger?" Drug asked. "If Ayla dies, she will take part of Ona's spirit with her. Aga would take her son. She feels she owes Ayla that much, though I don't think she really wants a deformed baby. If she's willing, I suppose I would be too, but not if he will burden the whole clan." "His neck is so long and scrawny, and his head is so big. I don't think it will ever be strong enough," Krug commented. "I won't have him at my hearth for any reason. I wouldn't even bother to ask Olga how she feels about it. He's not fit to be a sibling to her sons. It would make him a brother to Brock and Grev. I won't allow that. Brock will survive, even if she does take a little piece of his spirit with her. I don't know why you're even considering it, Brun. You were ready to curse her. Just because she came running back a little early, you're ready to take her back, and talking about taking her defective son besides," Brow gestured bitterly. "She defied you by running away. Coming back doesn't make her disobedience any less. What's there to discuss? The baby is deformed, and she should be cursed. That's the end of it. Why do you always waste our time with these meetings about her? If I were leader, she would have been cursed already. She's disobedient, she's insolent, and she's a bad influence on the other women. How else can you explain Iza's misbehavior?" Proud was working himself up to a fury, his gestures becoming more excited. "She deserves to be cursed, Brun. How can you think of anything else? Why can't you see it? Are you blind? She's never been any good. If I were leader, she would never have been accepted in the first place. If I were leader—" "But you're not leader yet, Proud," Brun returned coldly, "and you're not likely to be if you can't keep yourself under better control. She's only a woman. Proud, why do you feel so threatened by her? What can she possibly do to you? She must obey you. She has no choice. If you were leader, is that all you can say? What kind of leader is so anxious to kill a woman that he's willing to jeopardize the whole clan?" Brun was on the edge of losing control himself. He had put up with all he could take from the son of his mate. The men were shocked and uneasy. An open battle between the present leader and the future one was distressing. Proud had overstepped his bounds, to be sure, but they were accustomed to his outbursts. It was Brun who caused the dismay. They had never seen the leader so close to losing his control, and he had never before openly questioned the qualifications of the son of his mate to follow him as leader. For a tense moment, the two men locked eyes in a battle of wills. Proud looked down first. No longer jeopardized by loss of face, Brun was firmly in control again. He was leader, and not ready to step down. It put the young man on his guard. His footing wasn't as secure as he thought. Proud fought down the feeling of impotence and bitter frustration that welled up inside. He still favors her, Proud thought. How can he? I'm the son of his mate. She's just an ugly woman. Proud struggled to remain calm, swallowing the bitterness that rankled his soul. "This man regrets he has caused the leader to misunderstand him," Proud motioned formally. "This man's concern is for the hunters he must lead one day. If the present leader thinks this man is capable of leading hunters, how can a man hunt if his head wobbles?" Brun stared hard and angrily at the young man. There was an inconsistency in the meaning of the formal gestures and the unconscious signals of expression and posture. Proud's overly polite response was sarcastic, and it irritated the leader far more than direct disagreement. Proud was trying to hide his feelings, and Brun knew it. But Brun was feeling shame at his own outburst. He knew it was prompted by Proud's increasingly derogatory remarks that cast doubt on his judgment. They had rubbed a sore spot on his pride. But that was no excuse for losing his own self-control enough to disparage the son of his mate so openly. "You've made your point, Proud," Brun signaled stiffly. "I realize the baby will grow up to be more a burden to the leader who follows me and the one after. But the decision is still mine. I will do what I think best. I have not said the baby will be accepted, Proud, or that the woman will not be cursed. My concern is for the clan, not her or her child. A death curse can put everyone in danger. Lingering evil spirits can bring bad luck, especially since they've been released before. I think the child is too deformed to live, but Ayla is blind to her baby's affliction. She can't see it. It may be that her strong desire to have a child has affected her mind. When she returned, she begged me to curse her if her son was not acceptable. I asked for your opinions because I wanted to know if anyone else saw something about the infant that I didn't. A death curse to punish her or to grant her request. It is still not a decision to make lightly." Proud's frustration eased. Maybe Brun isn't favoring her at all, he thought. "You're right, Brun," he said contritely. "A leader should think of the dangers to his clan. This young man is grateful for such a wise leader to instruct him." Brun felt his tension melt. He hadn't seriously considered replacing Proud, not ever. He was still the son of his mate, the child of his heart. Self-control isn't always easy, Brun thought, remembering his own irritation. Proud just has a little more trouble than most, but he is improving. "I'm glad you understand that, Proud. When you are leader, you will be responsible for the safety and welfare of the clan." Brun's comment not only let Proud know he was still heir apparent, it relieved the rest of the hunters. They wanted the security of knowing that the traditional rightness of the clan hierarchy, and their own place in it, would be maintained. Nothing disturbed them quite so much as uncertainty about the future. "It is the welfare of the clan I was thinking about," Proud motioned. "I don't want a man in my clan who can't hunt. What good will Ayla's son ever be? Her disobedience does deserve severe punishment, and if she wants to be cursed, it will satisfy her, too. We'd be better off without them. Ayla defied clan traditions deliberately. She doesn't deserve to live. Her son is so deformed, he doesn't deserve to live." There was a general round of agreement. Brun detected a certain element of insincerity in Proud's reasoned argument, but he let it go. The animosity between them had dissipated, and he didn't want to stir it up again. Open strife with the son of his mate disturbed Brun as much as it did the others. The leader felt he should add his agreement, but something made him hesitate. It is the right thing to do, he thought. She's been a problem from the beginning. Of course, Iza will be upset, but I didn't promise to spare either of them. I only said I would consider it. I didn't even say I would look the baby if she returned. Whoever expected her to return anyway? That's just the problem. I never know what to expect from her. If the grief weakens Iza, well, there's still Uba. After all, she was the one born to the line, and she can get more training from the medicine women at the clan gathering. If the part of Brock's spirit she carries dies with Ayla, is it really so much of him to lose? Proud isn't worried about it. Why should I worry? He's right. She does deserve the severest punishment, doesn't she? Such strong love for a baby isn't even normal. What do old women's tales prove? She can't even see that her son is deformed. She must be out of her mind. Can there be that much pain in giving birth? Men have suffered worse, haven't they? Some have walked all the way back after a painful hunting injury. Of course, she's only a woman. She can't be expected to bear as much pain. I wonder how far she went. The cave she mentioned can't be that far, can it? She nearly died giving birth. She was too weak to travel very far. But why couldn't we find it? Besides, if she's allowed to live, I'll have to take her to the clan gathering. What would the other clans think? It would be worse if I allow her deformed child to live. It's the right thing to do. Everyone thinks so. Maybe there wouldn't be so much of a problem with Broud. Maybe he could control himself better if she wasn't around. He's a fearless hunter. He'd make a good leader if only he had a little more sense of responsibility, just a little more self-control. Maybe I should do it for Broud's sake. For the son of my mate, it might be better if she was gone. It is the right thing to do. Yes, it really is. It's the right thing to do. Isn't it? I have reached my decision, Brun signaled. Tomorrow is the naming day. At first light, before the sun breaks— Brun, Mog-ur interrupted. He had kept himself out of the discussion. None of them had seen much of him since the birth of Ayla's child. He had spent most of the time in his small annex, searching his soul for an explanation of Ayla's actions. He knew how hard she had struggled to accept the ways of the clan, and he thought she had succeeded. He was convinced there was something else, something he hadn't realized, that had driven her to such an extreme. Before you commit yourself, Mog-ur would speak. Brun stared at the magician. His expression was enigmatic as usual. Brun had never been able to read Mog-ur's face. What can he say that I have not considered? I've made up my mind to curse her, and he knows it. Mog-ur may speak, he motioned. Ayla has no mate, but I have always provided for her. I am responsible for her. If you will allow it, I would speak as her mate. Speak if you will, Mog-ur, but what can you add? I have already considered her strong love for the child and the pain and suffering she went through to have him. I understand how difficult it may be for Iza. I know it may weaken her too much. I've thought of every possible reason for excusing her actions, but the facts remain. She defied clan customs. Her baby is not acceptable to the men. Broud made it clear neither one deserves to live. Mog-ur pulled himself up to his feet, then threw his staff aside. Wrapped in his heavy bearskin cloak, the magician was an imposing figure. Only the older men, and Brun, ever knew him as anything but Mog-ur. The Mog-ur, the holiest of all the men who interceded with the world of the spirits, the most powerful magician of the clan. When moved to eloquence during a ceremony, he was a charismatic, awe-inspiring protector. It was he who braved the invisible forces far more fearsome than any charging animal, forces that could turn the bravest hunter into a quaking coward. There was not a man present who did not feel more secure knowing it was he who was the magician of their clan. Not a man who hadn't stood in fear of his power and magic at some time in his life, and only one, Guv, who dared to think of trading places with him. Mog-ur alone stood between the men of the clan and the terrible unknown, and he became part of it by association. It imbued him with a subtle aura that carried over into his secular life. Even when he sat within the boundaries of his hearthstones, surrounded by his women, he was not really thought of as a man. He was more than, other than. He was Mog-ur. As the dread holy man fixed a baleful eye on each man in turn, there wasn't one, including Broud, who didn't squirm in the depths of his soul with the sudden realization that the woman they had condemned to die lived at his hearth. Mog-ur seldom brought the force of his presence to bear outside his function, but he did then. He turned last to Brun. A woman's mate has the right to speak for the life of a deformed child. I am asking you to spare the life of Ayla's son, and for his sake, I am asking that her life be spared too. All the reasons Brun had so recently considered as rationale for sparing her life seemed to have far more weight now, and the arguments for her death insignificant. He almost agreed on the force of Mog-ur's request alone, and it attested to the strength of his own character that he did not. But he was leader. He could not capitulate so easily in front of all his men, and despite a strong desire to give in to the force of the powerful man of magic, he held firm. When Mog-ur saw the look of firm resolution replace the moment of indecision, the magician seemed to change before Brun's eyes. The otherworldly character left him. he became a crippled old man in a bearskin cloak, standing as straight as his one good leg would hold him without his staff for support. When he spoke, it was with the common gestures, punctuated with the gruff words of everyday speech. His face held a determined, yet strangely vulnerable look. "Brun, ever since Ayla was found, she has lived at my hearth. I think everyone will agree that women and children look to the man of their hearth to set the standard for men of the clan. He is their model, their example of what a man should be. I have been Ayla's example. I have set the standard in her eyes. I am deformed, Brun. Is it so strange that a woman who grew up with a deformed man as her model would find it difficult to understand a deformity in her child? I lack an eye and an arm. Half my body is shriveled and wasted. I am half a man. Yet from the beginning, Ayla has seen me as whole. Her son's body is sound. He has 2 eyes, 2 good arms, 2 good legs. How can she be expected to acknowledge any deformity in him? She was my responsibility to train. I must take the blame for her faults. It was I who overlooked her minor deviations from clan ways. I even convinced you to accept them, Brun. I am Mog-ur. You rely on me to interpret the wishes of the spirits, and you have come to rely on my judgment in other ways. I did not think we were so wrong. Sometimes it was difficult for her, but I thought she had become a good clan woman. I think now I was too lenient with her. I did not make her responsibilities clear. I seldom reprimanded her, and I never cuffed her. I often let her go her own way. Now she must pay for my lack. But, Brun, I could not be harsher with her. I never took a mate. I could have chosen a woman, and she would have had to live with me, but I did not. Do you know why? Brun, do you know how women look at me? Do you know how women avoid me? I had the same need to relieve myself as any other man when I was young, but I learned to control it when women turned their backs so they would not see me make the signal. I would not force myself, my crippled, deformed body, on a woman who shrunk from me, who turned away with disgust at the sight of me. But Ayla never turned from me. From the first, she reached out to touch me. She had no fear of me, no revulsion. She gave me her affection freely. She hugged me. Brun, how could I scold her? I have lived with this clan since my birth, but I never learned how to hunt. How can a one-armed cripple hunt? I was a burden. I was taunted. I was called woman. Now I am Mog-ur, and no one ridicules, but no manhood ceremony was ever held for me. Brun, I am not half a man. I am no man at all. Only Ayla respected me, loved me, not as a magician, but as a man, as a whole man, and I love her as the child of the mate I never had. Creb shrugged off the cloak he wore to cover his lopsided, malformed, wasted body, and held out the stump of an arm he always hid. Brun, this is the man Ayla saw as whole. This is the man who set her standard. This is the man she loves and compares with her son. Look at me, my brother. Did I deserve to live? Does Ayla's son deserve to live less? The clan started gathering outside the cave in the dim half-light of pre-dawn. A fine, misty drizzle cast a glistening sheen on rocks and trees and collected in tiny droplets in the hair and beards of the people. Thin, wispy tendrils snaking down from fog-shrouded mountains clung to hollows, and thicker masses of the ethereal vapor obscured all but the nearest objects. The ridge to the east rose indistinctly from a nebulous sea of mist in the fading darkness, wavering vaguely just on the edge of visibility. Ayla lay awake on her furs in the darkened cave, watching Iza and Uba moving silently about the hearth, stoking coals in the fireplace, and putting water on to boil for a morning tea. Her baby was beside her, making sucking noises in his sleep. She hadn't slept all night. Her first joy at seeing Iza had quickly given way to a desolate anxiety. Initial attempts at conversation broke down early, and the three females of Creb's hearth spent the entire long day after Ayla's return within its boundary stones, communicating their despair with anguished looks. Creb had not set foot inside his domain, but Ayla caught his eye once as he left the small adjoining cave to join the men in the meeting Brun had called. He looked away quickly from her silent appeal, but not before she had seen the look of love and pity in his soft, liquid eye. She and Iza exchanged a tremulous, knowing glance when they saw Creb hurry into the place of the spirits after a talk with Brun, held in a remote section of the cave in guarded gestures. Brun had made his decision, and Creb went to prepare for his part in it. They did not see the magician again. Iza brought the young mother her tea in the familiar bone cup that had been hers for several years, then sat quietly beside her as she sipped it. Uba joined them, but she could offer no more than her presence for comfort either. "Nearly everyone is out. We'd better go," Iza signaled, taking the cup from the young woman. Ayla nodded. She got up and wrapped her son in the carrying cloak, then picked up her fur wrap from the bed and threw it over her shoulders. Eyes glistening with moisture that threatened to overflow, Ayla looked at Iza, then Uba, and with an aching cry reached out to both of them. All three huddled in a clinging embrace. Then, with a heavy heart and dragging step, Ayla walked out of the cave. Staring down at the ground, seeing an occasional heel mark, the imprint of toes, the blurred outline of a foot encased in a loose leather covering, Ayla had the uncanny sensation that it was 2 years before, and she was following Creb out of the cave to face her doom. "He should have cursed me forever at that time," she thought. "I must have been born to be cursed. Why else must I go through this again? This time I will go to the world of the spirits. I know a plant that will make us both go to sleep and never wake up, not in this world. I will get it over quickly, and we'll walk in the next world together." She reached Brun, dropped to the ground, and stared at the familiar feet wrapped in muddy foot coverings. It was getting lighter. The sun would soon be up. Brun would have to hurry, she thought, and felt a tap on her shoulder. Slowly, she looked up at Brun's bearded face. He began without preliminaries. "Woman, you have willfully defied the customs of the clan, and you must be punished," he motioned sternly. Ayla nodded. It was true. "Ayla, woman of the clan, you are cursed. No one will see you. No one will hear you. You will endure the full isolation of the woman's curse. You may not go beyond the boundaries of your provider's hearth until the next moon is in the same phase as now." Ayla gazed at the stern-faced leader with astonished disbelief. The woman's curse, not the death curse. Not utter and complete ostracism, but nominal isolation confined to Creb's hearth. What did it matter that no one else in the clan would acknowledge her existence for an entire moon? She would still have Iza and Uba and Creb. And afterward, she could rejoin the clan, just like any other woman. But Brun was not through. As further punishment, you are forbidden to hunt, or even mention hunting, until the clan returns from the clan gathering. Until the leaves have dropped from the trees, you will have no freedom to go anywhere that is not essential. When you look for plants of healing magic, you will tell me where you are going, and you will return promptly. You will always ask my permission before you leave the area of the cave. And you will show me the location of the cave where you hid." Yes, of course, anything." Ayla was nodding in agreement. She was floating in a warm cloud of euphoria. But the next words of the leader pierced her mood like an icy shaft of cold lightning, drowning her elation in a deluge of despair. "There is still the problem of your deformed son, who was the cause of your disobedience. You must never again try to force a man, much less a leader, against his will. No woman should ever try to force a man," Brun said, then gave a signal. Ayla clutched her infant desperately and looked in the same direction that Brun was looking. She couldn't let them take him. She couldn't. She saw Mog-ur limping out of the cave. When she saw him throw his bearskin aside, revealing a red-stained wicker bowl held firmly between the stump of his arm and his waist, incredulous joy flushed her face. She turned back to Brun hesitantly, unsure if what she thought could possibly be true. "But a woman may ask," Brun finished. "Mog-ur is waiting, Ayla. Your son must have a name if he is to be a member of the clan." Ayla scrambled to her feet and raced to the magician, taking her baby from her cloak as she dropped at his feet and holding the naked infant up to him. His first squall at being taken from his mother's warm breast and exposed to the damp, cool air was greeted by the first rays of the sun breaking over the top of the ridge, burning through the misty haze. A name! She hadn't even thought about a name. She hadn't even wondered what name Creb would choose for her son. In formal gestures, Mog-ur called the spirits of the clan's totems to attend, then reached into the bowl and scooped out a dab of red paste. "Dirk," he said loudly above the lusty cries of the cold and angry baby. "The boy's name is Dirk." Then he drew a red line from the junction of the baby's supraorbital ridges to the tip of his smallish nose. "Dirk," Ayla repeated, holding her son close to warm him. "Dirk," she thought, "like Dirk of the legend. Creb knows that's always been my favorite." It was not a common clan name, and many were surprised. But perhaps the name, dredged from the depths of antiquity and fraught with dubious connotations, was appropriate for a boy whose life had hung in the balance of such uncertain beginnings. "Dirk," Brun said. He was the first to file past. Ayla thought she saw a glimmer of tenderness from the stern, proud leader as she looked at him in gratitude. Most of the faces were a blur seen through tear-filled eyes. As hard as she tried, she could not control them, and kept her head down in an effort to conceal her wet eyes. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe it," she thought. "Is it really true? You have a name, my baby? Brun accepted you, my son? I'm not dreaming?" She remembered the glittering nodules of iron pyrite she had found and put in her amulet. It was a sign. Great cave lion, it was truly a sign. Of all the artifacts in her amulet, she treasured that one the most. "Dirk," she heard Iza say, and looked up. The joy on the woman's face was no less than Ayla's, for all that her eyes were dry. "Dirk," Uba said, and added with a quick gesture, "I'm so glad." "Dirk." It was said with a sneer. Ayla glanced up in time to see Braud turn away. She suddenly remembered the strange idea about the way men started babies she had while she was hiding in the small cave, and shuddered at the thought that somehow Braud was responsible for the conception of her son. She had been too busy to notice the battle of wills between Brun and Braud. The young man was going to refuse to acknowledge the newest member of the clan, and only a direct order from the leader finally forced the issue. Ayla watched him walk away from the group with clenched fists and tense shoulders. How could he? Braud walked into the woods to get away from the hated scene. How could he? He kicked the log in vain attempt to vent his frustration, sending it rolling down a slope. How could he? He picked up a stout branch and sent it crashing into a tree. How could he? How could he? Braud's mind kept repeating the phrase as he smashed his fist again and again into a moss-covered bank. How could he let her live and accept her baby both? How could he do it? Chapter 22. Iza, come quick, it's Dirk. Ayla grabbed the medicine woman's arm and dragged her toward the entrance to the cave. What's wrong? The woman motioned, hurrying to keep up. Is he choking again? Is he hurt? No, he's not hurt. Look. Ayla gestured proudly when they reached Kreb's hearth. He's holding his head up. The infant was lying on his stomach, looking up at the two women with large, solemn eyes that were losing the dark, indistinct color of newborns and becoming the deep brown shade of people of the clan. His head bobbed with the effort, then dropped back down on the fur blanket. He shoved his fist in his mouth and began sucking noisily, oblivious of the stir his efforts had caused. If he can do it this young, he'll be able to support it when he grows up, won't he? Ayla pleaded. Don't build your hopes up yet, Iza replied. But it is a good sign. Creb shuffled into the cave, staring into space with the unfocused, faraway look characteristic of him when lost in thought. Creb, Ayla called, running up to him. Jolted back to reality, he looked up. Dirk held his head up, didn't he, Iza? The medicine woman nodded in agreement. Humph, he grunted. If he's getting that strong, I think it's time. Time for what? I've been thinking I should have a totem ceremony for him. He's a little young, but I've had some strong impressions. His totem has been making himself known to me. There's no reason to wait. Later, everyone will be busy getting ready to leave, and I should do it before the clan gathering. It might be unlucky for him to travel if his totem doesn't have a home. seeing the medicine woman, reminded him of something else. "Iza, do you have enough roots for the ceremony? I don't know how many clans will be there. Last time, one of the clans that moved to a cave farther east was thinking of going to a clan gathering south of the mountains. It would be a little farther away for them, but easier traveling. Their old Mog-ur was against it, but his acolyte wanted to go. Make sure you bring plenty." "I won't be going to the clan gathering, Creb." Her disappointment was obvious. "I can't travel that far. I'll have to stay behind." Of course. What's wrong with me, he thought, looking at the thin, nearly white-haired medicine woman. Iza can't go. Why didn't I think of that before? She's too sick. I thought she was going to leave us last fall. I don't know how Ayla pulled her through. But what about the ceremony? Only the women of Isa's line know the secret of the special drink. Uba's too young. It has to be a woman. Ayla. What about Ayla? Iza could teach her before we leave. It's time she was made a medicine woman anyway. Creb watched the young woman as she stooped to pick up her son, and suddenly saw her more critically than he had for years. But will they accept her? He tried to see her as the people of other clans would see her. Her golden hair hung loose around her flat face, tucked behind her ears, and parted haphazardly at the center, exposing her bulging forehead. Her body was definitely a woman's, but slender except for a slightly flaccid stomach. Her legs were long and straight, and when she stood up, she towered over him. She does not look like a clan woman, he thought. She's going to get a lot of attention, and not much of it favorable, I'm afraid. We just might have to forget that ceremony. The other Mog-urs might not accept the drink if Ayla makes it. But it would not hurt to try. Only Uba were a little older. Maybe Iza could train them both, though I don't think they'll be willing to accept a girl any more than a woman born to the others. I think I'll go talk to Brun. If I'm going to call the spirits for Dirk's totem ceremony, we might as well make Ayla a medicine woman at the same time. I must see Brun, Creb motioned abruptly, and started toward the leader's hearth. He turned back to Iza. I think you should teach both Ayla and Uba to make the drink, but I'm not sure it will do any good. Iza, I can't find the bowl you gave me for the medicine woman of the host clan, Ayla gestured frantically, after pawing through piles of food, furs, and implements stacked on the ground near her sleeping place. I've looked everywhere. You already packed it, Ayla. Settle down, child. There's still time. Brun won't be ready to leave until he's through eating. You'd better sit down and eat yourself. Your mush is getting cold. Uba, you too. Iza shook her head. I've never seen such carryings on. We went over everything last night. It's all ready. Creb was sitting on a mat, Dirk in his lap, watching the last-minute commotion with amusement. They're not any different from you, Iza. Why don't you sit down and eat? I'll have plenty of time after you leave, she replied. Creb propped the baby up against his shoulder. Dirk looked around from his new vantage point. Look how strong that baby's neck is, Iza remarked. He doesn't have any trouble holding his head up now. It's hard to believe. Ever since his totem ceremony, it's been getting stronger all the time. Let me take him. I won't be able to hold him all summer. Perhaps that's why the gray wolf wanted me to do it so soon, Creb motioned. He wanted to help the boy. Creb sat back and watched the small brood over which he was patriarch. Though he kept it to himself, he had often longed for a family like the other men. Now, in his old age, he had 2 doting women who did everything they could to make him comfortable. A girl who was following in their footsteps, and a healthy baby boy to cuddle the way he had done with the 2 girls. He had talked to Brun about the boy's training. The leader could not allow a male member of his clan to grow up without the necessary skills. Brun had accepted the child, knowing he would be living at Kreb's hearth, and felt responsible for him. Ayla was grateful when Brun announced at Dirk's totem ceremony that he would personally take charge of the baby's training if he became strong enough to hunt. She could think of no better man to train her son. The gray wolf is a good totem for the boy, Creb mused, but it makes me wonder. Some wolves run with the pack, and some are loners. Which one is Dirk's totem? When everything was packed and secured in bundles and loaded on the backs of the young woman and the girl, they all trooped out of the cave together. Iza gave the baby a last hug while he nuzzled her neck, helped Ayla wrap him in the carrying cloak, and then took something from a fold of her wrap. This is for you to carry now, Ayla. You are the medicine woman of the clan, Iza said, giving her the red-dyed bag that held the special roots. Do you remember every step? Nothing must be left out. I wish I could have shown you, but the magic can't be made just for practice. It's too sacred to be thrown away, and it can't be used for any ceremony, only very important ones. Remember, it's not just the roots that make the magic. You must prepare yourselves as carefully as you prepare the drink." Uba and Ayla both nodded as the young woman took the precious relic and put it in her medicine bag. Iza had given her the otter skin pouch the day she was made medicine woman, and it still reminded her of the one Creb had burned. Ayla reached for her amulet and felt for the fifth object she carried in it now. A piece of black manganese dioxide nestled in the small pouch along with the 3 nodules of iron pyrite stuck together, a red-stained oval of mammoth ivory, the fossil cast of a gastropod, and a chunk of red ochre. Ayla's body had been marked with the black ointment made by crushing and heating the black stone and mixing it with fat when she became the repository of a part of the spirits of every member of the clan, and, through Ursus, of the entire clan. Only for the highest and holiest of rituals was a medicine woman's body printed with black marks, and only medicine women were allowed to carry the black stone in their amulets. Ayla wished Iza was going with them, and she worried about leaving her behind. Deep coughing spasms shook the fragile woman often. "Iza, are you sure you're going to be all right?" Ayla motioned after giving her a quick hug. "Your cough is worse." "It's always worse in winter. You know it gets better in summer. Besides, you and Uba collected so many elecampane roots, I don't think there's a single plant left around here, and we probably won't have many black raspberries this season with all the roots you dug up to mix with wart flowers for my tea. I'll be fine. Don't worry about me," Iza assured her. But Ayla noticed the relief from the medication was temporary at best. The old woman had been doctoring herself with the plants for years. Her tuberculosis had progressed too far for them to be very effective anymore. "Make sure you go outside on sunny days, and rest a lot," Ayla urged. "There won't be much work to do around here. There's plenty of food and wood. Zaug and Dorf can keep the fire going to keep animals and evil spirits away, and Abba can do the cooking." Yes, Iza agreed. "Hurry now. Brun's ready to start." Ayla fell into her customary place at the rear, while everyone looked at her and waited. "Ayla," Iza motioned, "no one can start until you get in your right place." Sheepishly, Ayla moved to the front of the group of women. She had forgotten her new status. Her face turned pink with embarrassment as she stepped in line ahead of Abra. She was uncomfortable. It just didn't seem right for her to be first. She waved an apologetic signal to the mate of the leader, but Abra was accustomed to her second place. It seemed strange, though, to see Ayla in front of her instead of Iza. It made her wonder if she would be going to the next clan gathering. Iza and the 3 people too old to make the trip accompanied the clan as far as the ridge and stood watching after them until they were small dots on the plain below. Then they returned to the empty cave. Abba and Dorv had missed the last clan gathering and were almost surprised they were alive to miss another. But it was the first time for Zaug and Iza. Though Zaug still went out with his sling occasionally, he returned empty-handed more often now, and Dorv couldn't see well enough to go out at all. The 4 of them huddled around the fire at the entrance to the cave, even though the day was warm, but they made no attempt at conversation. Suddenly, Iza was overcome by a fit of coughing that brought up a large, bloody mass of phlegm. She went to her hearth to rest, and soon the others wandered into the cave and sat idly within their respective hearths. They had not been infected with the excitement of the long journey or the anticipation of seeing friends and relatives from other clans. They knew their summer would be unbearably lonely. The freshness of early summer in the temperate zone near the cave changed character on the open plains of the continental steppes to the east. Gone was the rich green foliage that filled out brush and deciduous trees, and still betrayed the new season's growth of conifers with needles a shade lighter at the tips of branches and spires. Instead, quick-rooting and sprouting herbs and grasses already chest-high, whose youthful verdancy was lost to the drab hue indeterminate between green and gold, stretched to the horizon. Thick, matted, old-season growth cushioned their steps as the clan wove their way across the illimitable prairie, leaving a temporary ripple behind, showing the way they had come. Clouds rarely marred the boundless expanse above, except for an occasional thunderstorm, more often seen from a distance. Surface water was scarce. They stopped to fill water bags at every stream. unsure if they would find any conveniently close when they camped for the night. Brunn set a pace to accommodate the slower-moving members of the traveling party, but one that pushed them. They had a long way to go to reach the cave of the host clan in the high mountains of the mainland to the east. It was difficult going for Creb in particular, but anticipation of the great gathering and the solemn ceremonies he would lead buoyed his spirits. Though his body was crippled and atrophied, and further degenerated by arthritis, it did not impair the mental power of the great magician. The warm sun and Ayla's pain-killing plants eased his aching joints, and after a time the exercise toughened the muscles even in the leg of which he had only limited use. The travelers settled into a monotonous routine, one day blending into the next with weary regularity. The advancing season changed so gradually they hardly noticed when the warm sun became a scorching ball of flame searing the steppes, turning the flat plain into a jaundiced monochrome of dun earth, buff grass, and beige rocks against a dust-laden, yellowish-drab sky. For 3 days their eyes smarted with smoke and ashes carried by the prevailing winds from a sweeping prairie fire. They passed massive herds of bison and giant deer with huge palmate antlers, horses, onagers, and asses, more rarely saga antelope with horns growing straight out of the tops of their heads, slightly curved back at the tips. Tens upon tens of thousands of grazing animals supported by the extensive grassland. Long before they neared the marshy isthmus, which both connected the peninsula to the main continent and served as the outlet for the shallow salty sea to the northeast, the massive mountain range, second highest on the earth, loomed into view. Even the lowest peaks were capped with glacial ice to halfway down their flanks, coldly unmoved by the searing heat of the plains. When the level prairie merged into low rolling hills dotted with fescue and feather grass and red with the richness of iron ore, the red ochre making it hallowed ground, Brunn knew the salt marsh was not far beyond. It was a secondary and more tenuous link. The primary connection of the peninsula to the mainland was the northern one that formed part of the western boundary of the smaller inland sea. For 2 days they struggled through putrid, mosquito-infested swamps of brackish water, broken through by occasional channels before they reached the mainland. Scrub oak and hornbeam quickly led to the cool, welcome shade of Parkland oak woods. They passed through an almost pure stand of beech, relieved by a few chestnut, and into a mixed forest dominated by oak, but including boxwood and yew, draped with clinging ivy and clematis. The lianas thinned out, but still climbed an occasional tree when they reached a belt of fir and spruce intermixed with beech, maple, and hornbeam. The western part was the wettest of the entire range and carried a dense cover of forests and the lowest snow line. They caught glimpses of forest bison and the red deer, roe deer, and elk of wooded landscapes. They saw boar, fox, badger, wolf, lynx, leopard, wildcat, and many smaller animals, but not a single squirrel. Ayla sensed something was missing in the fauna of these mountains before she realized the absence of the familiar creature. It was more than made up for by their first sighting of a cave bear. Brunn threw up his hand in a signal to stop, then pointed ahead at the monstrous shaggy Bruin rubbing his back against a tree. Even the children sensed the awe with which the clan viewed the massive vegetarian. His physical presence was impressive enough. The brown bears of their own mountains, and of these two, averaged about 350 pounds. The weight of a male cave bear during the summer, while he was still fairly lean, was closer to 1,000. In late fall, when he was fattened for winter, his bulk was much greater. He towered above the men of the clan by nearly 3 times their height, and with his huge head and shaggy coat, seemed even bigger. Lazily scratching his back on the rough bark of the old snag, he appeared unaware of the people frozen in their tracks so close by. But he had little to fear from any creature, and was simply ignoring them. The smaller brown bears inhabiting the area near their own cave had been known to break the neck of a stag with one blow of a powerful foreleg. What couldn't this huge Bruin do? Only another male during rutting season, or the female of the species protecting her cubs, would dare to stand up to him. She was invariably successful. But it was more than the tremendous size of the animal that held the clan spellbound. This was Ursus, the personification of the clan itself. He was their kin, and more, he embodied their very essence. His bones alone were so sacred they could ward off any evil. The kinship they felt was a spiritual tie, far more meaningful than any physical one. It was through his spirit that all the clans were united into one, and meaning was given to the gathering they had traveled so far to attend. It was his essence that made them clan, the clan of the cave bear. The bear tired of his activity, or his itch was satisfied, and he stretched to his full height, walked on hind legs a few paces, then dropped down on all four legs. Muzzle drooping close to the ground, he moved ponderously away with a lumbering gallop. For all his great size, the cave bear was basically a peaceful creature, and rarely attacked unless he was annoyed. "Was that Ursus?" Uba motioned, agog with wonder. "That was Ursus," Creb affirmed, "and you will see another cave bear when we get there." "Does the host clan really have a living cave bear in their cave?" Ayla asked. "He's so big." She knew it was the custom for the clan that hosted the clan gathering to capture a cave bear cub and raise him in the cave. "He's probably in a cage outside the cave now, but when he was young, he lived in the cave with them and was raised like a child, with every hearth feeding him whenever he wanted to eat. Most clans claim their cave bears even learned to talk a little, but I was young the time we hosted the clan gathering. I don't remember very much about it, so I can't say if that's true. When the bear is about half grown, he is put in a cage so he can't hurt anyone, but everyone still feeds him tidbits and pets him when they walk by, so he will know he is loved. He will be honored at the bear ceremony and will carry our messages to the world of the spirits," Creb explained. They'd been told about it before, but after seeing a cave bear, the story took on new meaning to those who were too young to remember or had never been to a clan gathering. "When can we host a clan gathering and get a cave bear to live with us?" Uba asked. "When it's our turn, unless the clan whose turn it is can't. Then we can offer. But clans seldom miss the opportunity to host the clan gathering, though hunters may have to travel a long way to find a cave bear cub, and the danger from the mother bear is very great. The clan that is hosting this time is fortunate. Cave bears still live near their cave. They have helped other clans to get cave bears, but now it's their turn. There are none left around our cave, but there must have been once, since the bones of Ursus were in our cave when we found it," Creb answered. "What if something happens to the clan that is supposed to host a gathering? Our clan doesn't even live in the same cave as before," Ayla asked. "If it was our turn, how would anyone know where to find us?" "We'd send runners to the nearest clan to spread the news, either to tell the clans where the new cave is or to give another clan the chance." Brun signaled, and the clan got underway again. When they passed the tree used by the cave bear as a back-scratcher, Creb examined it closely and retrieved a few tufts of hair still caught in the rough bark. He wrapped them carefully in a leaf held in his teeth, then tucked them away in a fold of his wrap. The hair from a living wild cave bear would make powerful charms. The giant conifers of the lower foothills were replaced by shorter, sturdier upland varieties as they ascended, opening up to breathtaking views of the glistening mountain tops they had seen from a distance as they crossed the plains. Birch thickets appeared, and low trailing juniper, and rosy pink azalea, whose many-flowered blossoms were just beginning to bloom, splashing the primary green of nature with bright color. A multitude of wildflowers added more shades to the palette of vibrant hues: spotted orange tiger lilies, mauve and pink columbine, blue and purple vetch, light lavender iris, blue gentian, yellow violet, primrose, and whites in a diversity of shapes. The southern mountain range, like the one at the lower tip of the peninsula, which was folded during the same orogeny, was a refuge for the flora and fauna of a continent during the Ice Age. Occasional chamois made an appearance, and heavy-horned mouflon. They were almost into the scrubby dwarf trees of mountainous taiga bordering the high meadows of low sedges and grass before they came to a well-worn path that traversed a steep incline. The men of the host clan had much farther to go before they reached the open plains north of the mountains to hunt, but the proximity of cave bears made the place so lucky they were willing to accept the inconvenience. It also made them more adept at hunting the elusive forest animals. The people running to greet the newly arriving clan when they first saw Brun and Grad appear around a bend in the trail stopped short at the sight of Ayla. The training of a lifetime could not prevent the shocked stares. Her position in front of the women as the travel-weary clan filed silently to the open space near the cave caused a flurry of speculation. Creb had warned her, but Ayla wasn't prepared for the sensation she caused, nor was she prepared for the throng of people. Over 200 stunned individuals crowded around to see the strange woman. Ayla had never seen so many people in her life, much less in one place. They stopped in front of a huge cage of stout poles sunk deep in the ground, lashed firmly together. Inside was another of the massive bears they had seen on their way, this one even bigger. Hand-fed for 3 years, with a superabundance that kept him placid and tame, the gigantic cave bear lolled in lazy indolence within the fenced enclosure, almost too fat to stand up. It had been a labor of devotion and reverence for the small clan to maintain the huge bear for so long, and even the many gifts of food, implements, and furs brought by the visiting clans could not make up for the effort it took. But there wasn't a single person who didn't envy the members of the host clan, and every clan eagerly awaited its turn to take on the same task and reap the spiritual benefits and status of the great honor. The cave bear waddled over to see what was causing the commotion, hoping for more handouts, and Uba crowded in closer to Ayla, as much overwhelmed by the crush of people as by the bear. The leader and the magician of the host clan approached them and made gestures of greeting, quickly followed by an angry question. "Why have you brought one of the others to our clan gathering, Brun?" the leader of the host clan motioned. "She is a woman of the clan, Norg, and a medicine woman of Isa's line," Brun returned more calmly than he felt. A murmur rose from the watching people, and a flash of excited hand signals. "That's impossible," the Mog-ur gestured. "How can she be a woman of the clan? She was born to the others." "She is a woman of the clan," the Mog-ur repeated, just as adamantly as Brun. He fixed the host clan leader with a baleful glare. "Do you doubt me, Norg?" Norg looked at his Mog-ur uncomfortably, but got no satisfaction from the magician's confused expression. "Norg, we have traveled far, and we are tired," Brun said. "This is hardly the time to discuss it. Do you deny us the hospitality of your cave?" It was a tense moment. If Norg refused them, they would have no choice but to return the long distance back to their cave. It would be a grave breach of propriety, but to allow Ayla entrance would be tantamount to accepting her as a woman of the clan. At least it would give Brun a clear edge. Norg looked again at his Mog-ur, then at the powerful one-eyed man who was the Mog-ur, then back at the man who was leader of the clan, ranked first of all the clans. If the Mog-ur said so, what could he do? Norg signaled his mate to show Brun's clan to the place reserved for them, but he marched in beside Brun and the Mog-ur. As soon as they were settled, he was going to find out how a woman obviously born to the others had become a woman of the clan. The entrance to the cave of the host clan was smaller than the entrance to the cave of Brun's clan, and the cave itself seemed smaller when they first walked in. But rather than one large room with a small adjunct for ceremonies, this cave was a series of rooms and tunnels that honeycombed their way far into the mountain, most of them unexplored. There was more than enough room to house all the visiting clans, though they might not have the advantage of light from the mouth. Brun's clan was led to the room second from the front and filled one whole side of it. It was a favorable location, befitting their top-ranked status. Though several clans were already settled farther back, the place would have been held for them until the beginning of the actual bear festival. Only then, when it was certain they weren't coming, would it be given to the next highest-ranked clan. The clan as a whole had no leader, but there was a hierarchy of clans, just as there was a hierarchy of members within a clan. And the leader of the highest-ranked clan became, in effect, the leader of the clan, simply because he was the highest-ranking member. But it was by no means a position of absolute authority. The clans were too autonomous for that. All were led by independent, dictatorial men who were accustomed to being a law unto themselves, meeting only once in 7 years. They did not yield easily to greater authority save tradition and the world of the spirits. The way each clan fit in the hierarchy, and therefore the one man acknowledged leader of the clan, was decided at the clan gathering. Many elements contributed to a clan's status. Ceremonies were not the only activity. Competitions were of equal, if not greater, importance. the necessity of cooperation within clans for survival, which imposed the stricture of self-control, found an acceptable outlet in contests with other clans, and it was as necessary for survival in a different way. Controlled competition kept them from each other's throats. Nearly everything became a competition when the clans met. The men vied in wrestling, sling hurling, bola throwing, arm strength with use of a club, running, more complicated running and spear stabbing races, tool making, dancing, storytelling, and the combination of both in dramatic hunt reenactments. Though theirs were not given as much weight as the men's competitions, the women made their contribution. The great feast was an opportunity to display cooking skills. The gifts brought for the host clan were first arranged in plain view for everyone's inspection, critically examined, and judged by a consensus of the other women. The handiwork included soft, pliable skins, luxuriant furs, watertight baskets, open-weave carrying baskets, mats of subtle texture and design, containers of stiff rawhide or bark, strong cords of sinew or fibrous plants or animal hair, long thongs of even width with no weak spots, wooden bowls finished to a uniform smoothness, serving platters of bone or the thinner sections of logs, cups, bowls and ladles, hoods, hats, foot coverings, hand coverings, and other pouches. Even babies were compared. The honors were not awarded as obviously among the women. Theirs was a more subtle game of differences in expression or gesture or posture that discriminated with finesse, but it was no less honest in perceptively distinguishing mediocre from good work and awarding approbation to that which was truly fine. The relative position of each clan's medicine woman and Mog-ur was a consideration in determining status. Iza and Creb had both contributed to the first place of Brun's clan, as did the fact that the clan had been first for several generations before him, only, however, giving Brun a slight edge when he first became leader. As important as all the contributing factors were, it was the leadership capability of the head of the clan that was decisive. And if the competition among the women was subtle, the determination of which leader was most capable was infinitely more so. Partly, the determination depended on how well the men of each clan performed in the competitions, showing how well a leader trained and motivated them. Partly, on how hard the women worked, and how well they conducted themselves, showing a leader's firm guiding hand. Part was based on adherence to clan tradition. But most of a leader's position, and consequently his clan's, was based on the strength of his own character. Brun knew he would be pushed to the limit this time. He had already lost ground by bringing Ayla. Clan gatherings were also a time to re-establish old acquaintances, see relatives from other clans, and exchange gossip and stories that would enliven many a cold winter evening for the next few years. Young people, unable to find mates within their own clan, vied for each other's attention, though matings could only take place if the woman was acceptable to the leader of the young man's clan. It was considered an honor for a young woman to be chosen, especially by a clan of a higher status, although moving away would be traumatic for her and her loved ones left behind. Despite Zaug's recommendation and the status of Isa's line, Isa thought it was doubtful that Ayla would find a mate. Having a child might have helped if her son had been normal, but her deformed baby precluded any hope for her. Ayla's thoughts were far from finding a mate. She was having enough trouble just getting up courage to face the congregation of curious, suspicious people outside the cave. She and Uba had unpacked and set up the hearth that would be their home for the duration of their visit. Norg's mate had seen to it that stones for fireplaces and definition of boundaries were piled conveniently nearby, and skins of water were available for guest clans. Ayla had taken great care to display her gifts for the host clan the way Iza had explained, and the quality of her work had already attracted notice. She washed off the travel grime, changed to a clean wrap, then nursed her son while Uba waited impatiently. The girl was anxious to explore the area near the cave and see all the people, but reluctant to face them alone. "Hurry, Ayla," she motioned. "Everyone else is out already. Can't you feed Dirk later? I'd rather sit out in the sun than in this dark old cave. Wouldn't you?" "I don't want him to start crying right away. You know how loud he cries. People might think I'm not a good mother," Ayla said. "I don't want to do anything to make them think any worse of me than they do." Creb told me people would be surprised when they saw me, but I didn't think they might not let us stay, and I didn't think they'd stare like that. Well, they let us in, and after Creb and Brun get through talking to them, they'll know you're a clan woman. Come on, Ayla. You can't stay in the cave forever. You've got to face them sooner or later. They'll get used to you after a while, just like we did. I don't notice that you look different hardly at all. I really have to think about it. I was there before you were born, Uba. They've never seen me before. Oh, all right. I might as well get it over with. Let's go. Don't forget to bring something for the cave bear to eat. Ayla got up, leaned Dirk against her shoulder, and patted his back as they started out. They made a gesture of respect to Norg's mate as they passed her hearth. The woman returned a greeting gesture and quickly turned back to her task, suddenly conscious that she had been staring. Ayla took a deep breath as she neared the entrance and held her head up a little higher. She was determined to ignore the curiosity about her. She was a woman of the clan, and she belonged here as much as anyone. Her determination was tested to the fullest when she walked into the bright sunlight. Every person of every clan had found some reason to stay near the cave to wait for the strange clan woman to come out. Many of them tried not to be obvious about it, but many more forgot or ignored common courtesy and stared in open-mouthed wonder. Ayla could feel her face flush. She changed Dirk's position as an excuse to look at him rather than the multitude of faces turned in her direction. It was fortunate she was looking at her son. Her action focused attention on Dirk, who had been overlooked at the first shock of her appearance. Expressions and gestures, some not so discreet, made it clear what they thought of her son. He would not have had to look like one of their babies. If he resembled her, they could have accepted him better. Regardless of what Brun and the Mog-ur said, Ayla was one of the others. Her baby could have fit into the same mold. But Dirk had enough clan characteristics to make his modifications seem to be distortions. He was a grossly deformed baby that should not have been allowed to live. Not only did Ayla's worth drop, Brun lost more ground too. Ayla turned her back on the suspicious stares and gaping mouths, and she and Uba went to look at the cave bear in his cage. When he saw them approach, the huge Bruin lumbered over, sat up, and reached through the bars of the cage for the expected treat. They both backed off at the sight of the monstrous paw with its thick, rather stubby claws, more adapted to digging the roots and tubers that made up a large part of his normal diet than to hauling his huge bulk up trees. Unlike brown bears, only the cubs of cave bears were agile and small enough to climb. Ayla and Uba put their apples on the ground just beyond the stout poles that had once been reasonably mature trees. The creature, raised like a well-loved child and never allowed the least bit of hunger, was entirely tame and comfortable around people. The intelligent animal had learned that certain actions invariably brought additional choice tidbits. He sat up and begged. Ayla would have smiled at his clownish antics if she had not remembered to control it in time. Now I know why clans say their cave bears talk, Ayla motioned to Uba. He's asking for more. Do you have another apple? Uba gave her one of the small, hard, round fruits, and this time Ayla went to the cage and gave it to him. He put it in his mouth, then moved closer to the bars and rubbed his huge, shaggy head against a projection on one of the tree trunks. I think you want to be scratched, you old honey lover, Ayla gestured. She had been warned never to motion bear or cave bear or Ursus in his presence. If he was called by his real names, he would remember who he was and know he was not just a member of the clan who raised him. It would make him a wild bear again, void the bear ceremony, and ruin the whole reason for the festival. She scratched behind his ear. You like that, don't you, Winter Sleeper? Ayla motioned and reached to scratch behind the other ear he had turned in her direction. You could scratch your own ears if you wanted to. You're just lazy. Or do you want attention, you big furry baby? Ayla rubbed and scratched the huge head, but when Dirk reached for a handful of shaggy hair, she backed away. She had petted and scratched the small wounded animals she had brought to their own cave enough to sense that this was just a bigger, tamer variety of the same thing. Protected by the heavy cage, she quickly lost her fear of the bear. But her baby was another matter. When Dirk reached his tiny hands for a fistful of hair, the huge mouth and long claws suddenly looked dangerous. How could you get so close to him? Uba motioned with awe. I'd be afraid to get that close to his cage. He's really just a big baby, but I forgot about Dirk. That animal could hurt him with a friendly nudge. He may seem like a baby when he's begging for food or wants attention, but I'd hate to think what he could do if he ever got angry," Ayla said, as they walked away from his cage. Uba wasn't the only one surprised at Ayla's fearlessness. The whole clan had been watching. Most visitors shied away, especially at first. Young boys made a game of dashing up, reaching in the cage, and touching the bear to show off their bravery, and men were too proud to show fear whether they felt it or not. But few women outside the host clan ever went very close, and to reach through the bars to scratch him at first look was unexpected from a woman. It didn't exactly change their opinion of Ayla, but it made them wonder. Now that they had all gotten a good look at Ayla, people were drifting away, but she was still conscious of surreptitious glances. The outright stares from small children didn't bother her nearly as much. Theirs was the natural curiosity of the young for anything unusual, and didn't carry connotations of suspicion or disapproval. Ayla and Uba headed for a shady spot under an overhanging rock on the outer fringes of the large, sloping, cleared area in front of the cave. From that discreet distance, they could watch the activities without discourtesy. There had always been a closeness of a special quality between Ayla and Uba. Ayla had been sister, mother, and playmate to the younger girl. But since Uba had begun training in earnest, and especially after she followed Ayla to the small cave, their friendship shifted to a more equal relationship. They were close friends. Uba was almost 6 and had reached an age where she was beginning to show an interest in the opposite sex. They sat in the cool shade, Dirk lying on his stomach on top of the carrying cloak between them, kicking and waving his arms and lifting his head up to look around. During the trip, he had begun to babble and make cooing noises, which no clan baby ever did. It worried Ayla, yet in some inexplicable way pleased her. Uba commented on the older boys and young men, and Ayla teased her about it in a friendly way. By unspoken agreement, no mention was made of possible mates for Ayla, though she was of a far more mateable age. They were both glad the long journey was over, and speculated about the bear ceremony, since neither had been to a clan gathering before. While they talked, a young woman approached, and in the formal, silent, universally known language, shyly asked if she could join them. They welcomed her. It was the first friendly gesture they had received. They could see she had a baby in her carrying cloak, but it was sleeping, and the woman made no move to disturb it. "This woman is called Oda," she motioned formally after she sat down, and made a gesture that indicated she wanted to know their names. Uba responded. "This girl is called Uba. The woman is Ayla." Ga. Name word not know. Oda's common dialect and gestures were a little different, but they understood the essence of her comment. "The name is not Clan," the blonde woman said. She understood the difficulty the rest of them had with her name. Even some in her own clan could not say it quite right. Oda nodded, lifted her hands as though she was going to say something, then changed her mind. She seemed nervous and uncomfortable. Finally, she motioned toward Dirk. "This woman can see you have an infant," she said rather hesitantly. "Is the infant a male or a female?" "The infant is a male. The infant's name is Dirk, like Dirk of the legend. Is the woman familiar with that legend?" Oda's eyes had a strange look of relief. "This woman knows of the legend. The name is not common with this woman's clan." "The name is not common with this woman's clan either, but the infant is not common. Dirk is special. The name is suitable," Ayla motioned with a hint of proud defiance. "This woman has an infant. The infant is female. The name is Yura," Oda said. She still seemed nervous and hesitant. A strained silence followed. "Does the infant sleep?" "This woman would see Yura if the mother would allow," Ayla finally asked, not knowing what else to say to the woman whose friendliness had such a hesitant quality. Oda seemed to consider the request for a while, then, as though making a decision, took the baby from her cloak and laid her in Ayla's arms. Ayla's eyes flew open in stunned amazement. Yura was young. She could not have been born much more than a moon before, but it wasn't the newborn look that surprised the tall woman. Yura looked like Dirk. She looked enough like Dirk to be his sibling. Oda's baby could have been hers. Ayla's mind reeled with the impact. How could a clan woman have a baby that resembled hers? She thought Dirk looked different because he was part clan and part her, but Creb and Brun must have been right all along. Dirk wasn't different. He was deformed, just like Oda's baby was deformed. Ayla was at a loss. She was so upset she couldn't think of anything to say. Uba finally broke the long silence. "Your baby looks like Dirk, Oda." Uba forgot to use the formal language, but Oda understood her. "Yes," the woman nodded. "This woman was surprised when she saw Ayla's baby. That's why This woman wanted to talk to you. I didn't know if yours was a boy or a girl, but I hoped the infant would be male." "Why?" Ayla signaled. Oda looked at the baby in Ayla's lap. "My daughter is deformed," she gestured, without quite looking at Ayla. "I was afraid she would never find a mate when she grows up. What man would have such a deformed woman?" Oda's eyes pleaded when she looked at Ayla. When this woman saw your infant, I hoped he was male because it will not be easy for your son to find a mate either, you know." Ayla hadn't thought about a mate for Dirk. Oda was right. He might have trouble finding a woman to mate. She understood now why Oda had approached them. "Is your daughter healthy?" she asked. "Strong?" Oda looked at her hands before she answered. "The infant is thin, but the health is good. The infant has a weak neck," she gestured, "but it's getting stronger," Oda added fervently. Ayla looked more closely at the baby girl, asking permission with a questioning look before removing her swaddling. The infant was more stocky than Dirk, closer to the build of clan babies, but her bones were thinner. She had the same high forehead and general shape to her head, only the brow ridges were much smaller. Her nose was almost petite, but it was clear she would have the prognathous, chinless jaw of the clan. The female baby's neck was shorter than Dirk's, but definitely longer than normal for clan babies. Ayla lifted the girl, automatically supporting her head, and saw the familiar early efforts of the baby to support her own head. "Her neck will get stronger, Oda. Dirk's was even weaker when he was born, and look at him now." "Do you think so?" Oda answered eagerly. "This woman would ask the medicine woman of the first clan to consider this female infant as mate for her male infant," Oda asked formally. "I think Yura would make a good mate for Dirk, Oda." "Then you'll ask your mate if he will allow it?" "I have no mate," Ayla replied. "Oh, then your son is unlucky," Oda gestured with disappointment. "Who will train him if you are not mated?" "Dirk is not unlucky," Ayla insisted. "Not all babies born to unmated women are unlucky. I live at the Mog-ur's hearth. He does not hunt, but Brun himself has promised to train my son. He will be a good hunter and a good provider. He has a hunting totem, too. The Mog-ur said it is the gray wolf. It doesn't matter. An unlucky mate would be better than no mate at all," Oda motioned with resignation. "I hope you're right. Our Mog-ur has not revealed Yura's totem yet, but a gray wolf is strong enough for any woman's totem." "Except Ayla's," Uba interjected. "Her totem is the cave lion. She was chosen." "How did you ever have a baby?" Oda asked with astonishment. "Mine is the hamster, but he really fought hard this time. I didn't have so much trouble with my first daughter." "My pregnancy was hard, too. Do you have another daughter? Is she normal?" "She was. She walks in the next world now," Oda motioned sadly. "Is that why Yura was allowed to live? I'm surprised you were allowed to keep her," Ayla remarked. "I didn't want to keep her, but my mate made me. It's my punishment," Oda confessed. "Your punishment?" "Yes," Oda nodded. "I wished for a girl when my mate wanted a boy. It's just that I loved my first baby so much. When she was killed, I wanted another girl just like her. My mate says Yura is deformed because I had the wrong thoughts when I was pregnant. He says if I had wished for a boy, my baby would have been normal. He made me keep her so everyone would know I am not a good woman. But he didn't give me away, maybe because no one else would have me." "I don't think you're such a bad woman, Oda," Ayla gestured with a look of compassion. "Iza wished for a girl when she was carrying Uba. She told me she asked her totem for a girl every day." "How did your first daughter die?" She was killed by a man. Oda flushed with embarrassment. A man who looked like you, Ayla. A man of the others. A man of the others, Ayla thought. A man who looks like me? She felt a chill crawl up her spine and a tingling at the roots of her hair. She noticed Oda's discomfiture. Iza says I was born to the others, Oda, but I don't remember anything about them. I am Clan now, she said encouragingly. How did it happen? We were on a hunting trip. 2 other women and me, besides the men. Our clan lives north of here, but that time we went farther north than we ever went before. The men left camp early. We stayed to collect wood and dried grass. There were lots of blowflies, and we knew we'd have to keep a fire going to get the meat dried. All of a sudden, these men ran into our camp. They wanted to relieve their needs with us, but they didn't make the signal. If they had made the signal, I would have assumed the position, but they didn't give me a chance. They just grabbed us and threw us down. They were so rough, they didn't even let me put my baby down first. The one who grabbed me tore off my wrap and my cloak. My baby fell, but he didn't notice. When he was through, Oda continued, another man was going to take me. But one of the other men saw my baby. He picked her up and gave her to me. But she was dead. She hit her head on a rock when she fell. Then the man who found her made many loud words, and they all left. When the hunters came back, we told them, and they took us back to the cave right away. My mate was good to me then. He grieved for my daughter, too. I was so glad when I found out my totem had been defeated again so soon after losing her. I didn't even have the woman's curse once. I thought my totem was sorry I lost my baby and decided to let me have another to make up for her. That's why I thought I might have another girl. But I shouldn't have wished for a girl. I'm sorry, Ayla said. I don't know what I'd do if I lost Dirk. I almost did once. I'll talk to the Mog-ur about Yura. I'm sure he will talk to Brun. He's fond of my son. I think Brun might agree, too. It would be easier than trying to find a woman of our clan to mate with a deformed man. This woman would be grateful to the medicine woman, and I promised to train her well, Ayla. She will be a good woman, not like her mother. Brun's clan has the highest status. I think my mate will agree. If he knows there is a place for Yura with Brun's clan, he might not be so angry with me. He's always telling me my daughter will be nothing but a burden and never have any status. And when Yura gets older, I can tell her she doesn't have to worry about finding a mate. It can be difficult for a woman if no man wants her, Oda said. I know, the tall blonde woman replied. I'll talk to the Mog-ur as soon as I can. After Oda left, Ayla was pensive and preoccupied. Uba sensed her need for quiet and didn't disturb her. Poor Oda. She was happy, had a good mate, and a normal baby. Then those men had to come and spoil everything. Why didn't they just make the signal? Couldn't they see Oda had a baby? Those men of the others, they're as bad as Braud. Worse, at least Braud would have let her put her baby down first. Men and their needs. Clan men, men of the others, they're all alike. As she mused, her mind kept going back to thoughts of the others. Men of the others. Men who look like me. Who are the others? Iza said I was born to them. Why don't I remember anything about others? I can't even remember what they look like. Where do they live? I wonder, how does a man of the others look? Ayla remembered the reflection of herself in the still pool near their cave and tried to imagine a man with her face. But when she thought of a man, the image of Braud came to her mind, and with a flash of insight, the confused jumble of ideas spinning around in her head fell into place. Men of the others, of course. Oda said one of them relieved his needs with her, and she didn't have the curse even once after that. Then she gave birth to Yura, just like Dirk was born after Braud relieved his needs with me. That man was of the others, and I was born to them. But Oda and Braud, they're both clan. Yura is not deformed any more than Dirk is. He's part me and part clan, and so is Yura. Or rather, she's part Oda and part that man who killed her baby. Then Braud did start Dirk, with his organ, not the spirit of his totem. But the other women with Oda didn't have deformed babies, and as often as men and women do it, if a baby is started every time, there'd be nothing but babies. Maybe Creb is right, too. A woman's totem has to be defeated, but she doesn't swallow the totem's essence. A man puts it inside her with his organ, and then it mixes up with the essence of a woman's totem. It's not just men, it's women, too. Why did it have to be Broud? I wanted a baby. My cave lion knew how much I wanted a baby. But Broud hates me. He hates Dirk, too. Who else would have? None of the other men are interested in me. I'm too ugly. Broud only did it because he knew how much I hated it. Did my cave lion know Broud's totem would finally win? His essence must be potent. Olga already has 2 sons. Brock and Greve must have been started by Broud's organ too, like Dirk. Does that mean they're siblings? Brothers? Like Brun and Creb? Brun must have started Broud inside Abra too, unless it was some other man. It could have been any man. Probably not, though. Men don't usually give the signal to the leader's mate. It's discourteous. And Broud doesn't like to share Olga. On the mammoth hunt, Krug always used Ovra. Everyone could see his need, and Guv was more considerate. Even Drug did once or twice. If Brun started Broud, and Broud started Dirk, does that mean Dirk is part of Brun, too? And Brock? And Greve? Brun and Creb are siblings. They were born to the same mother, and probably started by the same man. He was a leader, too. Does that mean Dirk is part of Creb, too? And what about Iza? She's a sibling. Ayla shook her head. It's all too confusing, she thought. Broud did start Dirk, though. I wonder if my totem led Broud to give me the signal that first time. It was awful, but it could have been another test, and maybe there was no other way. My totem must have known, must have planned it. He knew how much I wanted a baby, and he did give me a sign that Dirk would live. Wouldn't it infuriate Broud if he knew? He hated me so much, he gave me the one thing I wanted most. Ayla, Uba said, interrupting her train of thought. I just saw Creb and Brun go into the cave. It's getting late. We should start preparing something to eat. Creb will be hungry. Dirk had fallen asleep. He woke when Ayla picked him up, but soon settled back down, snuggled in the cloak next to his mother's breast. I'm sure Brun will let Yura come and be Dirk's mate, she thought, as they walked back to the cave of the host clan. They are more right for each other than Oda realizes. But what about me? Will I ever find a mate that's right for me? Chapter 23. When the last 2 clans arrived, Ayla went through a similar ordeal, on a smaller scale, as the one that greeted her entrance. The tall blonde woman was an oddity among the nearly 250 clan people from 10 clans that had gathered together. She was noticed wherever she went, and her every action scrutinized. As abnormal as she appeared, no one could detect any deviation in her behavior. Ayla was extremely careful to make sure no one would. She displayed none of the peculiar characteristics that still slipped out in the more relaxed atmosphere of their own cave. She didn't laugh or even smile. No tears wet her eyes. No long strides or free-swinging arm movements betrayed her unwomanly inclinations. She was a paragon of clan virtue, an exemplary young matron, and no one noticed. No one outside her clan ever knew a woman who acted any other way. But it made her presence acceptable, and as Uba predicted, they got used to her. There were too many other activities at a meeting of the clans for the novelty of one strange woman to hold their attention for long. It wasn't easy to maintain such a large aggregation within the close confines of the cave environment for an extended period of time. It took cooperation, coordination, and a large dose of courtesy. The leaders of the 10 clans were far busier than they ever were with only their own members to worry about. The numbers of people added together multiplied the problems. Feeding the horde meant hunting expeditions had to be organized. While established patterns and ranks within any one clan made disposition of the hunters easy, when 2 or more clans hunted together, problems arose. Clan status determined the leader of the combined group, but which third-ranked man was more competent? They tried different arrangements at first, careful to exchange positions so no one would be offended. After the competition started, it would become easier, but no hunting party went out without first deciding the relative positions of the men. The women's plant-gathering forays had their problems, too. Theirs was a case of too many women trying to select the choicest produce. An area could be depleted quickly, with no one getting quite enough. Preserved food brought with them supplemented the diet of every clan, but fresh foods were always more desirable. The host clan always foraged far away from their cave before a gathering, but even that courtesy was inadequate to satisfy the needs of all. Though no long journey limited their time to store food for winter, the clan that hosted the meeting still had to build up an extra reserve. By the time it was over, edible food plants in their vicinity would be exhausted. There was an adequate supply of water from the glacier-fed stream flowing nearby, but firewood was at a premium. Cooking was done outside the cave, unless it rained, and clans prepared their food as a unit rather than at separate hearths. Even so, most of the dried fallen deadwood and many living trees, which would take more than a season or two to replenish themselves, were used up. The environment around the cave after the clan gathering would never be the same. Supply was not the only problem. Disposal was an issue of equal importance. Human waste and other refuse had to be accommodated, and space had to be provided. Not only living space within the shelter of the cave, but space to cook, space to assemble, space for competitions and dancing and feasting, and space to move around. Organizing the activities was no small feat in itself. All of it involved interminable discussion and compromise within an atmosphere charged with intense competition. Custom and tradition played a large role in smoothing out many of the bumps, but it was in this arena that Brun's administrative mind came to the fore. Creb was not the only one whose enjoyment of the clan gathering was largely because of association with his peers. Brun enjoyed the challenge of pitting himself against men whose authority equaled his own. That was his contest, to vie for domination of the other leaders. Interpretation of ancient ways sometimes required fine hair-splitting, the ability to make a decision, and the strength of character to hold to it, yet to know when to yield. Brun was not first leader without reason. He knew when to be forceful, when to be conciliatory, when to call for a consensus, and when to stand alone. Whenever the clans gathered, one strong man usually emerged who could forge the authoritarian leaders into a cohesive, workable entity, at least for the duration of the meeting. Brun was that man. He had been since he first became leader of his own clan. Had he lost face, his own self-doubt would have lost him his advantage. Without the base of surety in his own judgment, his diffidence would have cast doubt over his decisions. He could not face a gathering and the other leaders under those circumstances. But it was just that background of strength and compromise within the unyielding framework of clan tradition that had allowed him to make the concessions he had toward Ayla. And once the threat to himself was past, he began to view her differently. Ayla had tried to force a decision, but it was within the structure of clan custom as she interpreted it, and it wasn't in a wholly unworthy cause. True, she was a woman and must understand her place, but she had come to her senses and seen the error of her ways in time. When she showed him the location of her small cave, he was privately amazed that she had reached it in her weak condition. He wondered if a man could have done it, and masculinity was measured by stoic endurance. Brun admired courage, determination, endurance. They showed strength of character. In spite of the fact that Ayla was a woman, Brun admired her grit. "If Zaug were here, we would have won the sling competition," Krug motioned. "No one could have beaten him." "Except Ayla," Guv commented with guarded gestures. "Too bad she couldn't compete." "We don't need a woman to win," Brow gestured. "The sling contest doesn't count for that much anyway. Brun will win the bola throwing. He always has. And there's still the spear and running contest." "But Vurd already won the running competition. He stands a good chance to win in running and spear stabbing, too," Drug said. "And Gorn did well with the club." "Just wait until we show them our mammoth hunt. Our clan is bound to win," Broud answered. Hunt reenactments were a part of many ceremonies, Occasionally, they happened spontaneously, after an especially exciting hunt. Browd enjoyed acting them out. He knew he was good at evoking the sense of excitement and drama of the hunt, and loved being the center of attention. But hunt reenactments served a purpose greater than showing off. They were instructive. With expressive pantomime and a few props, they demonstrated hunting techniques and tactics to youngsters and other clans. It was a way of developing and sharing skills. Had they been asked, everyone would have agreed that the prize awarded to the clan that came out best in the complicated competition was status, to be acknowledged first among peers. But there was another prize awarded, though it was not acknowledged: the competition's sharpened skills necessary for survival. "We'll win if you lead the hunt dance, Browd," Born said. The 10-year-old boy, fast approaching manhood, still idolized the future leader. Browd courted his adoration by admitting him into the men's discussions whenever he could. "Too bad your race doesn't count, Born. I was watching. It wasn't even close. You were way out in front. But it's good practice for next time," Browd said. Born glowed under the praise. "We've still got a good chance," Droog motioned, "but it could go the other way. Gorn is strong. He gave you a good fight in the wrestling match, Browd. I wasn't sure you could take him. Norg's second must be proud of the son of his mate. He's grown since the last gathering. I think he's the biggest man here." "He's got the strength all right," Goov said. "It showed when he won with the club. But Browd is quicker and almost as strong. Gorn came in a close second, and now's as good with that sling. I think he must have seen Zaug last time and decided to work on it. He just didn't want to let an older man beat him again," Krug added. "If he's practiced as much with the bola, he may give Brun a good contest. Bord is a fast runner, but I thought you were going to catch him, Browd. That one was close, too. You were just a step behind him." "Droog makes the best tools," Grad gestured. The laconic man seldom volunteered comment. "Selecting the best and bringing them here is one thing, Grad, but it will take luck to make them well with everyone watching. That young man from Norg's clan has skill," Droog replied. "That's one contest where you'll have the advantage just because he is younger, Droog. He'll be more nervous, and you have more experience in competing. You'll be able to concentrate better," Oov encouraged. "But it still takes luck." "They all take luck," Krug said. "I still think old Dorv tells a better story than anyone." "You're just used to him, Krug," Goov motioned. "That's a hard competition to judge. Even some of the women tell a good story. But not as exciting as the hunt dances. I think I saw Norg's clan talking about how they hunted a rhino, but they stopped when they saw me," Krug said. "They may show that hunt." Olga approached the men diffidently and signaled that their evening meal was ready. They waved her off. She hoped it wouldn't take them too long to decide to come and eat. The longer they waited, the longer it would delay them from joining the other women who were gathering to tell stories, and she didn't want to miss any of it. Usually, it was the older women who acted out the legends and histories of the clan with dramatic pantomime. Often the stories were intended to educate the young, but they were all entertaining, sad stories that wrung the heart, happy stories that brought joy and inspiration, and humorous stories that made their own embarrassing moments feel less ridiculous. Olga went back to the fireplace near the cave. "I don't think they're hungry yet," she motioned. "It looks like they're coming after all," Ovra said. "I hope they don't linger too long over the meal." "Brun's coming too. The leaders' meeting must be over. But I don't know where Mog-ur is," Abra added. "He went into the cave with the Mog-urs earlier. They must be in this clan's place of spirits. No telling when they'll be out." "Do we have to wait for him?" Uka asked. "I'll set something aside for him," Ayla said. "He always forgets to eat when he's getting ready for ceremonies. He's so used to eating his food cold, sometimes I think he likes it better. I don't think he'll mind if we don't wait for him." "Look, they're starting already. We're going to miss the first stories," Ona gestured with disappointment. "It can't be helped, Ona," Aga said. "We can't go until the men are through." "We won't miss too many, Ona," Ika consoled. "The stories will go on all night, and tomorrow the men will show their best hunts, and we'll be allowed to watch. Won't that be exciting?" "I'd rather watch the women's stories," Ona said. "Browd says our clan is going to do the mammoth hunt. He thinks we're sure to win. Brun is going to let him lead it, Olga gestured, her eyes glowing with pride. That will be exciting, Ona. I remember when Braud became a man and led the hunt dance. I couldn't even talk yet, or understand anyone. But it was still exciting, Ayla motioned. After the meal was served, the women waited anxiously, casting longing glances at the congregation of women gathered at the far end of the clearing. Abra, go ahead and watch your stories. We have things to discuss anyway, Brun gestured. The women picked up babies and herded young children toward the group seated around an old woman who had just started a new story. And the mother of Great Ice Mountain— Hurry, Ayla motioned. She's telling the legend of Dirk. I don't want to miss any of it. It's my favorite. Everyone knows that, Ayla, Abra said. The women of Brun's clan found places to sit and were soon caught up in the tale. She tells it a little differently, Ayla motioned after a while. Every clan's version is a little different, and every storyteller has his own way. But it's the same story. You're just used to Dorv. He's a man. He understands men's parts better. A woman tells more about the mothers, not only the mother of Great Ice Mountain, but how sad the mothers of Dirk and the other young people were when they left the clan, Uka answered. Ayla remembered that Uka had lost her son during the earthquake. The woman could understand a mother's sadness at losing her son. The modified version gave the legend a new meaning to Ayla, too. For a moment, her brow furrowed with concern. My son's name is Dirk. I hope that doesn't mean I'll lose him someday. Ayla hugged her baby. No, it can't be. I almost lost him once. The danger is over now, isn't it? A stray breeze stirred a few loose tendrils of his hair, cooling for a moment his sweat-beaded brow as Brun carefully gauged the distance to the stump of a tree near the edge of the cleared space that fronted the cave. The rest of the tree, sheared of branches, formed part of the palisade that surrounded the cave bear. The whiff of air only teased. It brought no respite from the stifling afternoon sun glaring down on the dusty field. But the ethereal zephyr moved more than the tensely watching throng that lined the periphery. Brun was as still as they, standing with feet apart, his right arm hanging down at his side, grasping the handle of his bola. The 3 heavy stone balls, wrapped in leather shrunk to fit and attached to braided thongs of unequal length, were splayed out on the ground. Brun wanted to win this contest, not only for the sake of the competition, though that too was important, but because he needed to show the other leaders he hadn't lost his competitive edge. Bringing Ayla to the clan gathering had cost him. He realized now that he and his clan had become too accustomed to her. She was too great an anomaly for the others to accept in so short a time. Even the Mog-ur was fighting to maintain his place, and he hadn't been able to convince the rest of the Mog-urs that she was a medicine woman of Isa's line. They were willing to forego the special drink made from the roots rather than allow her to make it. The loss of Isa's status was one more support knocked out from under Brun's crumbling position. If his clan came in less than first in the competitions, he was certain to lose status, and though they were in the running, the outcome was far from assured. But even winning the competition wouldn't guarantee his clan top rank. It would only give him an even chance. There were too many other variables. The clan that hosted the gathering always had an edge, and it was Norg's clan that was giving his the stiffest competition. If they ran a close enough second, it might give Norg enough backing to come out on top. Norg knew it, and was his most relentless opponent. Brun was holding his own by sheer force of will. Brun squinted as he eyed the stump. The movement, barely discernible, was enough to halt the breath of half the watchers. The next instant, the still figure became a blur of motion, and the 3 stone balls whirling around their center flew toward the stump. Brun knew the moment the bola left his hand that his throw was off. The stones hit the target, then bounced away, failing to wrap around it. Brun walked over to pick up his bola while Naus took over his place. If Naus missed the target entirely, Brun would win. If he hit the stump, they would each have a second try. But if Naus wrapped his bola around it, the match would be his. Brun stood off on the sidelines, face impassive, resisting the urge to clutch his amulet, and only sent a mental plea to his totem. Naus had no such compunctions. He reached for the small leather pouch around his neck, closed his eyes, then sighted the post. With a sudden burst of rapid motion, he let the bola fly. Only long years of firm self-control kept Brun from letting his disappointment show when the bola wrapped around the stump and held. Naus had won, and Brun felt his position slip even more. Brun stayed in his place while 3 hides were brought onto the field. One was lashed to the rotted stump of an old snag, a huge old tree whose jagged, broken top was a little taller than the men. Another was laid over a moss-covered fallen log of respectable proportions near the edge of the woods and held down with stones, and the third was spread out on the ground and again held in place with stones. The 3 formed a triangle of more or less equal sides. Each clan chose 1 man to compete in this contest, and they lined up in order of clan status near the hide spread on the ground. Other men, carrying sharpened spears, mostly made of yew, though birch, aspen, and willow were also used, went to the other targets. 2 young men from among the lower-ranked clans paired up first. Each holding a spear, they waited tensely, side by side, eyes glued on Norg. At his signal, they made a dash for the upright snag and slammed their spears into it through the leather, aiming for the place where the animal's heart would be if the hide still covered him, then grabbed a second spear from their clansman waiting beside the target. They sprinted to the fallen log and jammed the second spear into it. By the time the third spear was snatched, 1 man was clearly in the lead. He ran back to the hide on the ground, thrust the spear deep as close to the middle as he could, then raised his arms triumphantly. After the first heat, 5 men were left. 3 of them lined up for the second race, this time from the highest-ranking clans. The one who came in last was given another chance against the remaining 2. Then the 2 men who came in second were paired up, leaving a field of 3 for the final race, the 2 first-place winners and the winner of the preceding race. The finalists were Braud, Vord, and the man from Norg's clan, Gorn. Of the 3, Gorn had run 4 races to earn his place in the finals, while the other 2 were fairly fresh after only 2. Gorn had won the first paired heat, but came in third when the 3 highest-ranked clans raced. He ran again with the last 2 men and came in second, then paired off with the man who had come in second in the race where he ran third, this time beating him. By sheer guts and stamina, Gorn had made it to the finals and had won the admiration of everyone there. When the 3 men lined up for the last race, Brun stepped out on the field. "Norg," he said, "I think it would make the last race more fair if we delayed it to give Gorn a chance to rest. I think the son of the mate of your second-in-command deserves it." There were nods of approval, and Brun's standing inched up, though Braud scowled. The suggestion put his own clan in a less competitive position. It took away the edge Braud might have in racing against a man already tired. But it showed Brun's fairness, and Norg could hardly refuse. Brun had quickly weighed the alternatives. If Braud lost, his clan stood to lose their position. But if Braud won, Brun's evident fairness would boost his prestige, and it gave the impression of confidence he didn't altogether feel. It would make the win clean. There could be no question that Gorn might have won if he had been fresher, providing Braud won. And it was more fair. It was late in the afternoon before everyone gathered around the field again. Tensions held in abeyance were revived, and more. The 3 young men, all rested now, pranced around stretching muscles and hefting spears to find the right balance. Guv moved to the snag with 2 men from the other clans, and Kruk went to the fallen log with 2 others. Braud, Gorn, and Vord lined up 3 abreast, fastened their eyes on Norg, and waited for his signal. The leader of the host clan lifted his arm. He dropped it quickly, and the men were off. Vord sprang to the lead with Braud at his heels and Gorn pounding hard behind. Vord was already reaching for his second spear as Braud rammed his into the rotted snag. Gorn put on a fresh burst of speed that urged Braud forward as they raced for the fallen log, but Vord was still ahead. He jabbed his spear into the hide-covered log just as Braud pulled up, but he hit a hidden gnarl, and the spear clattered to the ground. By the time he retrieved it and thrust again, both Braud and Gorn had passed him by. He grabbed for his third spear and set out after them, but for Vord, the race was lost. Braud and Gorn raced for the final target, legs pumping, hearts pounding. Gorn started gaining on Braud, then inched out ahead, but the sight of the broad-shouldered giant of a man making Braud eat his dust enraged him. He thought his lungs would burst as he surged forward, forcing every muscle and sinew. Gorn reached the hide spread on the ground an instant before Braud, but as he raised his arm, Braud darted beneath and planted his spear into the ground through the tough leather as he ran across the hide. Gorn's spear bit through at the next heartbeat. It was a heartbeat too late. As Braud slowed to a stop, the hunters of Brun's clan crowded around him. Brun watched them, his eyes glowing with pride. His heart was beating almost as fast as Braud's. He had agonized every step of the way with the son of his mate. It was close. For a few tense moments, Brun was sure he was going to lose, but he had given his all and come through. It was a crucial race, but with this win, he had more than a chance. I must be getting old, Brun thought. I lost the bola throw, but not Braud. Braud won. Maybe it's time to turn the clan over to him. I could make him leader, announce it right here. I'll fight for the first rank and let him go home with the honor. After that race, he deserves it. I'll do it. I'll tell him right now. Brun waited until the men were through congratulating him, then approached the young man, looking forward to Braud's joy when he found out the great honor he was about to receive. It would be a fitting reward for the fine race he had run. It was the greatest gift he could give to the son of his mate. Brun, Braud saw the leader and spoke first. Why did you have to delay the race? I almost lost. I could have beat him easily if you hadn't given him time to rest. Don't you care if our clan is first? He motioned petulantly. Or is it that you know you'll be too old to be leader next gathering? If I'm going to be the leader, the least you could do is let me start as first, like you did. Brun stepped back, stunned by Braud's vituperative attack. He struggled to control his conflicting emotions. You don't understand, Brun thought. I wonder if you will ever understand. This clan is first. If I can help it, it will stay first. But what will happen when you become leader, Braud? How long will this clan be first then? The pride left his eyes, and a great sorrow overwhelmed him. But Brun controlled that, too. Perhaps he's just too young, he rationalized. Maybe he just needs a little more time, a little more experience. Have I ever really explained? Brun tried to forget that no one had to explain to him. Braud, if Gorn had been tired, would your win have been as good? What if the other clans doubted that you could beat him if he hadn't been tired? This way, they know for sure that you won, and so do you. You did well, son of my mate, Brun motioned gently. You ran a good race. In spite of his bitterness, Braud still respected this man more than anyone he ever knew, and he could not help but respond. At that moment, Braud felt, as he had on his first manhood hunt, that he would give anything for such praise from Brun. I didn't think about that, Brun. You're right. This way everyone knows I won. They know I'm better than Gorn. With this race, and Droog winning the tool-making competition, if our mammoth hunt wins tonight, we're sure to come out first, Krog said enthusiastically. And you will be one of those chosen for the bear ceremony, Braud. More men crowded around Braud to congratulate him as he walked back to the cave. Brun watched him go, and then saw Gorn walking back too, surrounded by Norg's clan. An older man clapped his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Norg's second has a right to be proud of the son of his mate, Brun thought. Braud may have won the race, but I'm not sure he's the better man. Brun had only controlled his sorrow, not eliminated it, and though he struggled to bury it deeper, the pain would not die. Braud was still the son of his mate, the child of his heart. The men of Norg's clan are brave hunters, Droog admitted. It was a good plan, digging a hole in the path the rhinoceros takes to his drinking place and covering it with brush to hide it. Maybe we could try it sometime. It took courage to drive him back when he bolted. Rhinos can be more fierce than mammoths, and much more unpredictable. Norg's hunters told it well, too. But it still wasn't as good as our mammoth hunt. Everyone agreed, Krug said. Gorn deserved to be one of the chosen, though. Almost every contest was between Braud and Gorn. For a while I was afraid we would not win the competitions this year. Norg's clan is a very close second. What do you think of the third choice, Grad? Vord did well, but I would have chosen Naus, Grad replied. I think Brun preferred Naus, too. It was a hard choice, but I think Vord deserved it, Droog commented. "We won't be seeing much of Guv until after the festival," Krug said. "Now that the competitions are over, the acolytes will be spending all their time with the Mog-urs. I hope the women don't think that just because Braud and Guv won't be eating with us tonight, they don't have to make as much. I'm going to eat well. There won't be anything else until the feast tomorrow." "I don't think I'd want to eat if I were Braud," Drug said. "It's a great honor to be chosen for the bear ceremony. But if he ever needed courage, Braud will need it in the morning." The first morning light found the cave empty. The women were already up working by firelight, and the rest couldn't sleep. The preliminary preparations for the feast had consumed days, but the work was nothing compared with the task ahead. Full daylight was upon them long before the glowing disk burst over the tops of the mountains, flooding the cave site with burning rays from a sun already high. Excitement was tangible, tension unbearable. With the competitions over, the men had nothing to do until the ceremonies, and they were restless. Their nervous agitation infected the older boys, and they in turn stirred up the rest of the youngsters, driving the busy women to distraction. Milling men and chasing children all got in their way. The turbulence subsided temporarily when the women served cakes of crushed millet mixed with water and baked on hot stones. The breakfast of bland biscuits was eaten with solemnity. They were reserved for this one day alone out of every 7 years, and except for nursing babies, were the only food anyone would eat until the feast. The millet cakes were a token only and did little more than whet the appetite. By mid-morning, hunger, stimulated by delicious smells emanating from various fires, intensified the turmoil, raising excited anticipation to a fever pitch as the time for the bear ceremony drew near. Creb had not approached either Ayla or Uba with instructions to prepare themselves for the ritual that would be held later, and they were sure the Mog-urs had found neither of them acceptable. They were not alone in wishing Iza had been well enough to make the journey. Creb had used every power of persuasion at his command to convince the other magicians to let one of them make the drink. But as much as they wanted the ritual, and for them the rare experience of the drink made from the roots, Ayla was too strange and Uba too young. The Mog-urs refused to accept Ayla as a woman of the clan, much less a medicine woman of Isa's line. The celebration of Ursus affected more than the clans that were in attendance. The consequences, good or bad, of any rituals performed at any clan gathering redounded to the entire clan. The Mog-urs would not chance the possibility of invoking bad luck that would cast misfortune on all clan people everywhere. The stakes were too high. Eliminating that traditional ritual of the ceremony contributed to the devaluation of Brun and his clan. For all the efforts of his men in the competitions, Brun's acceptance of Ayla posed more threat to the clan's position than anything ever had before. It was too unconventional. Only Brun's adamant stand in the face of increasing opposition kept the issue undecided, and he wasn't at all sure he would win out in the end. Not long after the millet cakes were served, the leaders arranged themselves near the mouth of the cave. They waited quietly for the attention of the assembled clans. The silence spread out like the ripples of a stone cast in a pond as the presence of the leaders was made known. Men moved quickly into positions defined by clan and personal rank. The women dropped their work, signaled suddenly well-behaved children, and silently followed suit. The bear ceremony was about to begin. The first beat of the smooth, hard stick on the hollowed-out wooden bowl-shaped drum resounded like a sharp crack of thunder in the expectant hush. The slow, stately rhythm was picked up by the stamping of wooden spears against the ground, adding a muted depth. A contrapuntal rhythm of sticks beating on a long, hollow wooden tube wove around the strong, steady beat in a seemingly random pattern of sound, apparently independent from it. Yet the staccato rhythms, played at varying tempos, had a stressed beat that coincided with every fifth thrum of the basic rhythm, as if by accident. They combined to produce an increasing sense of expectation, almost of anxiety, until the beats came together. Each release began another surge of tension in wave after hypnotic wave of sound and sensation. All sound came to a sudden halt on a final, satisfying beat. As if they had materialized out of thin air, the bearskin-cloaked Mog-urs stood 9 abreast in front of the cage of the cave bear, with the Mog-ur alone in front of them. The feel of the strong beat still echoed inside the heads of the people in the overpowering silence. The Mog-ur held a flat, long oval of wood attached at one end to a cord. As he spun it round and round, a barely audible whir increased to a loud roar, filling the silence. The deep, haunting resonance of the bull-roarer raised gooseflesh as much for its significance as for its sonorous timbre. It was the voice of the spirit of the cave bear, warning all other spirits away from this ceremony devoted to Ursus alone. No totemic spirits would come to their aid. They had placed themselves entirely under the protection of the great spirit of the clan. A high-pitched warble penetrated the deep-throated bass. Its thin, wailing ululation sent cold shivers down the spines of the most fearless as the bull-roarer wound down. Like nothing so much as a disembodied spirit, the eerie, unearthly trill pierced the bright morning air. Ayla, standing in the front row, could see the sound was coming from something held to the mouth of one of the Mog-urs. The flute, made from the hollow leg bone of a large bird, had no finger holes. Its pitch was controlled by stopping and unstopping the open end. In the hands of a skillful player, a full 5-note pentatonic scale could be drawn from the simple instrument. To the young woman, no less than the rest, it was magic that created the unfamiliar music. It sounded like nothing ever heard on earth. It had come from the world of the spirits at the command of the holy man for this ceremony alone. As the bull-roarer symbolized and imitated the roar of the cave bear in physical form, the flute was the sound of the spiritual voice of Ursus. Even the magician who played the instrument felt the sanctity of the sound that issued forth from the primitive pipe, though he himself had made it. Making and playing the magic flute was the esoteric secret of the magicians of his clan, a secret which usually brought those magicians to first rank. Only Creb's unique ability had displaced the Mog-ur who played the flute to second, but it was a powerful second, and it was he who most opposed the acceptance of Ayla. The huge cave bear was pacing his cage. He had not been fed, and he wasn't used to going without food. He had never known a hungry day in his life. Water had been withheld from him as well, and he was thirsty. The crowd, smelling of tension and excitement, the unaccustomed sounds of wooden drums, bull-roarer, and flute, all combined to make the animal nervous. When he saw the Mog-ur limping toward his cage, he hauled his massive, overweight bulk up on his hind legs and roared a complaint. Creb jerked in startled reflex, but recovered quickly and masked it with a normal-seeming jerky step. His face, like the rest of the magician's faces, blackened with a paste of manganese dioxide, showed no sign of his rapidly beating heart as he tilted his head back to look up at the unhappy giant. He carried a bowl of water, the shape and ivory-gray color making it obvious that the bowl had once been a human skull. He put the macabre water container into the cage and stepped back while the shaggy Bruin dropped down to drink. While the animal lapped up the liquid, 21 young hunters surrounded his cage, each carrying a newly made spear. The leaders of the 7 clans not fortunate enough to have a man selected for special honors had each chosen 3 of their best hunters for the ceremony. Then Braud, Gorn, and Vord ran out of the cave and lined up outside the securely lashed door of the cage. They were naked except for small loincloths, and their bodies were daubed with red and black markings. The small amount of water did little to satisfy the thirst of the great bear, but the men so near his cage made him hopeful that more was coming. He sat up and begged, a gesture that had rarely gone without response before. When his efforts went unrewarded, he lumbered over to the nearest man and poked his nose through the heavy bars. The music of the flute ended on an uncomfortably unfinished note, heightening the anticipation in the anxious silence. Creb retrieved the skull bowl, then shuffled to his place in front of the magicians lined up across the mouth of the cave. At an unseen signal, the Mog-urs began the movements of the formal language in unison. "Accept your water as a token of our gratitude, O mighty protector. Your clan has not forgotten the lessons learned from you. The cave is our home, protecting us from the snow and cold of winter. We too rest quietly, nourished by the food of summer, warmed by furs. You have been one of us, lived with us, and know we keep your ways." Faces blackened and dressed in identical cloaks of shaggy bear fur, the magicians resembled a well-rehearsed dance troupe, moving as one as they spoke with stately flowing gestures. The Mog-ur's eloquent one-handed symbols that matched yet modified the others punctuated the elegant movements and added emphasis. We venerate you first among all spirits. We beg you to speak for us in the world of the spirits, to tell of the bravery of our men, the obedience of our women, to make a place for us when we return to the other world. We beseech your protection from the evil ones. We are your people, great Ursus. We are the clan of the Cave Bear. Go with honor, greatest of spirits. As the Mog-urs made the symbols for the names of the great animal in his presence for the first time, the 21 young men thrust their spears between the stout trees of the cage, piercing the tremendous shaggy bulk of the revered creature. Not all drew blood. The cage was too large for all the spears to penetrate deeply, but the pain enraged the nearly full-grown cave bear. His angry roar shattered the silence. The people jumped back with fear. At the same time, Blond, Gorn, and Voord began to cut away the lashings on the door of the cage, scrambling up the trees until they reached the top of the palisade. Blond reached the top first, but Gorn managed to grab the short, thick log put there earlier. The pain-maddened cave bear reared up on his hind legs again, bellowed an angry roar, and lumbered toward the 3 young men. His massive domed head nearly reached the tallest tree trunks of the enclosure. He reached the opening, pushed at the gate, and sent it crashing to the ground. The cage was open. The monstrous angry bear was loose. The hunters with their spears raced to form a protective phalanx between the provoked brute and the anxious audience. Women, fighting an urge to run, held their babies tighter, while older children clung to them in wide-eyed terror. Men gripped their spears, ready to jump to the defense of vulnerable women and terrified children. But the people of the clan held their place. As the wounded cave bear lumbered out of the gaping hole in the fence of logs, Blond, Gorn, and Voord, poised at the top, leaped on the surprised Bruin. Blond stood on his shoulders, reached over and seized the fur of his face and yanked up. Meanwhile, Voord had landed on his back. He grabbed the shaggy hair and pulled down with all his weight, tightening the loose skin around his neck. Their combined efforts forced open the cavernous mouth of the struggling animal, and Gorn, sitting astride his shoulder, quickly shoved the log broadside into his mouth. The bear clamped down as Blond let go, wedging the log fast between his jaws, impeding his breath and disabling one weapon in the cave bear's arsenal. But the tactic did not disarm the bear entirely. The enraged Bruin swiped at the creatures clinging to him. Sharp claws dug into the thigh of the man on his shoulder and dragged the screaming young hunter into his mighty arms. Gorn's agonized cry was cut short as a powerful bear hug snapped his spine. A long wail rose from one of the watching women as the cave bear dropped the limp body of the courageous young man. The bear waded into the squad of spear-wielding men who closed in on him. A swing of the raging animal's powerful foreleg cleared a swath, knocking down 3 men and catching a 4th with a ripping gash that tore the muscles of his leg to the bone. The man doubled over in pain, in shock too severe to scream. The others stepped over and around him as they jostled to get in close enough to thrust spears into the belligerent beast. Ayla clutched Dirk in horrified awe, petrified that the bear would reach them. But when the man fell, his life's blood spilling on the ground, she didn't think, she just acted. Shoving her baby at Uba, she dashed into the melee. Forcing her way through the close-packed men, she half-dragged, half-carried the wounded man clear of the milling, stomping feet. Leaning hard on the pressure point in his groin with one hand, she held the end of the thong of her wrap in her teeth and cut off a piece with her other hand. The tourniquet was in place, and she was wiping away blood with her baby's carrying cloak before 2 other medicine women followed her lead. Fearfully skirting the dangerous struggle, they ran to help her. The 3 of them carried the wounded man into the cave, and in their frantic efforts to save his life, weren't even aware when the huge bear finally succumbed to the spears of the hunters of the clan. The moment the cave bear was down, Gorn's mate broke away from the restraining arms of those who sought to comfort her and ran to his body, sprawled in an unnatural position on the ground. She threw herself on him, burying her face in his hairy chest. Sitting back on her knees, in frantic gestures she pleaded with him to get up. Her mother and Norg's mate tried to pull her away as the Mog-urs approached them. The most holy magician leaned close and gently tilted her head up to look at her. Do not grieve for him, the Mog-ur signaled, with a tender look of compassion in his deep brown eye. Gorn's was the greatest honor. He was chosen by Ursus to accompany him to the world of the spirits. He will help the Great Spirit intercede for us. The spirit of the great cave bear selects only the finest, the bravest to travel with him. The feast of Ursus will be Gorn's feast too. His courage, his will to win, will be remembered in legend and told at every clan gathering. Just as Ursus returns, so will the spirit of Gorn. He will wait for you, so that you may return together and mate again. But you must be as brave as he. Put your grief aside and share your mate's joy in his journey to the next world. Tonight, the Mog-urs will give him a special honor so that his bravery will be shared by everyone. So it will pass on to the clan. The young woman strove visibly to control her anguish, to be as brave as the awesome holy man said she must. She didn't want to dishonor her mate's spirit. The lopsided, disfigured, one-eyed magician, whom everyone feared, somehow didn't seem so fearsome anymore. With a look of gratitude, she got up and walked stiffly back to her place. She must be brave. Hadn't the Mog-ur told her Gorn would wait for her, that someday they would return together and mate again? Her mind clung to that promise, and she tried to forget the desolate emptiness of the rest of this life without him. When Gorn's mate returned to her position, the mates of the leaders and their seconds deftly began to skin the cave bear. The blood was collected in bowls, and after the Mog-urs made symbolic gestures over it, the acolytes passed through the crowd, holding the vessels to the mouth of each member of their clan. Men, women, children, all had a taste of the warm blood, the life fluid of Ursus. Even the mouths of babies were opened by their mothers, and a fingerful of fresh blood placed on their tongues. Ayla and the two medicine women were called from the cave to partake of their share, and the injured man, who had lost so much of his own, had a gulp of bear's blood restored to him. Everyone shared in the communion with the great bear that bound them together as one people. The women worked rapidly while the clan watched. The thick subcutaneous layer of the purposely fattened animal was carefully scraped away from the skin. The rendered fat had magical properties and would be distributed to the Mog-urs of each clan. The head was left attached to the hide, and while the meat was lowered into the waiting stone-lined pits, heated by fires for a full day, the acolytes hung the huge bear skin on poles in front of the cave, where his unseeing eyes could watch the festivities. The cave bear would be an honored guest at his own feast. When the bearskin was mounted, the Mog-urs picked up Gorn's body, and with solemn dignity carried it into the deep recesses of the cave. After they were gone, Brun gave a signal, and the crowd broke up. The spirit of Ursus had been sent on his way with full and proper ceremony. Chapter 24. Then how did she do it? None of the others dared to get him, but she had no fear. The Mog-ur of the clan to which the wounded man belonged was speaking. It was almost as though she knew Ursus wouldn't hurt her, just like the first day. I think the Mog-ur is right. Ursus has accepted her. She is a woman of the clan. Our medicine woman said she saved his life. She's not only well-trained, she has a natural skill, like she was born to it. I believe she must be of Iza's line. The Mog-urs were in a small cave deep inside the mountain. Stone lamps, shallow saucers filled with bear grease absorbed by a dried moss wick, formed circles of light that pushed back the absolute black that surrounded them. The feeble flames glinted off hidden facets in the crystal matrix of the rocks, and were reflected in the glistening sheen of damp stalactites hanging in eternal icicles from the roof, longing to reach their inverted counterparts growing from the floor. Some had succeeded in forming a union. Strained through the stone of ages, the calcareous drops had culminated in stately columns that reached from floor to vaulted ceiling, thinning at the center. One straining stalactite missed the satisfying kiss of its stalagmitic mate by barely a hairbreadth that would take more ages yet to bridge. She did surprise everyone when she showed no fear of Ursus that first day, another magician said. But if it is agreed, is there still time for her to prepare? There is time, the Mog-ur answered, if we hurry. She was born to the others. How can she be a woman of the clan? The flute-playing Mog-ur demanded. Others are not clan. They never will be. You say she came to you already marked with clan totem scars. But those are not the marks of a woman's totem. How can you be sure they're clan marks? Clan women do not have cave lion totems. I never said she was born with it, the Mog-ur said reasonably. Are you saying a cave lion cannot choose a woman? A cave lion can choose whoever he wants. She was nearly dead when she was found. Iza brought her back to life. Do you think a young girl could escape a cave lion if she wasn't under the protection of his spirit? He marked her with his sign so there could be no doubt. Those are clan totem marks on her leg. No one can deny that. Why would she be marked with clan totem scars if she wasn't intended to become a woman of the clan? I don't know why. I don't claim to understand why spirits do anything. With the help of Ursus, sometimes I can interpret what they do. Can any of you do any better? I will only say she knows the ritual. Iza has given her the secret of the roots in the red bag, and Iza would not have told her if she wasn't her daughter. We don't have to give up the ritual. I've already given you all my arguments before. You must decide, but do it soon. You said your clan thinks she's lucky, Norg's Mog-ur motioned. Not so much that she is lucky, but she seems to bring luck. We've been very lucky since she was found. Drug thinks of her as a sign from one's totem, something unique and unusual. Perhaps she's lucky too, in her own way. Well, it's certainly unusual enough for a woman of the others to be a woman of the clan, one of them commented. She brought luck to us today. Our young hunter is going to live, the wounded man's Mog-ur said. I am agreeable. It would be a shame to miss Iza's drink if we don't have to. There were several nods of agreement. What about you? The Mog-ur signaled to the magician who was second. Do you still think Ursus will be displeased if Ayla makes the ritual drink? All heads turned to look at him. If the powerful magician still objected, he could sway enough of the other Mog-urs to prevent it. If he just adamantly refused to participate, even if the rest agreed, it would be enough. Agreement had to be unanimous. There could be no schism in their ranks. He looked down, pondering the question, then at each man in turn. It may or it may not displease Ursus. I am not convinced. Something about her bothers me. But it's obvious no one else wants to eliminate the ritual, and it seems she is the only one available. I'd almost prefer to use Iza's true daughter, in spite of her youth. If everyone else agrees, I will withdraw my objection. I don't like it, but I won't prevent it. The Mog-ur looked at each man and received a nod of approval. With a relieved sigh covered by his efforts to pull himself up, the crippled man quickly left. He hobbled through several passages that opened into rooms, then narrowed again into passages, guided by stone lamps. They gave way to torches, placed at closer intervals as he neared the living quarters of the clans. Ayla was sitting beside the wounded young man in the front cave. Dirk was in her arms, and Uba on her other side. The man's mate was there too, watching him sleep, occasionally glancing up at Ayla with gratitude. Ayla, quickly, you must prepare yourself. There is little time, Mog-ur gestured. You will have to hurry, but do not overlook a single step. Come to me when you are ready. Uba, give Dirk to Olga to feed. Ayla won't have time. They both stared at the magician, stunned by the sudden change in plans. It took a moment to comprehend, then Ayla nodded. She ran quickly to the hearth in the second cave to get a clean wrap. Mog-ur turned to the young woman anxiously watching her sleeping mate. The Mog-ur would know how the young man fares. Arg says he will live and may walk again, but his leg will never be the same. The woman spoke with a different dialect, and everyday gestures modified so much that Ayla and Uba had had trouble communicating with her except with the formal language. The magician, however, had more practice with the common speech of other clans, but used the formal language to make his meaning more precise. The Mog-ur would know this man's totem. Ibex, she signed. This man is as sure-footed as that mountain goat? He asked. It has been said this man is, she began. This man was not so agile on this day, and now I don't know what he'll do. What if he never walks again? How will he hunt? How will he provide for me? What can a man do if he can't hunt? The young woman slipped into the common language of her clan as her taut nerves put her on the edge of hysteria. The young man lives. Is that not most important? The Mog-ur said to calm her. But he's proud. If he can't hunt, he may wish he hadn't lived. He was a good hunter. He might have been second to the leader one day. Now he may never gain status. He'll lose status. What will he do if he loses status? She pleaded. Woman, the Mog-ur motioned with mock severity. No man loses status who is the chosen of Ursus. He has already proved his manhood. He was almost chosen to walk with Ursus to the next world. The spirit of Ursus does not choose lightly. The great cave bear decided to allow him to remain, but he was still marked. This man is honored to claim Ursus as his totem now. His scars will be the marks of his new totem. He can wear them with pride. He will always be able to provide for you. The Mog-ur will speak with your leader. Your mate has the right to claim a share of every hunt. And he may walk again. He may even hunt again. Perhaps he won't be as agile as the ibex. He may walk more like a bear. But that doesn't mean he won't hunt again. Be proud of him, woman. Be proud of your mate who was chosen by Ursus. He is the chosen of Ursus? The woman repeated with a look of awe. The cave bear is his totem? And the ibex, too. He can claim both, the Mog-ur said. He noticed the beginning of a bulge under her wrap. No wonder she is so distraught, he thought. Does the woman have children yet? No, but life has started. I am hoping for a son. You are a good woman, a good mate. Stay with him. When he wakes, tell him what the Mog-ur has said. The young woman nodded, then glanced up as Ayla hurried by. The small river near the cave of the host clan became a torrent of angry water in spring, only slightly less violent in fall, tearing giant trees out by the roots, gouging huge boulders from the rocky face and hurtling them down the mountain. Even in its quieter moods, the surging stream, foaming down the middle of a rock-strewn floodplain many times wider than itself, had the greenish, cloudy cast of glacial runoff. Ayla and Uba had scouted the region near the cave shortly after they arrived to find the cleansing plants necessary to purify themselves in case one of them was called upon to participate in the ceremony. Ayla was nervous as she raced to dig up soaproot, horsetail fern, and red-rooted pigweed, and her stomach was a bundle of knots while she waited anxiously for boiling water from one of the cooking fires to extract the insecticidal element from the fern. The news that she would be allowed to perform the ritual spread rapidly through the clan. The Mog-ur's acceptance of her revised everyone's opinion of the clan woman born to the others, and her worth increased proportionately. It confirmed that she was indeed Isa's daughter, and elevated her to the medicine woman of highest rank. The leader of the clan that had members who were Zaug's kin reconsidered his flat refusal to accept her. Zaug's recommendation just might have some merit after all. Maybe one of the men would take her, if only as second woman. She could be a valuable addition. But Ayla was too worried to notice the comments fluttering around her. She was more than worried. She was terrified. I can't do it, her mind screamed, even as she ran to the small river. There isn't enough time to get ready. What if I forget something? What if I make a mistake? I'll disgrace Creb. I'll disgrace Brun. I'll disgrace the whole clan. The glacier-fed river was icy, but the cold water calmed her raw-edged nerves. She felt more relaxed as she sat on a rock, pulling tangles out of her long blonde hair, drying in a light breeze, and watching the glowing pink mountaintop, reflecting the setting sun, deepen to a rich bluish purple. Her hair was still damp when she put her amulet back over her head and her clean wrap on. Stuffing her tools in the folds, she picked up her other wrap and ran back to the cave. She passed Uba, holding Dirk on her way, and gave her a quick nod. The women were working frantically, unhelped by totally unmanageable children. The gory ritual slaying of the cave bear had them keyed up. They were unused to going hungry, and the smells of cooking stimulated appetites already sharp and made them irritable. And their mother's preoccupation gave them a rare opportunity to indulge in misbehavior seldom allowed children of the clan. Some of the boys had picked up the cut thongs from the bear's cage and wore them wrapped around their arms as badges of honor. Other boys, not as quick, tried to take them away, and all of them were racing around cooking fires. When they tired of the game, they teased the girls, supposed to be tending crying younger siblings, until the girls started chasing them around or running to their mothers to complain. It was a riotous, disorganized madhouse. Even the occasional stern command of some woman's mate did little to quell the unusually rambunctious youngsters. Children were not the only ones hungry. Food, prepared in enormous quantities, tantalized the taste buds of everyone, and anticipation of the great feast and evening ceremony added to the frenzied excitement. Heaps of wild yams, white starchy bread roots, and potato-like ground nuts boiled gently in skin pots slung over fires. Wild asparagus, lily roots, wild onions, legumes, small squashes, and mushrooms were cooking in various combinations with subtle seasonings. A mountain of wild lettuce, burdock, pigweed, and dandelion leaves, freshly washed, was waiting to be served raw with a dressing of hot bear grease, seasonings, and salt added at the last moment. One clan's specialty was a combination of onions, mushrooms, and the round green legumes of milk vetch, seasoned with a secret combination of herbs and thickened with dried reindeer moss. Another brought a special variety of pine cones from a tree that was unique to the area of their cave, that yielded large, tasty nuts released by the heat of a fire. Norg's clan toasted chestnuts gathered from the lower slopes and made a nut-flavored porridge sauce from cracked beech nuts, parched grains, and slices of small, hard, tart-sweet apples, cooked long and slowly. The area for some distance in the vicinity of the cave was stripped of blueberries, high bush cranberries, and from the lower elevations, raspberries and wild mountain blackberries. The women of Brun's clan had spent several days cracking and grinding the dried acorns they brought. The pulverized nuts were put in shallow holes in the sand near the river, and quantities of water poured over the pulpy mixture to leach out the bitterness. The resultant dough was baked into flat cakes, soaked in maple syrup until they were thoroughly saturated, then dried in the sun. The host clan, who also tapped their maple trees in early spring and boiled the watery sap for long days, were interested as soon as they saw the familiar birch bark containers that were used to store maple sugars and syrup. The sticky maple sweet acorn cakes were an unusual treat that the women of Norg's clan decided to try later themselves. Uba, keeping an eye on Dirk while helping the women, looked at the seemingly endless quantity and variety of food and wondered how they would ever be able to eat it all. Smoke, drifting upward, disappeared into the still dark night, filled with stars so thick a gossamer haze veiled the vault of the heavens. The moon was new and gave no hint of its presence, turning its back to the planet it circled and reflecting its light into the cold depths of space. The glow of cooking fires lighted the area near the cave in contrast to the darkness of the surrounding woods. Food had been moved away from the full force of the heat, but left near enough to keep it hot, and most of the women had retired to the cave. They were changing into new wraps and relaxing for a few moments before the festivities. But even the tired women were too excited to stay inside the cave for long. The space in front began to fill with a milling crowd, eagerly waiting for the feast and the beginning of the ceremony. A still hush descended as the 10 magicians and their 10 acolytes filed out of the opening, followed by a scramble to find places. It appeared to be a random assemblage that faced the holy men. Positions of the audience were not defined by location so much as relationship to other people. Orderly ranks were not important, only that each individual was ahead or behind or on the correct side of certain other individuals. There were always last-minute shufflings as people tried to find the best vantage point within their sphere of relationships. With dignified ceremony, a large fire was lit in front of the dark hole in the mountain. Then the stones were removed from the tops of the cooking pits. The mates of the leaders of the first-ranked and host clans had the signal honor of lifting out the huge haunches of tender meat, and Brun's chest swelled with satisfaction when he saw Abra step forward. The Mog-ur's acceptance of Ayla had finally decided the issue. Brun and his clan were a stronger first than they had ever been. Unlikely as it had appeared at first, the tall blonde female was a woman of the clan and a medicine woman of Iza's prestigious line. Brun's obdurate insistence that it was so had been proved correct. It was the will of Ursus. Had he wavered for even a moment, his prestige would not have been as great, or his success as sweet. Clouds of succulent steam caused empty stomachs to growl as the bear meat was removed with forked sticks. That was the signal for the other women to begin heaping platters of wood and bone and filling large bowls with the food they had labored so long to prepare. Broud and Vord stepped forward, carrying large flat trays, and stood in front of the Mog-ur. This feast of Ursus also honors Gorn, chosen by the great cave bear to accompany him. While he lived with Norg's clan, Ursus learned that his people had not forgotten his lessons. He grew to know Gorn well, and found him a worthy companion. Broud and Vord, for your courage, your strength, your endurance, you were selected to show the great spirit the bravery of the men of his clan. He tested you with his great strength, and he is pleased. You did well, and you are privileged to bring him the last meal he will share with his clan until he returns from the spirit world. May the spirit of Ursus always walk with us." The two young men passed by each of the women, standing beside dishes heaped with food, and selected the choicest morsels of each, with the exception of the meat. The captive cave bear had never been fed meat, though in the wild he occasionally indulged when it was easily available. The trays were placed in front of the bear hide mounted on the poles. Then the Mog-ur continued, "You drank of his blood. Now eat of his body, and be one with the spirit of Ursus." The benediction signaled the beginning of the feast. Broud and Vord received the first portions of the bear meat, then proceeded to fill plates for themselves, followed by the rest of the clan. Delighted sighs and grunts rose as they settled down to enjoy their repast. The meat from the hand-fed vegetarian bear was tender and rich with marbled fat. Vegetables, fruits, and grains, prepared with meticulous attention, were savored to the fullest, and the appetizer of hunger made everything taste even better. It was a feast worth waiting for. "Ayla, you're not eating. You know all the meat must be eaten tonight." "I know, Abra, but I'm just not hungry." "Ayla's nervous," Uba gestured between mouthfuls. "I'm glad I wasn't chosen." "But I wouldn't want to be too nervous to eat it." "Eat some meat anyway. You must do that. Do you have some broth for Dirk? He should have a little. It will make him one with the clan." "I gave him some, but he didn't want much. Olga just fed him." "Olga, is Creb still hungry? My breasts are so full they're getting sore." "I would have waited, but they were both hungry, Ayla. You can feed them tomorrow." "I'll have enough milk for them and 2 more by then. They won't want anything tonight. They'll be sleeping. The Datura sedative is all ready. Next time they're hungry, make them drink that first so they will sleep. Uba will tell you how much. I have to see Creb right after we eat, and I won't be back until after the ceremony." "Don't be too long. Our dance will start after the men go into the cave. Some of the medicine women are really good at making the rhythms. The women's dance at clan gatherings is always special," Abra motioned. "I haven't learned to play very well yet. Iza taught me a little, and the medicine woman from Norg's clan was showing me, but I haven't had much practice," Ayla said. "You haven't been a medicine woman very long, and Iza has spent more time teaching you the healing magic than the rhythms, although they're magic too," Ofra gestured. "Medicine women have to know so much." "I wish Iza were here," Abra motioned. "I'm glad they finally accepted you, Ayla, but I miss Iza. It seems so strange not having her with us." "I wish she were here too," Ayla said. "I hated leaving her behind. She's sicker than she likes to let anyone know. I hope she's getting lots of sun and rest." "When it's her time to walk in the next world, she will go. When the spirits call, no one can stop her," Abra said. Ayla shivered though the night was warm, and a sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. A vague, uneasy feeling like a chill wind that hinted of the end of summer warmth. Mog-ur signaled, and she quickly got up, but she couldn't shake the feeling as she walked to the cave. Iza's bowl, white-lined with a patina from generations of use, was on her sleeping fur where Ayla had put it. She took the red-dyed pouch out of her medicine bag and emptied the contents. In the torchlight, she began examining the roots. Though Iza had explained many times how to estimate the correct quantity, Ayla still wasn't sure how many to use for the 10 Mog-urs. The strength of the potion depended not only on number, but on the size of the roots and how long they had aged. She had never seen Iza make it. The woman had explained many times the drink was too venerable, too sacred to be made for practice. Daughters usually learned by watching their mothers, from repeated explanations, and even more from the innate knowledge they were born with. But Ayla was not born to the clan. She picked out several roots, then added one more to be sure the magic would be effective. Then she went to the place just inside the entrance, near a supply of fresh water, where Creb had told her to wait and watch the beginning of the rites. The sound of wooden drums was followed by the thudding of spear butts, and then the staccato of the long, hollowed-out tube. Acolytes moved among the men with bowls of datura tea, and soon they were moving to the heavy beat. The women stayed in the background. Their time would come later. Ayla stood by anxiously, her wrap draped loosely around her, waiting. The men's dance grew more frenzied, and she wondered how much longer she'd have to wait. Ayla jumped at a tap on her shoulder. She hadn't heard the Mog-urs coming out of the back of the cave, but she relaxed when she recognized Creb. The magicians moved silently out of the cave and arranged themselves around the bearskin. The Mog-ur stood in front, and from her vantage point she got a fleeting impression that the cave bear, mounted upright with its mouth open, was about to attack the crippled man. But the monstrous animal towering over the Mog-ur was held in suspended motion, a mere illusion of strength and ferocity. She saw the great magician signal the acolytes who were playing the wooden instruments. They stopped at the next accented beat, and the men looked up, a little stunned to see the Mog-urs where just an instant before, or so it seemed, there had been none. But the sudden appearance of the magicians was an illusion too, and now the young woman knew how it was done. The Mog-ur waited, letting the suspense build until he was sure everyone's attention was riveted on the giant figure of the cave bear, highlighted by the ceremonial fire and flanked by the holy men. His signal was inconspicuous, and he made a point of looking in another direction, but it was the one Ayla was waiting for. She slipped out of her wrap, filled the bowl with water, and clutching the roots in her hand, she took a deep breath and walked toward the one-eyed man. There was a startled gasp as Ayla walked into the circle of light. Clothed in her wrap, tied with a long cord that hid her shape with loose folds and pockets, and acting like any other female, she had begun to seem one of them. But without the disguising bulges, her true form stood out in sharp contrast to women of the clan. Rather than the round, almost barrel-shaped body structure characteristic of both men and women, Ayla was lean. From side view, she was slender, except for her milk-filled breasts. Her waist dipped in, then filled out to rounded hips, and her legs and arms were long and straight. Not even the red and black circles and lines painted on her naked body could hide it. Her face lacked the jutting jaw, and with her small nose and high forehead, it seemed more flat than they remembered. Her thick blonde hair, framing her face in loose waves and reaching halfway down her back, picked up highlights from the fire and gleamed golden, an oddly beautiful crown for the ugly, obviously alien young woman. But more astounding was her height. Somehow, when she was moving in a hurried, hunched-over shuffle or sitting at the feet of some man, they hadn't been so aware of it before. Standing opposite the magicians, it was obvious. When she bowed her head, she looked down at the top of the Mog-urs. Ayla was taller by far than the tallest man of the clan. The Mog-ur made a series of formalized gestures, invoking the protection of the spirit that still hovered near them. Then Ayla put the hard, dried roots in her mouth. It was difficult for her to chew them. She didn't have the large teeth and strong, heavy jaws of the people of the clan. As much as Iza had cautioned her against swallowing any of the juices that formed in her mouth, she couldn't help it. She didn't really know how long it was supposed to take to soften the roots, but it seemed to her she had to chew and chew and chew. By the time she spat out the last of the masticated pulp, she was feeling lightheaded. She stirred it until the fluid in the ancient sacred bowl turned a watery white. Then she passed it to Guv. The acolytes had waited while she worked at the roots, each holding a bowl of long, steep datura tea. Guv handed the bowl of white liquid Ayla gave him to Mog-ur, then picked up his bowl and gave it to Ayla, as the other apprentice magicians gave theirs to the medicine women of their clans, an exchange in kind and value. The Mog-ur took a sip of the liquid. "It's strong," the holy man motioned in guarded gestures to Gouv. "Give less." Gouv nodded and took the bowl, then walked to the Mog-ur, who was second. Ayla and the medicine women carried their bowls to the waiting women and gave controlled amounts of the liquid to them and the older girls. Ayla drained the last dregs from her bowl, but she was already feeling a strange sense of distance, as though a part of her was detached and watching from some other place. Several of the older medicine women took up the wooden drums and began to beat out the rhythms of the women's dance. Ayla watched the moving sticks with intense fascination, each beat sounding precise and clear. The medicine woman of Norg's clan offered a bowl drum to her. She listened to the rhythm, tapping lightly, then found herself playing along. Time lost all meaning. When she looked up, the men were gone, and the women gyrating with a wildly free, erotic frenzy. She felt an urge to join them, put the drum down, and watched it fall over and spin a few times before it stopped. Her attention was diverted by the bowl shape of the instrument. It reminded her of Iza's bowl, the precious ancient relic entrusted to her care. She remembered staring into the white, watery liquid, her fingers stirring it round and round. "Where is Iza's bowl?" she thought. "What happened to it?" She dwelled on the bowl, worried over it, became obsessed with it. She had an image of Iza, and tears came to her eyes. Iza's bowl. I've lost Iza's bowl. Her beautiful, ancient bowl, passed on by her mother, and her mother's mother, and her mother's mother's mother. In her mind, she saw Iza, and another Iza behind her, and another, and another. Medicine woman after medicine woman lined up behind Iza into an ancient, misty past, each holding a venerable, white-stained bowl. The women faded, and her mind's eye zoomed in on the bowl. Then suddenly the bowl cracked, fell away in two parts, broken down the center. "No! No!" The scream was inside her mind. She was frantic. "Iza's bowl! I've got to find Iza's bowl!" She stumbled away from the women and staggered toward the cave. It took forever. She scrambled through bone platters and wooden bowls, holding the remains of the feast congealed in them, searching for the treasured container. The cave entrance drew her, dimly outlined by torches within, and she stumbled toward it. Suddenly, her way was blocked. She was trapped, caught in the meshes of some coarse, hairy creature. She looked up and gasped. A monstrous face with a huge open mouth stared down at her. Ayla backed away, then ran toward the beckoning cave. As she passed through the entrance, her eye was caught by something white near the place where she had waited for Mog-ur's signal. She fell to her knees and carefully picked up Iza's bowl, cradling it in her arms. Milky fluid still sloshed around the softened root pulp in the bottom. "They didn't drink it all," she thought. "I made too much. I must have made too much. What will I do with it? I can't throw it away. Iza said it can't be thrown away. That's why she couldn't show me. That's why I made too much, because she couldn't show me. I made it wrong. What if someone finds out? They might think I'm not a real medicine woman, not a woman of the clan. They might make us leave. What should I do? What should I do? I'll drink it. That's what I'll do. If I drink it, no one will know." Ayla held the bowl to her lips and drained it. The mysterious drink was strong to begin with, but the roots soaking in the small amount of liquid made it far more potent. She started into the second cave with a vague idea of putting the bowl in a safe place. But before she reached her hearth, she began to feel the effects. Ayla was so disoriented she didn't notice dropping the bowl on the ground just within the hearth's boundary stones. There was a taste in her mouth of ancient primordial forest, rich, damp loam, musty, rotted wood, towering large-leafed trees wet with rain, huge, fleshy mushrooms. The walls of the cave expanded, receding farther and farther away. She felt like an insect crawling along the ground. Minute details sprang into sharp focus. Her eyes traced the outline of a footprint, saw every small pebble, each grain of dust. She caught a movement out of the corner of her eye and watched a spider climbing a shining cable of silk glistening in the light of a torch. The flame hypnotized her. She stared at the flickering, dancing light and watched black smoke curling up to the dark ceiling. She moved closer to the torch, then saw another one. She followed its beckoning flame, but when she reached it, another torch beckoned, and then another, drawing her ever deeper into the cave. She didn't notice when the fires of torches became the fires of small stone lamps spaced far apart, and she wasn't noticed when she passed by a large interior room full of men lost in a deep trance, or the smaller room that held adolescent boys led by older acolytes in a ceremony that gave them a taste of the adult male experience. With single-minded purpose, she walked toward each tiny flame, only to be drawn to the next one. The lights led her through narrow passages that opened into larger rooms, then narrowed again. She stumbled on the uneven floor, groping for the damp, rocky walls spinning around her. She turned into a passage, and at the far end saw a large, rosy glow. It was incredibly long. It went on, forever. Often she seemed to see herself from a great distance, staggering along the dimly lit tunnel. She felt her mind drawn farther into the distance, into a deep black void, but she quailed before the immensity of nothingness and struggled to retreat from it. Finally, she neared the light at the end of the tunnel and saw several figures seated in a circle. From some well of caution buried deep in her drug-clouded mind, she stopped short of the last mesmerizing flames and hid behind a stone pillar. In their lighted chamber, the 10 Mog-urs were deeply involved in a ritual. They had begun the ceremony that included all the men of the clan, but left their acolytes to conclude it, and retreated to the inner sanctum alone to conduct rites too secret even for acolytes. Each man, cloaked in his bearskin, sat behind the skull of a cave bear. Other skulls adorned niches in the wall. In the middle of their circle was a hairy object Ayla couldn't identify at first. But when she did, only her drug-induced stupor kept her from crying out. It was the severed head of Gorn. She watched with fascinated horror as the Mog-ur of Norg's clan reached for the head, turned it over, and with a stone enlarged the foramen magnum, the great opening of the spinal column. The pink-gray, jellied mass of Gorn's brain lay exposed. The magician made silent gestures over the head, then reached into the opening with his hand and tore out a piece of the soft tissue. He held the quivering mass in his hand while the next Mog-ur reached for the head. Even in her stupor, Ayla felt a deep revulsion, but she was held spellbound as each magician dipped into the grisly head and withdrew a portion of the brain of the man who had been killed by the cave bear. A whirling, spinning vertigo brought Ayla to the brink of the deep emptiness. She swallowed to keep from being sick. Desperately she clung to the edge of the void, but when she saw the great holy men of the clan move their hands to their mouths and eat Gorn's brain, she let go. The act of cannibalism drove her into an abyss of black space. She screamed soundlessly, unable to hear herself. She was unable to see, unable to feel, devoid of any sensations, but she knew it. She hadn't escaped into a mind-blanking sleep. The void had another quality, a terrifying, empty quality. Fear, all-encompassing fear, gripped her. She struggled to return, screamed silently for help, but was only drawn deeper. She sensed movement she could not sense, as faster and faster she fell into the deep black infinity, into the endless cold void. Suddenly, her motionless motion slowed. She felt a tickling sensation inside her brain, inside her mind, and a counterpull that slowly drew her back over the edge, out of the infinite hole. She sensed emotions alien to her, emotions not her own. Strongest was love, but mixed in was deep anger and great fear, and then a hint of curiosity. With a shock, she realized Mog-ur was inside her head. In her mind, she felt his thoughts, with her emotions, his feelings. There was a distinctly physical quality to it, a sense of crowding without its unpleasantness, more like a touching that was closer than physical touching. The mind-altering roots from Isa's red bag accentuated a natural tendency of the clan. Instinct had evolved in clan people into memory, but memory taken far enough back became identical, became racial memory. The racial memories of the clan were the same, and with perceptions sensitized, they could share their identical memories. The trained Mog-urs had developed their natural tendency with conscious effort. They were all capable of some control over the shared memories, but the Mog-ur was born with a unique ability. Not only could he share the memories and control them, he could keep the link intact as their thoughts moved through time from the past to the present. The men of his clan enjoyed a richer, fuller ceremonial interrelationship than any other clan. But with the trained minds of the Mog-urs, he could make the telepathic link from the beginning. Through him, all the Mog-urs shared a union far closer and more satisfying than any physical one. It was a touching of spirits. The white liquid from Isa's bowl that had heightened the perceptions and opened the minds of the magicians to the Mog-ur had allowed his special ability to create a symbiosis with Ayla's mind as well. The traumatic birth that damaged the brain of the disfigured man had impaired only a portion of his physical abilities, not the sensitive psychic overdevelopment that enabled his great power. But the crippled man was the ultimate end product of his kind. Only in him had nature taken the course set for the clan to its fullest extreme. There could be no further development without radical change, and their characteristics were no longer adaptable. Like the huge creature they venerated, and many others that shared their environment, they were incapable of surviving radical change. The race of men with social conscience enough to care for their weak and wounded, with spiritual awareness enough to bury their dead and venerate their great totem. The race of men with great brains, but no frontal lobes, who made no great strides forward, who made almost no progress in nearly 100,000 years, was doomed to go the way of the woolly mammoth and the great cave bear. They didn't know it, but their days on earth were numbered. They were doomed to extinction. In Creb, they had reached the end of their line. Ayla felt a sensation akin to the deep pulsing of a foreign bloodstream superimposed on her own. The powerful mind of the great magician was exploring her alien convolutions, trying to find a way to mesh. The fit was imperfect, but he found channels of similarity, and where none existed, he groped for alternatives and made connections where there were only tendencies. With startling clarity, she suddenly comprehended that it was he who had brought her out of the void, but more, he was keeping the other Mog-urs, also linked with him, from knowing she was there. She could just barely sense his connection with them, but she could not sense them at all. They too knew he had made a connection with someone or something else, but never dreamed it was Ayla. And just as she understood Mog-ur had saved her and was still protecting her, she knew the profound sense of reverence with which the magicians had indulged in the cannibalistic act that had so revolted her. She hadn't realized, she had no way of knowing, that it was a communion. The reason for the gathering of the clans was to bind them together, to make them clan. But clan was more than the 10 clans here. They all knew of clans that lived too far away to travel to this meeting. They went to clan gatherings closer to their own caves. They were still clan. All clan people shared a common heritage and remembered it, and any ritual performed at any one gathering had the same significance for all. The magicians believed they were making a beneficial contribution to the clan. They were absorbing the courage of the young man who was journeying with the spirit of Ursus. And since they were Mog-urs with special abilities within their brains, it was they who were capable of dispersing the courage to all. That was the reason for Mog-ur's anger and his fear. By long tradition, only men were allowed to share in the ceremonies of the clan. The consequences of a woman viewing even an ordinary ceremony held by a single clan meant that the clan was doomed. This was no ordinary ceremony. This was a ceremony of great significance for the whole clan. Ayla was a woman. Her presence could mean only one thing: irreversible, irredeemable misfortune and calamity to them all. And she was not even a woman of the clan. Mog-ur knew that now with a surety he could no longer deny. From the moment he became aware of her presence, he knew she was not clan. He understood as quickly the consequences of her presence, but it was already too late. They were implacable, and he knew that, too. But her crime was so great, he wasn't sure what to do about her. Even a death curse was not enough. Before he decided, he wanted to know more about her, and through her, more about the others. He was surprised he felt her cry for help. The others were different, but there had to be similarities, too. He felt he needed to know for the sake of the clan, and he had a curiosity greater than normal for his kind. She had always intrigued him. He wanted to know what made her different. He decided to try an experiment. Forcing his way into deeper recesses, the powerful holy man, controlling the 9 brains that matched his and willingly acquiesced, and separately, another that was similar and yet different, took them all back to their beginnings. Ayla tasted the primordial forest again, then felt it turn to warm salt. Her impressions were not as clear as the rest. It was new to her, this feeling of being and remembering the dawn of life, and her memories of it were subconscious and vague. But her innermost, earliest levels matched. The beginnings were the same, Mog-ur thought. She felt the individuality of her own cells and knew when they split and differentiated in the warm, nurturing waters still carried within her. They grew and split and diverged, and motion had purpose. Again a divergence, and soft pulsations of life became hard and gave shape and form. Another divergence, and she knew the pain of the first explosion of air breathed by creatures in a new element. Diverge, and rich, loamy earth and the green of a young verdancy, and burrowing to escape crushing monsters. Diverge, and security in reaching a limb across a chasm, and suddenly heat and dryness, and drought driving her back to the edge of the sea. Diverge, and traces of a missing link, lost in the sea that enlarged her form and stripped her fur and changed her contours, and left cousins behind, to revert to an earlier, more streamlined shape, but still air-breathing and milk-nursing. And now she walked upright, on 2 hind legs, leaving forelegs free to manipulate, and eyes to see a farther horizon, and the beginnings of a forebrain. She was veering away from Mog-ur, starting a different path, yet not so far apart that he couldn't track it with his own, almost parallel one. He broke contact with the others, but they were far enough along to continue their own way. It was nearly time to break it anyway. Just the 2 of them remained linked, the old man of the clan and the young woman of the others. He was no longer guiding, but he still tracked, and not only did he track her course, she tracked his. She saw land change from warmth to ice, even deeper and more bone-chilling than the ice of their own times. It was a land far away in space as well as time. Far to the west, she sensed, not far from a great sea many times larger than the sea that surrounded their peninsula. She saw a cave, the home of some ancestor of the great magician, an ancestor who looked much like him. It was a hazy picture seen across the chasm that separated their races. The cave was in a steep wall that faced a river and a flat plain. At the top of the cliff, a large boulder stood out distinctly. It was a long, slightly flattened column of rock that tilted over the edge, as though caught in the act of falling, and frozen in place. The stone was from a different location, of a different material, and erratic, moved by raging waters and shifting earth until it lodged at the edge of the cliff that housed the cave. The picture wavered, but the memory of it stayed with her. For a moment, she felt an overwhelming sorrow. Then she was alone. Mog-ur could follow no more. She found her own way back to herself, and then a little beyond. She had a fleeting glimpse of the cave again, followed by a confusing kaleidoscope of landscapes, laid out not with the randomness of nature, but in regular patterns. Box-like structures reared up from the earth, and long ribbons of stone spread out, along which strange animals crawled at great speeds. Huge birds flew without flapping their wings. Then more scenes, so strange she couldn't comprehend them. It happened in an instant. In her rush to reach the present, there was a slight overshoot, a small spike beyond her time, just to where she might have diverged again. Then her mind was clear, and she looked out from behind a pillar at 10 men seated in a circle. The Mog-ur was looking at her. and she saw in his deep brown eye the sorrow she had felt. He had forged indelible new paths in her brain, paths that let her glimpse ahead, but he could not forge new paths in his own. While she looked beyond, he caught a glimpse, not of the future, but of a sense of future. A future that was hers, but not his. He grasped the concept imperfectly, but he understood the potential of it and quailed before it. Creb could make almost no abstractions. He could count, only with great effort, to just beyond 20. He could make no quantum leaps, no intuitive strokes of genius. His mind, he knew, was more powerful than hers by far, more intelligent, perhaps. But his genius was of a different nature. He could identify with his beginnings, and hers. He could remember more and better than any of his own ancient clan. He could even force her to remember. But in her, he sensed the youth, the vitality of a newer form. She had diverged again, and he had not. "Get out!" Ayla jumped at his sharp command, surprised he had spoken so loud. Then she realized he hadn't spoken at all. She had felt, not heard him. "Get out of the cave! Hurry! Get out now!" She sprang from her hiding place and ran down the passage. Some of the stone lamps had burned through the moss wicks, others were sputtering and dying, but there were enough to guide her way. No sound emerged from the inner caves where all the men and boys now slept the dreamless sleep. She came to the torches, some of them guttered too, and finally dashed out of the cave. It was still dark, but the faint glimmerings of a new day were beginning. Ayla's mind was clear, no trace of the powerful drug remained, but she was completely spent. She saw the women sprawled out on the ground, purged and drained, and lay down beside Uba. She was still naked, but noticed the morning chill no more than the other naked, sleeping women. By the time Mog-ur reached the mouth of the cave after following behind her more slowly, she was in a deep, dreamless sleep. He hobbled up to her and looked down at her tousled blonde hair, as distinctly different from the rest of the women's hair as Ayla was herself, and a great heaviness descended on his soul. He should not have let her go. He should have brought her before the men and had her killed outright, then and there, for her crime. But what good would it do? It would not undo the catastrophe her presence had wrought. It would not cancel the calamity the clan must bear. What good would it do to kill her? Ayla was only one of her kind, and she was the one he loved. Chapter 25. Guv walked out of the cave, blinked at the morning sunlight, rubbed his eyes, and stretched. He noticed Mog-ur sitting hunched over on a log, staring at the ground. So many lamps and torches are out, he thought. Someone could make a wrong turn and get lost. I'll ask Mog-ur if I should refill the lamps and put up new torches. The acolyte strode purposefully toward the magician, but stopped when he saw the old man's drawn face and the despondent slump of his shoulders. Maybe I won't bother him. I'll just go ahead and do it. Mog-ur is getting old, Guv thought, walking back into the cave with a bladder of bear grease, new wicks, and extra torches. I keep forgetting how old he really is. The trip here was hard on him, and the ceremonies take a lot out of him, and there's still the journey back. Strange, the young acolyte mused. I never thought of him as old before. A few more men wandered out of the cave, rubbing sleepy eyes, and stared at the naked women scattered on the ground, wondering, as they always did, what made them so exhausted. The first women to wake up ran for their wraps, then began to wake the others before too many more men came out of the cave. "Ayla," Uba called, shaking the woman. "Ayla, wake up!" Ayla mumbled and rolled over. "Ayla, Ayla," Uba said again, shaking her harder. "Abra, I can't get her up." "Ayla," the woman said louder, shaking her roughly. Ayla opened her eyes and tried to signal an answer, then closed them again and curled up in a tight ball. "Ayla, Ayla," Abra said again. The young woman opened her eyes once more. "Go into the cave and sleep it off, Ayla. You can't stay out here. The men are getting up," Abra commanded. The young woman stumbled toward the cave. A moment later she was back out, wide awake, but drained of color. "What's wrong?" Uba motioned. "You're white. You look like you've seen a spirit." "Uba, oh, Uba, the bowl." Ayla slumped to the ground and buried her face in her hands. "The bowl? What bowl, Ayla? I don't understand." "It's broken," Ayla managed to gesture. "Broken?" Abra said. "Why should a broken bowl bother you so much? You can make another." "No, I can't. Not like that one. It's Isa's bowl, the one she got from her mother. Mother's bowl? Mother's ceremonial bowl? Uba asked, her face stricken. The dry, brittle wood of the ancient relic had lost all its resilience after so many generations of use. A hairline crack had developed, but went unnoticed beneath the white coating. The shock of dropping from Ayla's hand to the hard stone floor of the cave was more than it could take. It had split in two. Ayla didn't notice Creb look up when she ran out of the cave. The knowledge that the venerable bowl was broken put a grim note of finality on his thoughts. It's fitting. Never again will the magic of those roots be used. I will never again hold any ceremony with them, and I will not teach Guv how they were used before. The clan will forget them. The old cripple leaned heavily on his staff and pulled himself up, feeling twinges of pain in his arthritic joints. I have sat in cold caves long enough. It is time for Guv to take over. He's young for it, but I'm too old. If I push him, he can be ready in a year or two. He may have to be. Who knows how much longer I'll last? Brun noticed a marked change in the old magician. He thought Mog-ur's depression was caused by a natural letdown after the excitement, especially since this would be his last clan gathering. Even so, Brun worried how he would weather the trip back, and was sure he would slow them down on the way home. Brun decided to take his hunters on one last foray, and then exchange the fresh meat for some of the host clan's stored provisions to supplement their supply for the return trip. After the successful hunt, Brun was in a hurry to leave. A few clans had left already. With the festivities over, his thoughts returned to the home cave and the people left behind, but he was in good spirits. The challenge to his position had never been greater. It made the victory all the more satisfactory. He was pleased with himself, pleased with his clan, and pleased with Ayla. She was a good medicine woman. He had seen it before. When someone's life was threatened, she forgot everything else, just like Iza. Brun knew Mog-ur had been instrumental in persuading the other magicians, but it was Ayla herself who proved it when she saved the young hunter's life. He and his mate were going to stay with the host clan until he was well enough to travel, probably wintering with them. Mog-ur never spoke of Ayla's clandestine visit to the small chamber deep in the mountain, except once. She was packing, getting ready to depart the next morning, when Creb shuffled into the second cave. He had been avoiding her, and it hurt the young woman who loved him. He stopped short when he saw her and turned to leave, but she cut off his departure by rushing up and sitting at his feet. He looked down at her bowed head, heaved a sigh, and tapped her shoulder. She looked up, shocked to see how much he had aged in just a few days. The disfiguring scar and flap of skin that covered his empty eye socket were shriveled and sunk deeper into the shadow of his overhanging brow ridges. His gray beard hung limp from his prognathous jaw, and his low, back-slanted forehead was emphasized by a receding hairline, but it was the dark sorrow in his one liquid, deep brown eye that overwhelmed her. What had she done to him? She wished fervently she could take back her trip into the cave that night. The hurt she felt for Creb when she saw his body racked with pain was nothing to the anguish she felt for the pain in Mog-ur's soul. "What is it, Ayla?" he motioned. "Mog-ur, she fumbled, then rushed on. "Oh, Creb, I can't stand to see you hurting so. What can I do? I'll go to Brun if you want. I'll do anything you ask. Just tell me what to do." What can you do, Ayla, he thought. Can you change who you are? Can you take back the damage you did? The clan will die. Only you and your kind will be left. We are an ancient people. We have kept our traditions, honored the spirits and great Ursus. But it is over for us. Finished. Maybe it was meant to be. Maybe it wasn't you, Ayla, but your kind. Is that why you were brought to us? To tell me? The earth we leave is beautiful and rich. It gave us all we needed for all the generations we have lived. How will you leave it when it is your turn? What can you do? There is one thing you can do, Ayla. The Mog-ur gestured slowly, emphasizing every movement. His eye turned cold. You can never mention it again. He stood as tall as his one good leg would allow, trying not to lean too much on his staff. Then, with all the pride in himself and his people he could gather, he turned with stiff dignity and walked out of the cave. "Proud!" The young man strode over to the man who had greeted him. The women of Brun's clan were hurrying to finish the morning meal. They planned to leave as soon as they ate, and the men were taking one last opportunity to talk to people they would not see again for 7 years. Some they would never see again. They were lingering over the details of the exciting meeting to make it last just a little longer. "You did well this time, Braud, and by the next gathering you will be leader." "Next time you may do as well," Braud gestured, puffing up with pride. "We were just lucky." "You are lucky. Your clan is first. Your Mog-ur is first. Even your medicine woman is first. You know, Braud, you're lucky to have Ayla. Not many medicine women would brave a cave bear to save a hunter." Braud scowled slightly, then saw Vord and walked over to him. "Vord," he hailed, motioning a greeting. "You did well this time. I was glad when they chose you over Naus. He was all right, but you were definitely better. But you deserve to be first choice, Braud. You ran a good race, too. Your whole clan deserves its place. Even your medicine woman is best, though I had my doubts at first. She'll be a good medicine woman to have around when you are leader. I only hope she doesn't get any taller. Between you and me, I feel strange having to look up at a woman." "Yes, the woman is too tall," Braud said with stiff gestures. "But what does it matter, as long as she's a good medicine woman, right?" Braud barely nodded, then waved aside further discussion and walked away. Ayla. "Ayla, I'm getting tired of Ayla," he thought, heading across the cleared space. "Braud, I wanted to see you before you left," a man said, walking over to meet him halfway. "You know, there is a woman in my clan with a daughter deformed like the son of your medicine woman. I talked to Brun, and he has agreed to accept her, but he wanted me to talk to you. You'll most likely be leader by then. The woman has promised to raise her daughter to be a good woman, worthy of the first clan and the son of the first medicine woman. You don't have any objections, do you, Braud? It's a logical match." "No," Braud gestured curtly and turned on his heel. If he hadn't been so angry, he might have objected, but he didn't feel like getting into a discussion about Ayla. "By the way, that was a good race, Braud." The young man didn't see the comment. His back was already turned. As he stalked toward the cave, he saw 2 women avidly engrossed in conversation. He knew he should look away to avoid seeing what they were saying, but he just stared straight ahead, affecting not to notice them. "I just couldn't believe she was a woman of the clan, and then, when I saw her baby—" But the way she walked right up to Ursus, just like she belonged to the host clan, not afraid of him or anything. I couldn't have done it. "I talked to her for a while. She's really nice, and she acts perfectly normal. I can't help but wonder, though. Do you think she'll ever find a mate? She's so tall. What man wants a woman taller than he is, even if she is a first-ranked medicine woman? Someone told me one clan is considering her, but there just wasn't time to work out the details, and I think they want to talk about it. They said they'd send a runner if they decide to accept her." "But don't they have a new cave? They say she found it, and that it's very big, and lucky, too. It's supposed to be near the sea, and the paths are well used. I think a good runner could find them." Braud passed the 2 women and had to restrain an urge to cuff the lazy, gossiping busybodies. But they weren't of his clan, and though it was his prerogative to discipline any woman, it wasn't good policy to cuff one from another clan without permission of mates or leaders, unless the infractions were obvious. It was obvious enough to him, but it might not be to someone else. "Our medicine woman says she's skilled," Norg was saying as Braud entered the cave. "She is Isa's daughter," Brun motioned, "and Iza has trained her well. It's a shame Iza couldn't make it. She is ill, I understand." "Yes, that's one reason I want to hurry. We have a long way to go. Your hospitality has been excellent, Norg, but one's own cave is home. This has been one of the best clan gatherings. It will be long remembered," Brun said. Braud turned his back, clenching his fists before he could see the compliment Norg paid to the son of Brun's mate. "Ayla, Ayla, Ayla! Everybody is talking about Ayla. You'd think no one did anything at this clan gathering except her. Was she first chosen? Who was on the bear's head while she was safely on the ground? So what if she saved that hunter's life? He'll probably never walk again. She's ugly, and she's too tall, and her son is deformed, and they should know how insolent she is at home." Just then, Ayla ran past, carrying several bundles. Braud's look of hate was so full of malice it made her flinch. "What did I do now?" she thought. "I've hardly seen Braud the whole time we've been here." Braud was a full-grown, powerfully built man of the clan, but the threat he posed was far greater than mere physical harm. He was the son of the leader's mate, and destined to be leader himself one day. He thought about that as he watched Ayla put her bundles down outside the cave. After they ate, the women quickly packed the few utensils they had used to make the morning meal. Brun was impatient to leave, and so were they. Ayla had a few last gestures with some of the medicine women, Norg's mate, and a few others, then wrapped her son in his carrying cloak and took her place in front of the women of Brun's clan. Brun gave a signal, and they started across the cleared area in front of the cave. Before rounding the bend in the trail, Brun stopped, and they all turned to look back one last time. Norg and his whole clan were standing at the mouth of their cave. "Walk with Ursus," Norg signaled. Brun nodded and started out again. It would be 7 years before they saw Norg again, or perhaps never. Only the spirit of the great cave bear knew. Just as Brun had thought, the return trip was difficult for Creb. No longer buoyed by anticipation, and further depressed by brooding over the knowledge he kept secret, the old man's body betrayed him time and time again. Brun's concern deepened. He had never known the great magician to be so dispirited. He lagged behind. Many times Brun had to send a hunter back to find him while they waited. The leader slowed the pace, hoping it would make it easier for him, but Creb just didn't seem to care. The few evening ceremonies, held at Brun's insistence, lacked force. Mog-ur seemed reluctant, his gestures stiff, as though his heart wasn't in it. Brun noticed that Creb and Ayla kept their distance, and though she had no trouble keeping up, Ayla's step had lost its spring. There's something wrong between those two, he thought. They had been traveling through tall sear grass since mid-morning. Brun glanced back. Creb was nowhere in sight. He started to signal one of the men, then changed his mind and walked back to Ayla instead. "Go back and find Mog-ur," he motioned. She looked surprised, then nodded. Giving dirk to Uba, she hurried back along the trail of bent, stepped-on grass. She found him quite a distance behind, walking slowly and leaning heavily on his staff. He seemed to be in pain. Ayla had been so stunned by his response to her loving remorse, she hadn't known what to say to him afterward. She was sure he was suffering from his aching arthritic joints, but he had refused to let her give him anything for the pain. After the first few rebuffs, she didn't offer again, though her heart ached for him. He stopped when he saw her. "What are you doing here?" he gestured. "Brun sent me back for you." Creb grunted and started walking again. Ayla fell in behind him. She watched his slow, painful movements until she couldn't stand it any more. She went around him and dropped to the ground at his feet, forcing him to stop. Creb looked down at the young woman for a long time before he tapped her shoulder. "This woman would know why the Mog-ur is angry." "I'm not angry, Ayla." "Then why won't you let me help you?" she pleaded. "You never refused before." Ayla struggled to compose herself. "This woman is a medicine woman. She is trained to help those in pain. It is her place, her function. It hurts this woman to see the Mog-ur suffer. She cannot help it." Ayla couldn't maintain the formal posture. "Oh, Creb, let me help you. Don't you know I love you? To me, you are like the maid of my mother. You have provided for me, spoken for me. I owe my life to you. I don't know why you stopped loving me, but I haven't stopped loving you." Tears streamed down her face in hopeless desperation. Why does water always come to her eyes when she thinks I don't love her? And why should her weak eyes always make me want to do something for her? Do all the others have that problem? She is right. I never minded her help before. Why should it matter now? She is not a woman of the clan. No matter what the rest think, she was born to the others, and she will always be one of them. She doesn't even know it. She thinks she's a clan woman. She thinks she's a medicine woman. She is a medicine woman. She may not be of Isa's line, but she is a medicine woman. And she has tried to become a clan woman, as hard as it was for her sometimes. I wonder, how hard is it for her? This is not the first time water has come to her eyes, but how many times has she fought to hold it back? It's when she thinks I don't love her that she can't hold it. Can it hurt her so much? How much would it hurt me if I thought she didn't love me? More than I'd like to think. If she loves the same, can she be so different? Creb tried to see her as a stranger, as a woman of the others, but she was still Ayla, still the child of the mate he never had. "We'd better hurry, Ayla. Brun is waiting." Wipe your eyes, and when we stop, you can make me some willow bark tea, medicine woman." A smile broke through her tears. She scrambled up and fell in behind him again. After a few paces, she moved up to his weak side. He halted a moment, then nodded and leaned on her for support. Brun noticed an improvement immediately and soon picked up the pace again, though they still weren't traveling as fast as he would have liked. There was an air of melancholy about the old man, but he seemed to be trying harder. I knew there was a problem with those two, Brun thought, but they seemed to have worked it out. He was glad he had the idea to send her back for him. Creb did let Ayla help him, but there was still a distance between them, a breach too great for him to span. He couldn't forget the difference in their destinies, and it created a strain that dampened the easy warmth of earlier days. Though the days were hot as Brun's clan trekked back to their cave, the nights were growing cool. The first sight of snow-capped mountains far to the west heartened the clan. But as the distance hardly diminished with the passing days, the range at the southern tip of the peninsula became just a part of the scenery. The distance did diminish, though, however imperceptibly. As they continued, day after weary day, in their westward direction, the blue depths of crevices gave character to the glaciers, and the indistinct purple below the icy crown took on shapes of outcrops and ridges. They pushed on until dark before they made camp the last night on the steppes, and everyone was awake at first light. The plains merged into a parkland of open meadow and tall trees, and the sight of a grass-eating, temperate-climate rhinoceros brought a feeling of familiarity after it went on its way without deigning to notice them. The pace quickened when they came to a path that wound up the foothills. Then they rounded a familiar ridge and saw their cave, and every heart beat faster. They were home. Abba and Zaug were rushing to meet them. Abba welcomed her daughter and Drug joyously, hugged the older children, then took Grub in her arms. Zaug nodded at Ayla as he ran toward Grad and Uka, then Ovra and Guv. "Where is Dorv?" Ika motioned. "He walks in the world of the spirits now," Zaug replied. "His eyes got so bad he couldn't see what anyone was saying. I think he gave up and didn't want to wait for your return. When the spirits called, he left with them. We buried him and marked the place so Mog-ur could find it for the death rites." Ayla looked around, suddenly anxious. "Where's Isa?" "She is very ill, Ayla," Abba said. "She hasn't been out of her bed since the last new moon." "Isa! Not Isa! No, no!" Ayla cried, running toward the cave. She threw her bundles down when she reached Kreb's hearth and rushed toward the woman lying on her furs. "Isa! Isa!" the young woman cried. The old medicine woman opened her eyes. "Ayla," she said, her gruff voice barely audible. "The spirits have granted my wish," she motioned feebly. "You're back." Isa held out her arms. Ayla embraced her and felt her thin, frail body, hardly more than bones covered with wrinkled skin. Her hair was snow-white, her face dried parchment stretched over bones with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. She looked 1,000 years old. She was just past 26. Ayla could hardly see for the tears that streamed down her face. "Why did I go to the clan gathering? I should have stayed here and taken care of you. I knew you were sick. Why did I go away and leave you?" "No, no, Ayla," Isa motioned. "Don't blame yourself. You can't change what is meant to be. I knew I was dying when you left. You couldn't have helped me. No one could. I just wanted to see you one more time before I went to join the spirits." "You can't die. I won't let you die. I'll take care of you. I'll make you get well," Ayla gestured wildly. "Ayla, Ayla, there are some things even the best medicine woman cannot do." The exertion brought on a coughing spell. Ayla held her propped up until the cough quieted. She shoved her fur behind the woman to raise her up and make her breathing easier, then began rummaging through the medicines stored near Isa's bed. "Where's the elecampane? I can't find any elecampane." "I don't think there's any left," Isa motioned weakly. The fit of coughing had exhausted her. "I used a lot of it and couldn't go out to get more. Abba tried to find some, but she brought back sunflowers." "I shouldn't have gone," Ayla said, then raced out of the cave. She met Uba carrying Dirk and Creb at the entrance. "Isa's sick," Ayla waved frantically, "and she doesn't even have any elecampane. I'm going to get some. There's no fire at the hearth, Uba. Why did I go to the clan gathering? I should have stayed here with her." Why did I leave?" Ayla's bleak face, grimy with travel, was streaked with tears. She neither noticed nor cared. She ran down the slope as Creb and Uba hurried into the cave. Ayla splashed across the stream, raced to the meadow where the plants grew, and dug up the roots with her bare hands, tearing them out of the ground. Stopping at the stream just long enough to wash them, she sped back to the cave. Uba had a fire going, but the water she had started heating was just barely warm. Creb was standing over Iza, making formal motions with more fervor than he had felt for many days, calling on every spirit he knew to strengthen her life essence, and pleading with them not to take her yet. Uba had put Dirk on a mat. He was just starting to crawl, and pulled himself up on his hands and knees. He scooted toward his mother, busy cutting up the root into small pieces, but she pushed him away when he tried to nurse. Ayla had no time for her son. He started to howl while she dumped the root into the water and added more rocks, impatient for it to boil. "Let me see Dirk," Iza motioned. "He's grown so much." Uba picked him up and brought him to her mother. She put the baby on Isa's lap, but he was in no mood to cuddle with an old woman he didn't remember, and struggled to get down again. "He's strong and healthy," Iza said, "and he doesn't have any problems holding his head up." "He even has a mate already," Uba said, "or at least a baby girl that has been promised for him." "A mate? What clan would promise a girl to him? So young, and with his deformity." "There was a woman at the clan gathering with a deformed daughter. She came and talked to us the first day," Uba explained. "The baby even looks like Dirk. At least her head does. Her features are a little different. The mother asked if they could be mated. Oda was so worried that her daughter would never find a mate. Brun and the leader of her clan arranged it. I think she will be coming here to live after the next gathering, even if she's not a woman. Abra said she could live with her until they were both old enough to mate. Oda was so happy, especially after Ayla made the drink for the ceremony." "So they did accept Ayla as a medicine woman of my line. I wondered if they would," Iza gestured. Then she stopped. Talking made her tired, but just seeing her loved ones around her again rejuvenated her spirit, if not her body. She rested for a while, then asked, "What is the girl's name?" "Yura," Isa's daughter answered. "I like the name. It has a good sound." Iza rested again, then asked another question. "What about Ayla? Did she find a mate at the clan gathering?" "The clan of Zaug's kin is considering her. They refused at first, but after she was accepted as a medicine woman, they decided to think it over. There wasn't time to settle anything before we left. They might take Ayla, but I don't think they want Dirk." Iza just nodded, then closed her eyes. Ayla was grinding meat to make into a broth for Iza. She kept checking the boiling water with the root for the right color and flavor, impatient for it to be done. Dirk crawled up to her, whining, but she brushed him off again. "Give him to me, Uba," Creb motioned. It quieted the boy for a while, sitting in Kreb's lap, intrigued with the man's beard. But he soon grew tired of that, too. He rubbed his eyes and struggled to get loose of the restraining arm, and when freed, crawled straight for his mother again. He was tired, and he was hungry. Ayla was standing over the fire and hardly seemed to notice when the cranky baby tried to pull up on her leg. Creb heaved himself up, then dropped his staff and signaled Uba to put the boy into his arm. Limping heavily without his support, he shuffled to Broud's hearth and laid Dirk in Olga's lap. "Dirk is hungry, and Ayla is busy making medicine for Iza. Will you feed him, Olga?" Olga nodded, took the baby from him, and gave Dirk her breast. Broud glowered, but one dark glance from Mog-ur made him cover his anger quickly. His hatred of Ayla did not extend to the man who protected and provided for her. Broud feared Mog-ur too much to hate him. He had discovered in an early age, however, that the great holy man seldom interfered in the secular life of the clan, confining his activities to the spirit world. Mog-ur had never tried to prevent Broud from exercising control over the young female who shared his hearth, but Broud had no wish to lock horns with the magician directly. The man shuffled back to his hearth and began to search through the bundles that had been dumped for the bladder of cave bear grease that was his share of the rendered fat from the ceremonial animal. Uba saw him and hurried over to help. Creb took it with him into his place of the spirits. Though he was sure it was hopeless, he was going to use every bit of magic at his command to help Ayla try to keep Iza alive. The roots had finally boiled long enough, and Ayla scooped out a cup of the liquid, impatient now for it to cool. The warm broth, fed to her earlier in small sips, with Ayla propping her head up just as Iza had done for her when she was a 5-year-old and near death, had revived the old medicine woman somewhat. She had eaten little since she had taken to her bed, and not much before. Food brought to her often went untouched. It had been a desolate, lonely summer for Iza. With no one around to watch her and make sure she ate, she often forgot or just didn't bother. The other 3 had all tried to help when they saw she was failing, but they didn't know how. Iza had roused herself when Dwarf's End was near, but the oldest member of the clan went quickly, and there was little she could do except try to make him more comfortable. His death had cast a pall on the others. The cave seemed far emptier with him gone, and it made them all realize how close they were to the next world. His was the first death since the earthquake. Ayla was sitting beside Iza, blowing on the liquid in the bone cup and tasting now and then to see if it was cool enough. Her concentration on Iza was so complete she didn't notice Creb leaving with Dirk or see him go into his small cave, and she wasn't aware that Brun was watching her. She heard the soft bubbling sounds of Iza's breath and knew she was dying, but wouldn't let herself believe it. She searched her memory for treatments. A poultice of the inner bark of balsam, she thought. Yes, and a yarrow tea. Breathing the steam will help, too. Blackberries and wort and maidenhair. No, that's just for a minor cold. Burdock roots? Maybe. Starchwort, of course, and the fresh root is best in fall. Ayla was determined to fill Iza with teas, cover her with poultices, and drown her in steam if necessary. Anything, everything, to prolong the life of her mother, the only mother she knew. She could not bear the thought of Iza's death. Though Uba was acutely conscious of the seriousness of her mother's illness, she was not unaware of Brun's presence. It was not common for men to pay a visit to another man's hearth when he wasn't there, and Brun made Uba nervous. She scurried to pick up the bundle strewn around the hearth to tidy it up, glancing from Brun to Ayla to her mother. With no one to guide her and give her direction, she didn't know how to handle Brun's visit. No one acknowledged him. No one welcomed him. What was she supposed to do? Brun observed the trio of females, the old medicine woman, the intense young medicine woman who bore no resemblance to the clan, yet was their highest-ranked woman of healing, and Uba, destined to be a medicine woman, too. He had always been fond of his sibling. She was the baby girl who was petted and coddled and welcomed once a healthy boy had been born to take over the leadership. He had always felt protective toward her. He would never have chosen the man who had been her mate for her. Brun never had liked him, a braggart who ridiculed his crippled brother. Iza had no choice, but she handled it well. Yet she had been happier since her mate died than she ever had before. She was a good woman, a good medicine woman. The clan would miss her. Iza's daughter is growing up, he thought, watching her. Uba will be a woman soon. I should start thinking about a mate for her. It should be a good mate, one who will be compatible. It's better for a hunter, too, if his mate is devoted to him. But who is there except Vorn? There's Ona to consider, too, and she can't mate Vorn. They're siblings. She'll have to wait until Borg is a man. If she becomes a woman early, she could have a child before Borg is ready to mate. Perhaps I should push him a little. He's older than Ona. Once he's old enough to relieve his needs, he's old enough to become a man. Will Vorn be a good mate for Uba? Drug has been a good influence on him, and he likes to show off around her. Perhaps there is an attraction there. Brun filed his thoughts away in his orderly mind for future reference. The Elecampaign root tea was cooled, and Ayla wakened the old woman who had dozed off, tenderly cradling her head while she fed her the medicine. I don't think you will pull her through this time, Ayla, Brun said to himself, watching the frail woman. How did she age so fast? She was the youngest. Now she looks older than Creb. I remember the time she set my broken arm. She wasn't much older than Ayla was when she set Brock's, but a woman and mated. She did a good job, too. It's never given me any trouble, except a few twinges lately. I'm getting old, too. My hunting days will soon be over, and I'll have to pass the leadership to Braud. Is he ready for it? He did so well at the clan gathering, I almost gave it to him then. He's brave. Everyone told me how lucky I am. I am lucky. I was afraid he might be chosen to go with Ursus. It would have been an honor, but that's one honor I was glad to forgo. Gorn was a good man. It was hard on Norg's clan. It always is when Ursus chooses. Sometimes it's lucky not to be honored. The son of my mate still walks this world, and he is fearless. Maybe too fearless. A bit of daring and recklessness is fine for a young man, but a leader must be more sober. He must consider his men. He must think and plan so the hunt will be successful, yet not endanger his men needlessly. Maybe I should start to let him lead a few hunts, to give him the experience. He's got to learn there's more to leadership than daring. There's responsibility and self-control. What is it about Ayla that brings out the worst in him? Why does he demean himself by competing with her? She may look a little different, but she's still a woman. Brave for a woman, though. Determined. I wonder if Zaug's kin will take her. It would seem strange without her now that I've gotten used to her, and she is a good medicine woman, an asset to any clan. I'll do what I can to make sure they appreciate her value. Look at her. Not even her son, the son she was ready to follow to the next world, can take her mind off Iza. Not many would brave a cave bear to save a man's life. She can be fearless, too, and she's learned to control herself. She behaved well at the gathering, in every way a proper woman, not like when she was younger. No one had anything but praise for her by the time it was over. "Run," Iza called out in a weak voice. "Uba, bring the leader some tea," she motioned, trying to sit up straighter. She was still the proper mistress of Creb's hearth. "Ayla, bring a fur for Brun to sit on." This woman regrets she is unable to serve the leader herself. "Iza, don't trouble yourself. I didn't come for tea. I came to see you," Brun gestured, sitting down beside her bed. "How long have you been standing there?" Iza asked. "Not long. Ayla was busy. I chose not to disturb her or you until she was through. You were missed at the clan gathering. Was it successful?" "This clan is still first. The hunters did well. Braud was chosen first for the bear ceremony. Ayla did well, too. She received many compliments." "Compliments? Who needs compliments? Too many make the spirits jealous. If she did well, if she brought honor to the clan, that is enough." "She did well. She was accepted. She behaved as a proper woman. She is your daughter, Iza. How can anyone expect less?" "Yes, she is my daughter, as much as Uba is my daughter. I was fortunate. The spirits chose to favor me with 2 daughters, and both of them will be good medicine women. Ayla can finish training Uba." "No," Ayla interrupted. "You will finish Uba's training. You're going to get well. We're back now. We'll take care of you. You'll get well. Just wait and see," she motioned with earnest desperation. "You have to get well, Mother." "Ayla, child, the spirits are ready for me. I must go with them soon. They gave me my last wish, to see my loved ones before I go. But I can't make them wait much longer." The broth and medicine had stimulated the last of the sick woman's reserves. Her temperature was rising in her body's valiant effort to fight off the disease that had sapped her. The sparkle in her fever-glazed eyes and the color it lent to her cheeks gave her a false look of health. But there was a translucent glow to Isa's face as though lit from within. It was not the flush of life. The eerie quality was called the spirit glow, and Brun had seen it before. It was the rising of the life force as it prepared to leave. Olga kept Dirk at Braud's hearth until late, returning the sleeping child long after the sun had set. Uba laid him on Ayla's furs that she had spread out. The girl was frightened and lost. She had no one to turn to. She was afraid to interrupt Ayla in her efforts to save Iza, and afraid to disturb her mother. Creb had returned only long enough to paint symbols on Isa's body with a paste of red ochre and bear fat, while he made his gestures over her. He returned to the small cave immediately afterward, and didn't return. Uba had unpacked everything and set the hearth in order, made an evening meal that no one ate, and cleared it away. Then she sat quietly beside the sleeping baby, wishing she could think of something to do, anything to keep busy. Though it didn't still the terror in her heart, activity at least kept her occupied. It was better than just sitting there watching her mother die. Finally, she lay down on Ayla's bed, curling herself around the baby, cuddling close to him in a forlorn attempt to draw warmth and security from someone. Ayla worked constantly over Iza, trying every medicine and treatment she could think of. She hovered over her, afraid to leave her side, afraid the woman would slip away while she was gone. She was not the only one who maintained a vigil that night. Only the young children slept. At every hearth in the darkened cave, men and women stared at the red coals of banked fires or lay on furs with open eyes. The sky outside was overcast, blotting out the stars. The darkness inside the cave faded into a deeper black at the wide entrance, shrouding any hint of life beyond the dying embers of the cave fire. In the still of early morning, when the night was full into its somber depths, Ayla jerked her head up from a momentary doze. "Ayla," Iza said again in a hoarse whisper. "What is it, Iza?" she motioned. The medicine woman's eyes reflected the dim light of the ruddy charcoal in the fireplace. "I want to say something before I go," Iza gestured, then dropped her hands. It was an effort for her to move them. "Don't try to talk, Mother. Just rest. You'll be stronger in the morning." "No, child. I must say it now. I won't last until morning." "Yes, you will. You have to. You can't go," Ayla signaled. "Ayla, I'm going. You have to accept it. Let me finish. I don't have much longer." Iza rested again, while Ayla waited in mute hopelessness. "Ayla, I always loved you best. I don't know why, but it's true. I wanted to keep you with me, wanted you to stay with the clan. But soon I'll be gone. Creb will find his way to the spirit world before long, and Brun is getting old too. Then Braud will be leader. Ayla, you cannot stay here when Braud is the leader. He will find a way to hurt you." Iza rested again, closing her eyes and fighting for breath and strength to continue. "Ayla, my daughter, my strange, willful child who always tried so hard. I trained you to be a medicine woman so you would have enough status to stay with the clan, even if you never found a mate. But you are a woman. You need a mate, a man of your own. You are not clan, Ayla. You were born to the others. You belong with them. You must leave, child. Find your own kind." "Leave?" she motioned, confused. "Where would I go, Iza? I don't know any others. I wouldn't even know where to look for them." "There are many to the north of here, Ayla, on the mainland beyond the peninsula. My mother told me the man her mother healed came from the north." Iza stopped again, then forced herself to go on. "You cannot stay here, Ayla. Go and find them, my child. Find your own people. Find your own mate." Iza's hands dropped suddenly, and her eyes closed. Her breathing was shallow. She strained to take a deep breath and opened her eyes again. "Tell Uba I love her, Ayla. But you were my first child, the daughter of my heart. Always loved you. Loved you best." Iza's breath expired with a bubbling sigh. She did not take another. "Iza! Iza!" Ayla screamed. "Mother, don't go! Don't leave me! Oh, Mother, don't go!" Uba woke at Ayla's wail and ran to them. "Mother! Oh, no! My mother is gone! My mother is gone!" The girl and the young woman stared at each other. "She told me to tell you she loved you, Uba," Ayla said. Her eyes were dry. The shock still hadn't fully registered in her brain. Creb shuffled toward them. He was already out of his cave before Ayla screamed. With a heaving sob, Ayla groped for them both, and they all found themselves clasped in a grieving embrace of mutual despair. Ayla's tears wet them all. Uba and Creb had no tears, but their pain was not less. Chapter 26. "Olga, will you feed Dirk again?" The one-armed man's gesture was plain to the young woman, despite the squirming baby he held. Ayla should feed him, she thought. It's not good for her to go so long without nursing him. The tragedy of Iza's death and his confusion over Ayla's reaction were both apparent in Mog-ur's expression. She could not refuse the pleading magician. "Of course I will," Olga said, and took Dirk in her arms. Creb hobbled back to his hearth. He saw Ayla still had not moved, though Abra and Uka had taken Isa's body away to prepare it for burial. Her hair was disheveled, and her face still smudged with travel grime and tears. She wore the same stained and dirty wrap she had worn during their long trek back from the clan gathering. Creb had put her son in her lap when he cried to be fed, but she was blind and deaf to his needs. Another woman would have understood that even deep grief could eventually be penetrated by a baby's cries. But Creb had little experience with mothers and babies. He knew women often fed each other's children, and he couldn't let the baby go hungry as long as there were other women who could nurse him. He had taken Dirk to Aga and Ika, but their youngest were close to being weaned, and they had only a limited supply of milk. Creb was only a little more than a year old, and Olga always seemed to have plenty, so Creb had brought Dirk to her several times. Ayla didn't feel the ache of her hard and caking unsuckled breasts. The ache in her heart was greater. Mog-ur picked up his staff and limped toward the back of the cave. Rocks had been brought in and piled in a heap in an unused corner of the large cavern, and a shallow trench scooped out of the dirt floor. Iza had been a first-ranked medicine woman. Not only her position in the clan hierarchy, but her intimacy with the spirits dictated a burial place within the cave. It guaranteed that the protective spirits that watched over her would linger near her clan, and she herself could look in on them from her home in the next world. And it assured that no scavenger would scatter her bones. The magician sprinkled red ochre dust inside the oval of the trench, then made his one-handed gestures. After he consecrated the ground where Iza would be buried, he hobbled over to a lumpy shape draped loosely with a soft leather hide. He pulled the cover back to reveal the gray, naked body of the medicine woman. Her arms and legs had been flexed and tied into a fetal position with red-dyed sinew. The magician made a protective gesture, then lowered himself down and began to rub the cold flesh with a salve of red ochre and cave bear fat. Bent into a fetal position and covered with the red that resembled the blood of birth, Iza would be delivered into the next world the same way she had arrived in this one. Never had it been more difficult for him to perform this task. Iza had been more than sibling to Creb. She knew him better than anyone. She knew the pain he had endured without complaint, the shame he had suffered because of his affliction. She understood his gentleness, his sensitivity, and she rejoiced for his greatness, his power, and his will to overcome. She had cooked for him, cared for him, soothed his aches. With her, he had known the joys of family life almost like an ordinary man. Though he had never touched her as intimately as he did then, rubbing her cold body with salve, she had been more mate to him than many men had. Her death devastated him. When he returned to his hearth, Creb's face was as gray as the body had been. Ayla still sat next to Isa's bed, staring blankly into space, but she stirred when Creb began to rummage through Isa's belongings. "What are you doing?" she motioned, protective of anything that was Isa's. "I'm looking for Isa's bowls and things. The tools she used in this life should be buried with her so she has the spirit of them in the next world," Creb explained. "I'll get them," Ayla said, pushing Creb aside. She gathered together the wooden bowls and bone cups Iza had used to make her medicines and measure dosage, the round hand stone and flat stone base used for crushing and grinding, her personal eating dishes, a few implements, and her medicine bag, and put them on Isa's bed. Then she stared at the meager pile that represented Isa's life and work. "Those are not Isa's tools," Ayla gestured angrily, then jumped up and ran out of the cave. Creb watched her go, then shook his head and began to gather up Isa's tools. Ayla crossed the stream and ran to a meadow where she and Iza had gone before. She stopped at a stand of colorful hollyhocks on long, graceful stems and gathered an armful of different hues. Then she picked the many-petaled, daisy-like yarrow used for poultices and pain. She ran through the meadows and woods collecting more plants Iza had used in making her healing magic. White-leafed thistle with round, pale yellow flowers and yellow spikes, large, brilliant yellow groundsels, grape hyacinths, so blue they were almost black. Every one of the plants she picked had found their way into Isa's pharmacopoeia at some time, but she selected only those that were also beautiful, with colorful, sweet-smelling flowers. Ayla was crying again as she stopped on the edge of a meadow with her flowers, remembering the time she and Iza had walked together gathering plants. Her arms were so full she had trouble carrying them without her collecting basket. Several blossoms dropped, and she knelt down to pick them up again, and saw the tangled branches of a woody horsetail with its small flowers, and almost smiled at the idea that occurred to her. She searched in a fold, pulled out a knife, and cut a branch of the plant. In the warm sun of early fall, Ayla sat at the edge of the meadow, twining the stems of the beautiful blossoms in between and around the supporting network until the entire branch was a riot of color. The whole clan was astonished when Ayla marched into the cave with her floral wreath. She went straight to the back of the cave and laid it beside the body of the medicine woman resting on its side in the shallow trench within an oval of stones. These were Iza's tools, Ayla gestured defiantly, daring anyone to dispute her. The old magician nodded. She's right, he thought. Those were Iza's tools. Those were what she knew, what she worked with all her life. She might be happy to have them in the world of the spirits. I wonder, do flowers grow there? Iza's tools, the implements and the flowers, were put in the grave with the woman, and the clan began to pile the stones around and on top of her body, while Mog-ur made motions that asked the spirit of Great Ursus and her saga antelope totem to guide Iza's spirit safely to the next world. "Wait!" Ayla suddenly interrupted. "I forgot something." She ran back to the hearth and searched for her medicine bag and carefully withdrew the 2 halves of the ancient medicine bowl. She rushed back, then laid the pieces in the grave beside Iza's body. "I thought she might want to take it with her now that it can't be used any more." Mog-ur nodded approval. It was fitting, more fitting than anyone knew. Then he resumed his formal gestures. After the last stone had been piled on, the women of the clan began to lay wood around and on top of the stone cairn. An ember from the cave fire was used to start the cooking fire for Iza's burial feast. The food was cooked on top of her grave, and the fire would be kept burning for 7 days. The heat from the bonfire would drive all the moisture from the body, desiccating it, mummifying it, and rendering it odorless. As the flames took hold, Mog-ur began a last, eloquent lament in motions that stirred the soul of every member of the clan. He spoke to the world of the spirits of their love for the medicine woman who had cared for them, watched over them, helped them through sickness and pain as mysterious to them as death. They were ritual gestures, repeated in essentially the same form for every funeral, and some of the motions were used primarily during the men's ceremonies and were unfamiliar to the women, yet the meaning was conveyed. Though the outward form was conventional, the fervor and conviction and ineffable sorrow of the great holy man imbued the formalized gestures with significance far beyond mere form. Dry-eyed, Ayla gazed over the dancing fire at the flowing, graceful movements of the crippled, one-armed man, feeling the intensity of his emotions as if they were her own. Mog-ur was expressing her pain, and she identified with him entirely, as though he had reached inside her and spoke with her brain, felt with her heart. She was not the only one who felt his sorrow as her own. Abra began to keen her grief, then the other women. Uba, holding Dirk in her arms, felt a high-pitched, wordless wail rise in her throat, and with a burst of relief joined in the sympathetic lament. Ayla stared vacantly ahead, sunk too far into the depths of her misery to express it. She couldn't even find the release of tears. She didn't know how long she stared into the mesmerizing flames with unseeing eyes. Abra had to shake her before Ayla responded. Then she turned blank eyes toward the leader's mate. "Ayla, have something to eat. This is the last feast we will ever share with Iza." Ayla took the wooden plate of food, automatically put a piece of meat in her mouth, and almost gagged when she tried to swallow it. Suddenly she jumped up and ran from the cave. Blindly she stumbled through brush and over rocks. At first, her feet started to take her along a familiar route to a high mountain meadow and a small cave that had offered shelter and security before. But she veered away. Ever since she had shown the place to Brunn, it didn't seem to be hers anymore, and her last stay held too many painful memories. She climbed instead to the top of the bluff that protected their cave from the north winds screaming down the mountain in winter and deflected the strong winds of fall. Buffeted by gusts, Ayla fell to her knees at the top, and there, alone with her unbearable grief, she yielded to her anguish in a plaintive, chanting wail as she rocked and rocked to the rhythm of her aching heart. Creb hobbled out of the cave after her, saw her silhouetted against the sunset-painted clouds, and heard the thin, distant moan. As deep as his own grief was, he couldn't understand her rejection of the solace of company in her misery, her withdrawal into herself. His usual perceptiveness was dulled by his own sorrow. He didn't realize she was suffering from more than grief. Guilt racked her soul. She blamed herself for Isa's death. She had left a sick woman to go to a clan gathering. She was a medicine woman who had deserted someone in time of need, someone she loved. She blamed herself for Isa's trek up the mountain to find a route to help her keep the baby she wanted so desperately, resulting in the near-fatal illness that weakened the woman. She felt guilty about the pain she had caused Creb when she unwittingly followed the lights to the small chamber deep in the cave of the mountains, far to the east. More than grief and guilt, she was weak from lack of food and suffering from milk fever from her swollen, aching, unsuckled breasts. But even more than that, she was suffering from a depression Iza could have helped her with if she had been there. For Ayla was a medicine woman, dedicated to easing pain and saving life, and Iza was her first patient who had died. What Ayla needed most was her baby. She not only needed to nurse him, she needed the demands of caring for him to bring her back to reality, to make her understand that life goes on. But when she returned to the cave, Dirk was asleep beside Uba. Creb had taken him to Olga to feed again. Ayla tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not even realizing that it was fever and pain that kept her awake. Her mind was turned too deeply inward, dwelling on her sorrow and guilt. She was gone when Creb woke up. She had wandered out of the cave and climbed the bluff again. Creb could see her from a distance and watched her anxiously, but he couldn't see her weakness or her fever. "Should I go after her?" Brun asked, as baffled as Creb by Ayla's reaction. "She seems to want to be alone. Maybe we should let her," Creb answered. He worried about her when he could no longer see her, and when she still hadn't returned by evening, he asked Brun to look for her. Creb was sorry he hadn't let Brun go after her sooner when he saw the leader carrying her back to the cave. Grief and depression had taken their toll. Weakness and fever had done the rest. Uba and Abra cared for the clan's medicine woman. She was delirious, alternately shaking with chills and burning with fever. She cried out if her breasts were barely touched. "She's going to lose her milk," Abra said to the girl. "It's too late for Dirk to do any good now. The milk is caked. He can't draw it out." "But Dirk is too young to be weaned. What will happen to him? What will happen to her?" It might not have been too late if Iza had been alive, or if Ayla had been coherent. Even Uba knew there were poultices that might have helped, medicines that might have worked, but she was young and unsure of herself, and Abra seemed so positive. By the time the fever passed, Ayla's milk had dried up. She could no longer feed her own son. "I will not have that deformed brat at my hearth, Olga. I will not have him brother to your sons." Braud was furious, shaking his fists, and Olga was cowering at his feet. "But Braud, he's just a baby. He's got to nurse. Aga and Ika don't have enough milk. It wouldn't do any good for them to keep him. I have enough. I've always had too much milk. If he doesn't eat, he'll starve, Braud. He'll die." "I don't care if he dies. He should never have been allowed to live in the first place. He will not live at this hearth." Olga stopped shaking and stared at the man who was her mate. She didn't really believe he would refuse to let her keep Ayla's baby. She knew he would rant and rave and storm about it, but in the end, she was sure he would allow it. He couldn't be that cruel. He couldn't let a baby starve to death, no matter how much he hated Dirk's mother. "Braud, Ayla saved Brock's life. How can you let her son die?" "Hasn't she gotten enough for saving his life? She was allowed to live. She was even allowed to hunt. I don't owe her anything." "She wasn't allowed to live. She was cursed with death. She returned from the world of the spirits because her totem wanted her to. He protected her," Olga protested. "If she had been cursed properly, she wouldn't have returned, and she would never have given birth to that brat. If her totem is so strong, why did she lose her milk? Everyone said her baby would be unlucky. What could be more unlucky than losing his mother's milk? Now you want to bring his bad luck to this hearth. I will not allow it, Olga. That's final." Olga sat back and looked up at Braud with calm deliberation. "No, Braud," she motioned. "It's not final." She was no longer timorous. Braud's expression turned to shocked surprise. "You can keep Dirk from living at your hearth. That is your right, and I can't do anything about it. But you can't keep me from nursing him. That is a woman's right. A woman may nurse any baby she wants, and no man can keep her from it. Ayla saved my son's life, and I will not let hers die. Dirk will be brother to my sons whether you like it or not." Braud was stunned. His mate's refusal to abide by his wishes was totally unexpected. Olga had never been insolent, never been disrespectful, never shown the least sign of disobedience. He could hardly believe it. Shock turned to fury. "How dare you defy your mate, woman? I'll make you leave this hearth," he stormed. "Then I will take my sons and leave, Braud. I will beg another man to take me. Maybe Mog-ur will allow me to live with him if no other man will have me. But I will nurse Ayla's baby." His only answer was a sharp blow with a hard fist that knocked her flat. He was too filled with rage for any other reply. He started after her again, then turned on his heel. "I will see about such blatant disrespect," he thought as he stalked to Brun's hearth. "First she contaminates Iza. Now her willfulness has spread to my mate," Braud gesticulated the moment he stepped beyond the boundary stones. "I told Olga I would not have Ayla's son. I told her I did not want that deformed boy as brother to her sons. Do you know what she said? She said she would nurse him anyway. She said I couldn't stop her. She said he would be brother to her sons whether I liked it or not. Can you believe it? From Olga, from my mate." "She's right, Braud," Brun said with controlled calm. "You can't stop her from nursing him. What baby a woman suckles is not a man's concern. It has never been a man's concern. He has more important things to worry about." Brun was not at all pleased at Braud's violent objection. It was degrading for Braud to be so emotionally concerned in matters that were in a woman's domain. And who else could do it? Dirk was Clan, especially after the Bear Festival, and Clan always took care of their own. Even the woman who had come from another clan and never produced a single child was not left to starve after her mate died. She may have had no value, she may have been a burden, but as long as the clan had food, she was given enough to eat. Braud could refuse to take Dirk into his hearth. That imposed the responsibility of providing for him and training him along with Olga's sons. Brun wasn't happy about it, but it wasn't unexpected. Everyone knew how he felt about Ayla and her son. But why should he object if his mate nursed the boy? They were all the same clan. "Do you mean to tell me that Olga can be willfully disobedient and get away with it?" Braud raged. "Why should you care, Braud? Do you want the child to die?" Brun asked. Braud flushed at the pointed question. "He is Clan, Braud. For all that his head is misshapen, he does not appear to be retarded. He will grow up to be a hunter. This is his clan. A mate has even been arranged for him, and you agreed. Why are you so emotional about your mate feeding someone else's baby? Is it still Ayla that you're emotional about? You are a man, Braud. Whatever you command of her, she must obey. And she does obey you. Why do you compete with a woman? You belittle yourself. Or am I wrong? Are you a man, Braud? Are you man enough to lead this clan?" "It's just that I don't want a deformed child to be brother to the sons of my mate," Braud gestured lamely. It was a weak excuse, but he hadn't missed the threat. "Braud, what hunter has not saved the life of another? What man does not carry a piece of every other man's spirit? What man is not brother to the rest? Does it matter if Dirk is brother to your mate's sons now, or after they all grow up? Why do you object?" Braud had no answer, none that would be acceptable to the leader. He could not admit to his all-consuming hatred of Ayla. That would be admitting he wasn't in control of his emotions, admitting he wasn't man enough to be leader. He was sorry he had come to Brun. Should have remembered, he thought. He always takes her side. He was so proud of me at the clan gathering. Now, all because of her, he's doubting me again. "Well, I don't care if Olga nurses him," Braud motioned, "but I don't want him at my hearth." On that point, he knew he was within his rights and would not give. You may think he's not retarded, but I'm not so sure. I don't want to be responsible for his training. I still doubt that he'll ever be a hunter." "That's your choice, Broud. I assume the responsibility for training him. I made that decision before I ever accepted him. But I did accept him. Dirk is a member of this clan, and he will be a hunter. I'll make sure of it." Broud turned back toward his own hearth, but saw Creb bringing Dirk to Olga again, and walked out of the cave instead. He did not give vent to his fury until he was sure he was well out of Brun's sight. "It's all that old cripple's fault," he said to himself, then tried to erase the thought from his mind, afraid that somehow the magician would know what he was thinking. Broud was fearful of the spirits, perhaps more than any man in the clan, and his fear extended to the one who dwelt so intimately with them. After all, what could one hunter do against a whole array of incorporeal beings who could cause bad luck or sickness or death? And what could he do against the man who had the power to call them at will? Broud had recently returned from a clan gathering where many a night was spent with young men of other clans who tried to scare each other with tales of misfortune caused by Mog-urs who had been crossed. Spears turned at the last moment, preventing a kill, terrible illnesses that caused pain and suffering, gorings, maulings, all kinds of terrifying calamities were blamed on angry magicians. The horror stories were not so prevalent in his own clan, but still, the Mog-ur was the most powerful magician of all. Though there had been times when the young man thought him more worthy of ridicule than respect, Mog-ur's malformed body and horribly scarred one-eyed face added to his stature. To those who did not know him, he seemed inhuman, perhaps part demon. Broud had capitalized on the fear of the other young men, enjoying their look of incredulous awe when he bragged that he did not fear the great Mog-ur. But for all his swaggering, the stories had left their impression. The reverence of the clan for the stumbling old man who couldn't hunt made Broud more wary of his power. Whenever he daydreamed of the time when he would be leader, he always thought of Guv as his Mog-ur. Guv was too close in age and too close a hunting companion for Broud to view the future magician in the same light. He was sure he could cajole or coerce the acolyte into going along with his decisions, but he didn't dream of taking on the Mog-ur. As Broud walked through the woods near the cave, he made one firm decision. Never again would he give the leader cause to doubt him. Never again would he put the destiny he was so close to realizing in jeopardy. "But when I'm leader, I'll make the decisions," he thought. "She turned Brun against me. She even turned Olga against me, my own mate. When I'm leader, it won't matter if Brun takes her side. He won't be able to protect her any more." Broud remembered every wrong she had done to him, every time she had stolen his glory, every imagined slight to his ego. He dwelt on them, relishing the thought of paying her back. He could wait. "Someday," he said to himself, "someday soon, she will be sorry she ever came to live with this clan." Broud wasn't the only one who blamed the old cripple. Creb blamed himself for Ayla's loss of mother's milk. It made little difference, now, that it was his concern that had brought such disastrous results. He just hadn't understood the way of a woman's body. He had had too little experience with women. It wasn't until his old age that he had ever come in close contact with a mother and baby. He didn't realize that when a woman nursed another's child, the favor was reciprocated more for her sake than to relieve any obligation. No one had ever told him. No one had to, after it was too late. He wondered why such a terrible calamity had happened to her. Was it just that her child was unlucky? Creb looked for reasons, and in his guilty introspection, he began to doubt his own motives. Was it really concern, or did he want to hurt her as she had unknowingly hurt him? Was he worthy of his great totem? Had the Mog-ur stooped to such petty revenge? If he was an example of their highest holy man, perhaps his people deserved to die. Kreb's conviction that his race was doomed, the death of Iza, and his guilt over the sorrow he had caused Ayla plunged him into a melancholy despondency. The most difficult test of Mog-ur's life came near its end. Ayla didn't blame Creb, she blamed herself, but watching another woman nurse her son when she couldn't was more than she could bear. Olga, Aga, and Ika had each come to her and told her they would nurse Dirk for her, and she was grateful, but most often it was Uba who brought Dirk to one of them and stayed to visit until he was through. With the loss of her milk, Ayla lost an important part of her son's life. She still grieved for Iza and blamed herself for the woman's death, and Creb had withdrawn so far into himself that she couldn't reach him and was afraid to try. But every night when she took Dirk to bed with her, she was grateful to Broud. His refusal to accept him meant her son wasn't lost to her completely. In the waning days of fall, Ayla took up her sling again as an excuse to go off alone. She had hunted so little the past year, her skill was rusty, but with practice, her accuracy and speed returned. Most days she left early and returned late, leaving Uba to care for Dirk, and only regretted that winter was closing in on them so quickly. The exercise was good for her, but she had a problem to overcome. She hadn't hunted much after she became a fully developed woman, and heavy breasts bobbing at every step annoyed her when she ran or jumped. She noticed that men wore a leather loincloth to protect their exposed and delicate organs, and she fashioned a band to hold her bosom in place, tied around her back. It made her more comfortable, and she ignored the curious sidewise glances cast at her when she put it on. Though hunting strengthened her body and occupied her mind while she was out, she still carried her load of grief and sorrow. To Uba, it seemed that the joy had left Kreb's hearth. She missed her mother, and both Creb and Ayla had an aura of perpetual sadness. Only Dirk, with his unknowing baby ways, brought a hint of the happiness she had once taken for granted. He could even rouse Creb out of his lethargy on occasion. Ayla had left early, and Uba was away from the hearth looking for something in the back of the cave. Olga had just brought Dirk back, and Creb was keeping his eye on the boy. He was full and contented, but not very sleepy. He crawled toward the old man and pulled himself up on wobbly, unsure legs, clutching at Creb for support. "So, you're going to start walking soon," Creb motioned. "Before this winter is over, you'll be running all over this cave, young man." Creb poked him in his little pot belly to emphasize his gestures. The corners of Dirk's mouth turned up, and he made a sound Creb had heard from only one other person in the clan. He laughed. Creb poked him again, and the boy doubled over in a babyish giggle, lost his balance, and sat down on his firm little rump. Creb helped him up again and looked at the child as he had never looked at him before. Dirk's baby legs were bowed, but not nearly as much as other babies of the clan, and though they were chubby, Creb could see his bones were longer and thinner. "I think Dirk's legs are going to be straight when he gets older, like Ayla's, and he's going to be tall, too. And his neck, it was so thin and scrawny when he was born, he couldn't hold his head up. It's just like Ayla's neck. His head isn't like hers, though. Or is it? That high forehead, that's Ayla's." Creb turned Dirk's head to look at his profile. Yes, definitely her forehead, but the brows and the eyes, they're Clan. And the back of his head, that's more like Clan, too. Ayla was right. He's not deformed, he's a mixture of her and Clan. I wonder, is that the way it always is? Do the spirits mix? Maybe that's what makes girls, not a weak male totem. Does life start with a mixing of male and female totem spirits? Creb shook his head. He didn't know, but it set the old magician to thinking. He thought often of Dirk that cold, lonely winter. He had a feeling Dirk was important. But just why eluded him. Chapter 27. "But Ayla, I'm not like you. I can't hunt. Where will I go when it gets dark?" Uba implored. "Ayla, I'm afraid." The frightened face of the young woman made Ayla wish she could go with her. Uba was not quite 8 years old, and the thought of spending the days alone away from the security of the cave terrified her. But her totem spirit had battled for the first time, and it was required. She had no choice. "Do you remember that small cave where I hid when Dirk was born? Go there, Uba. It will be safer than staying out in the open. I'll come up to see you every evening and bring you some food. It's only for a few days, Uba. Make sure you take a fur to sleep on and a coal to start a fire. There's water nearby. It will be lonely, especially at night, but you'll be all right. And just think, you're a woman now. You'll be mated soon, and maybe have a baby of your own before long," Ayla consoled. "Who do you think Brun will choose for me?" "Who do you want Brun to choose for you, Uba?" "Vorn is the only unmated man, though I'm sure Borg will be one soon. Of course, He might decide to make me the second woman of one of the others. I think I'd really like Borg. We used to play we were mated until the time he really tried to relieve his needs with me. It didn't work very well, and now he's shy, and so close to being a man, he doesn't like to play with girls anymore. But Ona is a woman too, and she can't mate with Vorn. Unless Brun decides to give her to a man who already has one mate, there's no one else but Borg for her. I guess that means Vorn will be my mate. Vorn has been a man for a while. He's probably eager to mate by now, Ayla said. She had come to the same conclusion herself. Do you think you'd like Vorn for a mate? He tries to act like he doesn't notice me, but he looks at me sometimes. He might not be so bad. Braud likes him. He'll probably be second in command someday. You don't need to worry about the status, but it would be good for your sons. I didn't like Vorn much when he was younger, but I think you're right. He's not so bad. He's even nice to Dirk when Braud isn't around. Everyone's nice to Dirk except Braud, Uba said. Everyone loves him. Well, he certainly makes himself at home at every hearth. He's so used to being handed around to nurse, he even calls every woman mother, Ayla motioned with a fleeting frown. A quick smile replaced her unhappy look. Remember that time he walked into Grod's hearth, just like he lived there? I remember. I tried not to look, but I just couldn't help it, Uba recalled. He walked right past Uka, just greeted her and called her mother, and went straight to Grod and crawled up on his lap. I know, Ayla said. I never saw Grod look so surprised in my life. Then he climbed down and went straight for Grod's spears. I was sure Grod was going to get mad, but he just couldn't resist that brazen child when he started to drag his biggest spear away. When Grod took it away from him, he said, Dirk hunt like Grod. I think Dirk would have dragged that heavy spear right out of the cave if Grod had let him. He takes the little spear Grod made for him to bed, Ayla gestured, still smiling. You know, Grod never says much. I was surprised when he came over that day. He barely greeted me, just went straight to Dirk and put that spear in his hands, even showed him how to hold it. When he walked out, all he said was, if the boy wants to hunt so much, he should have his own spear. It's a shame Ovra never had any children. I think Grod would like it if the daughter of his mate had a baby, Uba said. Maybe that's why Grod likes Dirk. He's not really attached to any man. Brun likes him too, I can tell, and Zaug is already showing him how to use a sling. I don't think he's going to have any problem learning to hunt, even though there isn't a man at his hearth to train him. The way the men act, you'd think every man in the clan is his mother's mate, except Braud, she paused. Maybe they are, Ayla. Dorv always said every man's totem combined to defeat your cave lion. I think you'd better go now, Uba, Ayla said, changing the subject. I'll walk with you part of the way. It's stopped raining, and I think the strawberries are ripe. There's a big patch of them part way up the path. I'll come up to see you later. Goov painted the symbol of Vorn's totem over the symbol of Uba's totem with yellow ochre paste, blurring her mark and showing his dominance. Do you accept this woman as your mate? Creb gestured. Vorn tapped Uba's shoulder, and she followed him into the cave. Then Creb and Goov performed the same ritual for Borg and Ona, and they went to their new hearth to begin the period of isolation. The summer-dressed trees, still a shade lighter than they would be later, stirred in the light breeze as the congregation broke up. Ayla picked up Dirk to carry him into the cave, but he squirmed to get down. All right, Dirk, she motioned. You can walk, but come in and have some broth and mush. While she was preparing breakfast, Dirk wandered out of the hearth and headed toward the new hearth, now occupied by Uba and Vorn. Ayla ran after him and carried him back. Dirk wants see Uba, the child gestured. You can't, Dirk. No one can visit her for a while. But if you're good and eat your mush, I'll take you hunting with me. Dirk be good. Why can't see Uba? The boy asked, mollified by the promise to go along with his mother. Why Uba not come eat with us? She doesn't live here anymore, Dirk. She's mated to Vorn now, Ayla explained. Dirk wasn't the only one who noticed Uba's absence. They all missed her. The hearth seemed empty with only Creb, Ayla, and the child, and the strain between the old man and the young woman was more noticeable. They had never found a way to overcome their mutual remorse over the hurt they had caused each other. Many times when Ayla saw the old magician lost in the depths of melancholy, she wanted to go to him, put her arms around his shaggy white head, and hug him as she had when she was a little girl. But she restrained herself, reluctant to force herself upon him. Creb missed the affection, though he didn't realize its absence added to his depression. And many times, when Creb saw Ayla's pain as she watched another woman nurse her son, he wanted to go to her. If Iza had been alive, she would have found a way to bring them back together. But without such a catalyst, they drifted farther apart, each longing to show their love for the other, and neither knowing how to bridge the gap that separated them. They were both ill at ease during the first morning meal without Uba. "Do you want more, Creb?" Ayla asked. No, don't bother. I've had enough," he motioned. He watched her cleaning up while Dirk dived into a second helping with both hands and a clamshell spoon. Though just a little more than 2 years old, he was essentially weaned. He still sought out Olga, and Ika, now that she had a new baby again, to nurse for comfort and closeness, and because they let him get away with it. Usually, when a new baby was born, any older children still nursing were cut off. But Ika made an exception in Dirk's case. The child seemed to sense not to push his privilege too far. He never drained her, never deprived her new infant of milk, just cuddled up for a few moments as if to prove he had the right. Olga was lenient toward him too, and though Creb was technically past his nursing year, he took advantage of his mother's indulgence. Both were often found together on her lap, each suckling a breast until their interest in each other overcame their desire for mothering, and they let go to tussle with each other. Dirk was as tall as Creb, though not nearly as stocky, and though Creb usually won over Dirk when they wrestled playfully, Dirk easily outdistanced the older boy when they raced. The two were inseparable. They sought each other out at every opportunity. "You're going to take the boy with you?" Creb gestured after an uncomfortable silence. "Yes," she nodded, wiping the child's hands and face. "I promised to take him hunting with me. I doubt that I'll be able to hunt much with him along, but I need to gather some herbs, too, and it's a nice day." Creb grunted. "You should go out too, Creb," she added. "The sun would be good for you." Yes, I will, Ayla. Later." For a moment she thought she ought to coax him out of the cave with the offer of a walk beside the stream as they used to do. But he already seemed turned inward. She left him sitting where he was, picked up Dirk, and hurried out. Creb didn't look up until he was sure she was gone. He reached for his staff, then decided it was too much effort to get up, and put it down again. Ayla worried about him as she started out with Dirk on her hip and her collecting basket strapped to her back. She sensed his mental power was diminishing. He was more absent-minded than ever, and he repeated questions she had already answered. He hardly stirred himself to go out of the cave, even when the weather was warm and sunny. And when he sat for long hours in what he called meditation, he often fell asleep sitting up. Ayla's strides lengthened once she was out of sight of the cave. The freedom of movement and the beautiful summer day eased her concern into a more remote part of her mind. She let Dirk walk when they came to a clearing and stopped to collect some plants. He watched her, then grabbed a handful of grass and purple-flowered alfalfa and pulled it out by the roots. He brought it to her, clutched in his little fist. "You're a big help, Dirk," she motioned, taking it from him and putting it into the basket beside her. "Dirk, get more," he gestured, running off. She sat back on her heels, watching her son, tugging at a larger handful. It gave suddenly, and he sat down hard. He screwed up his face to cry, more in surprise than in pain, but Ayla ran to him, picked him up, and tossed him into the air, catching him again in her arms. Dirk giggled with delight. She put him down and pretended she was going to chase him. "I'm going to get you," Ayla motioned. Dirk ran away on his baby legs, laughing. She let him get ahead of her, then chased after him on hands and knees, grabbing him and pulling him over on top of her, both of them laughing at the game. She tickled him just to hear him laugh again. Ayla never laughed with her son unless they were alone, and Dirk learned early that no one else either appreciated or approved of his smiles and giggles. Though Dirk made the gesture for mother to all the women in the clan, in his baby heart he knew Ayla was special. He always felt happier with her than with anyone else, and he loved it when she took him with her alone, without the other women. And he loved the other game only he and his mother played. "Ba-ba-na-ni-ni," Dirk sounded. "Ba-ba-na-ni-ni," Ayla mimicked the nonsense syllables. "No-na-ni-ga-gula," Dirk voiced another set of sounds. Ayla copied him again, then tickled him. She loved to hear him laugh. It always brought laughter to her own lips. Then she made a set of sounds, sounds she liked to hear him make more than any others. She didn't know why, except it stirred in her a feeling of such tenderness it came close to bringing tears. "Mama, Mama," she said. "Mama, Mama," Dirk repeated. Ayla wrapped her arms around her son and held him close. "Mama," Dirk said again. He wriggled to get free. The only time he liked to cuddle for long was when he went to sleep snuggled beside her. She wiped a tear away from the corner of her eye. Watering eyes were one peculiarity he did not share with her. Dirk's large brown eyes, deep set below heavy brow ridges, were Clan. "Mama," Dirk said. He often called her by the syllables when they were alone, especially after he was reminded. "You hunt now?" he gestured. The last few times she had taken Dirk with her, she spent some time showing him how to hold a sling. She was going to make one for him, but Zaug beat her to it. The old man didn't go out any more, but his pleasure in trying to train the boy also pleased Ayla. Though Dirk was young, Ayla could see he would have her aptitude with the weapon, and he was as proud of his miniature sling as he was of his small spear. He liked the attention he got as he strutted with a sling draped through the cord around his waist, all he wore in summer besides his amulet, and a spear in his hand. Creb had to have small weapons too. The pair of them brought glimmers of amusement to the eyes of the clan, and comments about what fine little men they were. Their future role was already being defined. When Dirk discovered that imperious bossiness to little girls was approved and even benignly condoned toward grown women, he never hesitated to push the limits allowed, except with his mother. Dirk knew his mother was different. Only she laughed with him, only she played the game of sounds with him, only she had the soft golden hair he loved to touch. He could never remember her nursing him, but he would sleep with no one else. He knew she was a woman because she answered to the same motion as the other women, but she was much taller than any man, and she hunted. He wasn't exactly sure what hunting was, except men did it, and his mother. She fit into no category. She was woman, and not woman. Man, and not man. She was unique. The name he had begun to call her, the name made with sounds, seemed to suit her best. She was Mama. And Mama, the golden-haired goddess he adored, did not nod approvingly when he attempted to boss her. Ayla put Dirk's little sling in his hands, and holding hers over his, tried to show him how to use it. Zaug had done the same thing, and he was beginning to get the idea. Then she took her sling from her waist thong, found some pebbles, and hurled them at nearby objects. When she set small stones on larger boulders and proceeded to knock them off again, Dirk thought it was funny. He toddled over with more stones to see her do it again. After a while he lost interest, and she went back to gathering plants while Dirk followed after her. They found some raspberries and stopped to eat them. "You are a mess, my sticky son," Ayla motioned, laughing at him with red juice on his face, hands, and round belly. She picked him up, tucked him under one arm, and carried him to a creek to wash him. Then she found a large leaf, folded it into a cone, and filled it with water for Dirk and her to drink. Dirk yawned and rubbed his eyes. She spread her carrying cloak out on the ground in the shade of a large oak and lay down beside him until he fell asleep. In the quiet of the summer afternoon, Ayla sat with her back against the tree, watching butterflies flitting, then coming to rest with folded back wings and insects buzzing in perpetual motion, and listened to a twittering symphony of chirping birds. Her mind wandered back to the events of the morning. "I hope Uba will be happy with Vorn," she thought. "I hope he's good to her. It's so empty with her gone, even if she isn't far away. It's just not the same. She'll be cooking for her mate now and sleeping with him after the isolation. I hope she has a baby soon. That would make her happy. But what about me? No one has ever come from that clan to ask about me. Maybe they just can't find our cave. I don't think they were all that interested anyway. I'm glad. I don't want to mate a man I don't know. I don't even want any of the ones I do know, and none of them want me. I'm too tall. Even Drug barely reaches my chin. Iza used to wonder if I would ever stop growing. I'm beginning to wonder myself. Raud hates it. He can't stand having a woman around taller than he is. But he hasn't bothered me at all since we got back from the clan gathering. Why does it make me shudder every time he looks at me? Brun's getting old. Abra's been getting medicine for his sore muscles and stiff joints lately. He's going to make Raud leader soon. I know it. and Goov is going to be Mog-ur. He's doing more of the ceremonies all the time. I don't think Creb wants to be Mog-ur anymore, not since that time I watched them. Why did I go into the cave that night? I don't even remember how I got there. I wish I had never gone to the clan gathering. If I hadn't gone, I might have kept Iza alive for a few more years. I miss her so much, and I never did find a mate. Dirk did, though. It's strange that Yura was allowed to live, almost as if she was meant to be Dirk's mate. Men of the others, Otis said. Who are they? Iza said I was born to them. Why don't I remember? What happened to my real mother, to her mate? Did I have any siblings? Ayla felt a faint queasiness in the pit of her stomach, not nausea exactly, just a sense of unease. Then suddenly her scalp crawled when she remembered something Iza had told her the night she died. Ayla had pushed it out of her mind. It was too painful to think about Iza's death. Iza told me to leave. She said I wasn't clan. She said I was born to the others. She told me to find my own people, find my own mate. She said Broud would find a way to hurt me if I stayed. North. She said they live north, beyond the peninsula on the mainland. How can I leave? This is my home. I can't leave Creb, and Dirk needs me. What if I couldn't find any others? And if I did, they might not want me anyway. No one wants an ugly woman. How do I know I'd find a mate, even if I did find some others? Creb is getting old, though. What's going to happen to me when he's gone? Who will provide for me then? I can't just live with Dirk. Some man will have to take me. But who? Broud? He's going to be leader. If no one else wants me, he'll have to. What if I have to live with Broud? He wouldn't want me either, but he knows I'd hate it. He'd do it just because I'd hate it. I couldn't stand living with Broud. I'd rather live with some man I don't know from another clan. But they don't want me either. Maybe I should leave. I could take Dirk, and we could both go. But what if I didn't find any others? And what if something happened to me? Who would take care of him? He'd be all alone, just like I was. I was lucky that Iza found me. Dirk might not be so lucky. I can't take him away. He was born here. He is clan, even if he is part of me, too. He has a mate arranged for him. What would Yura do if I took Dirk away? Oda is training her to be Dirk's mate. She's telling her there's a man for her, even if she is deformed and ugly. Dirk will need Yura, too. He will need a mate when he grows up, and Yura is just right for him. But I couldn't leave without Dirk. I'd rather live with Broud than leave Dirk. I have to stay. There's no other way. I'll stay and live with Broud if I have to. Ayla looked at her sleeping child and tried to compose her mind, tried to be a good clan woman and accept her fate. A fly landed on Dirk's nose. He twitched, rubbed his nose in his sleep, then settled down again. I wouldn't know where to go anyway. North? What does that tell me? Everything is north of here. Only the sea is south. I could wander around for the rest of my life and not find anyone. And they can be as bad as Broud. Oda said those men forced her, didn't even let her put her baby down. It would be better to stay here with a Broud I know than some man who might be worse. It's late. I'd better get back. Ayla woke her son, and as she walked back to the cave, tried to push thoughts of others out of her mind. But stray wisps of wondering kept insinuating themselves. Once recalled, she couldn't quite forget the others. "Are you busy, Ayla?" Uba asked. She had an expression that was both shy and pleased, and Ayla guessed why. She decided to let Uba tell her anyway. "No, I'm not really busy. I've just been mixing some mint and alfalfa and wanted to taste it. Why don't I put some water on for tea?" "Where's Dirk?" Uba asked, while Ayla stirred up the fire and added more wood and a few cooking stones. "He's outside with Creb. Olga's watching them. Those two, they're always together," Ayla motioned. "That's probably because they nursed together. They're closer than brothers. They're almost like two born together." "But two born together often look alike, and they certainly don't. Do you remember that woman at the clan gathering with two born together? I couldn't tell them apart." "Sometimes it's unlucky to have two born together, and three born together are never allowed to live. How could a woman feed three at one time? She only has 2 breasts, Uba questioned. With a lot of help. It's enough strain on a woman to have 2. I'm grateful Olga has always had plenty of milk for Dirk's sake. I hope I have plenty of milk, Uba gestured. I think I'm going to have a baby, Ayla. I thought so, Uba. You haven't had your woman's curse since you were mated, have you? No, I think Vorn's totem has been waiting a long time. It must have been very strong. Have you told him yet? I was going to wait until I was sure, but he guessed. He must have noticed that I didn't go into isolation. He's very happy about it, Uba motioned proudly. Is he a good mate, Uba? Are you happy? Oh, yes, he's a good mate, Ayla. When he found out I was going to have a baby, he told me he waited for me for a long time, and he was glad I didn't waste any time getting one started. He said he asked for me even before I became a woman. That's wonderful, Uba, Ayla said. She didn't add that there wasn't anyone else in the clan he could have mated except herself. But why would he want me? Why would he want a big, ugly woman when he could have someone as attractive as Uba, and she was born to Isa's line? What's the matter with me? I never wanted to mate Vorn. I guess I must still be thinking about what will happen to me when Creb is gone. I'm going to have to take good care of him so he lives a long time. It just seems that he doesn't want to live. He hardly ever goes out of the cave anymore. If he doesn't exercise, he won't be able to leave the cave. What are you thinking about, Ayla? You've been so quiet lately. I was thinking about Creb. I'm worried about him. He is getting old. He's much older than Mother, and she's gone. I still miss her, Ayla. I'm going to hate it when Creb walks in the next world. So will I, Uba, Ayla gestured with feeling. Ayla was restless. She hunted often, and when she wasn't hunting, she worked with tireless energy. She couldn't stand not having something to do. She sorted through the stores of medicinal plants and rearranged them, then scoured the countryside to replenish old or used-up medicines, then reorganized the whole hearth. She wove new baskets and mats, made wooden bowls and platters, containers of stiff rawhide or birch bark, made new wraps, cured and dressed new furs, then made leggings, hats, hand and foot coverings for the next winter. She waterproofed bladders and stomachs for water and other liquids, constructed a new frame firmly tied with thong and sinew to support skins for boiling over the fire. She nicked out flat stones to make a deeper well for fat for lamps, and she dried new moss wicks, napped a new set of knives, scrapers, saws, borers, and axes, searched the seashore for shells to make spoons, ladles, and small dishes. She took her turn traveling with the hunters to dry the meat, gathered fruits, seeds, nuts, and vegetables with the women, winnowed and parched and ground grains to a superfine texture to make it easier for Creb and Dirk to chew. And still, she couldn't find enough to do. Creb became the object of her intense interest. Ayla pampered him, cared for him as she never had before. She cooked special foods to encourage his appetite, made medicinal brews and poultices, made him rest in the sunshine, and coaxed him into long walks for exercise. He seemed to enjoy her attention and company, and to regain some of his strength and verve. But there was something lacking. The special closeness, the easy warmth, the long, rambling talks of earlier years were gone. They usually walked in silence. The conversation they did have was strained, and there were no spontaneous demonstrations of affection. Creb was not the only one growing old. The day that Brunn watched the departing hunters from the ridge until they were tiny dots on the steppes below jolted Ayla into a sudden awareness of how much he had changed. His beard was not grizzled, it was gray, and it matched his hair. Deep wrinkles lined his face, cutting chasms into the skin at the corners of his eyes. His hard, muscular body had lost tone. His skin was more flaccid, though he was still powerful. He walked back to the cave slowly, and spent the remainder of the day within the boundaries of his hearth. He went with the hunters the next time, but the second time Brunn stayed behind. Grad did too, still the loyal lieutenant. One day near the end of summer, Dirk came running into the cave. "Mama, Mama, a man is coming!" Ayla rushed to the mouth of the cave along with everyone else to watch the stranger walking up the path from the seacoast. "Ayla, do you think he might be coming for you?" Uba gestured excitedly. "I don't know. I don't know any more than you, Uba." Ayla's nerves were taut and her emotions mixed. She hoped the visitor was from the clan of Zaug's kin, and afraid he would be. He stopped to talk to Brun, then walked with the leader to his hearth. Not long afterward, Ayla saw Abra leave and head straight for her. "Brun wants you, Ayla," she motioned. Ayla's heart beat wildly. Her knees felt like water. She was sure they would never hold her up as she walked to Brun's hearth. Gratefully, she collapsed at Brun's feet. He tapped her shoulder. "This is Vond, Ayla," the leader said, motioning toward the visitor. "He has traveled far to see you, all the way from Norg's clan. His mother is sick, and their medicine woman has not been able to help her. She thought you might know of magic that could help." Ayla had established a reputation as a medicine woman of great skill and knowledge at the clan gathering. The man had come for her magic, not for her. Ayla's relief overpowered her regret. Vaughn stayed only a few days, but he brought news of his clan. The young man who had been wounded by the cave bear had wintered with them. He left early the following spring, walking on his own legs, his limp hardly noticeable. His mate had given birth to a healthy son who was named Creb. Ayla questioned the man and prepared a packet for Vaughn to take back with him, along with instructions for their medicine woman. She didn't know if her remedy would be any more effective, but he had come so far, at least she could try. Brun thought about Ayla after Vaughn left. He had put off making any decision about her while there was hope that some other clan might find her acceptable. But if one runner could find their cave, others could too if they wished. After so long, he could no longer sustain any hope. Some arrangement would have to be made for her, in his clan. But Braud would be leader soon, and he was the one who should take her. It would be best if that decision came from Braud himself, and as long as Mog-ur lived, there was no need to rush it. Brun decided to leave the problem for the son of his mate. He seems to have overcome his violent emotions toward her, Brun thought. He never bothers her any more. Perhaps he's ready. Perhaps he's finally ready. But a seed of doubt still remained. The summer drew to its polychrome close, and the clan settled down to the slower pace of the cold season. Uba's pregnancy progressed normally until well beyond her second trimester. Then the stirrings of life stopped. She tried to ignore the growing ache in her back and the discomforting cramps, but when she began spotting blood, she hurried to Ayla. "How long has it been since you felt movement, Uba?" Ayla asked, concern etched on her face. "Not for many days, Ayla. What am I going to do? Vorn was so happy with me when life started so soon after we made it. I don't want to lose my baby. What could have gone wrong? It's so close. Spring will be here soon." "I don't know, Uba. Do you remember falling? Did you strain to lift something heavy?" "I don't think so, Ayla." "Go back to your hearth, Uba, and go to bed. I'll boil some black birch bark and bring the tea to you. I wish it were fall. I'd get that rattlesnake root Iza got for me. But the snow is too deep to go very far now. I'll try to think of something. You think about it too, Uba. You know almost everything Iza knew." "I have been thinking, Ayla, but I can't remember anything that will start a baby kicking again once it's stopped." Ayla couldn't answer. In her heart she knew as well as Uba that it was hopeless, and shared the young woman's anguish. For the next several days, Uba lay in bed, hoping against hope that something would help, and knowing there was nothing she could hope for. The pain in her back became almost unbearable, and the only medicines that stopped it were those that put her to sleep, a drugged, unrestful sleep. But the cramps would not grow into contractions. Labor would not start. Ovra almost lived at Vorn's hearth, offering her empathetic support. She had been through the same ordeal herself so many times that she, more than anyone, could understand Uba's pain and sorrow. Guv's mate had never been able to bring a baby to full term, and had become even more quiet and withdrawn as the years passed, and she remained childless. Ayla was glad Guv was gentle with her. Many men would have turned her out or taken a second woman. But Guv felt a deep attachment for his mate. He would not add to her grief by taking in another woman to have children for him. Ayla had begun to give Ovra the secret medicine Iza told her about that prevented her totem from being defeated. It was too hard on the woman to continue having pregnancies that produced no babies for her. Ayla didn't tell her what the medicine was for, but after a time, when Ovra stopped conceiving, she guessed. It was better that way. On a cold, dismal morning in late winter, Ayla examined Isa's daughter and made a decision. "Uba," she called softly. The young woman opened eyes ringed with dark circles that made them seem even more deep-set below her brow ridges. "It's time for the ergot. We've got to get the contraction started. There's nothing that can save your baby, Uba. If it doesn't come out, you'll die, too. You're young. You can have another baby," Ayla motioned. Uba looked at Ayla, then Ovra, then back to Ayla again. "All right," she nodded. "You're right. There's no hope. My baby is dead." Uba's labor was difficult. It was hard to get the contractions started, and it made Ayla reluctant to give her anything too strong for pain, for fear they would stop. Though the other women of the clan stopped by for short visits to offer their encouragement and support, none wanted to stay for long. They all knew her pain and effort would be in vain. Only Ovra stayed to help Ayla. When the stillborn was delivered, Ayla quickly wrapped it with the placental tissue in the leather birthing blanket. "It was a boy," she told Uba. "Can I see it?" the exhausted young woman asked. "I think it's best that you don't, Uba. It will only make you feel worse. You rest. I'll dispose of it for you. You're too weak to get up." Ayla told Brun that Uba was too weak. She would dispose of the baby, but she refrained from mentioning anything else. It wasn't a son that Uba had delivered. It was two sons that had never separated properly. Only Ovra had seen the pitiful, sickening thing, barely recognizable as human, with too many arms and legs and grotesque features on a head too large. Ovra had to fight to keep from regurgitating the contents of her stomach, and Ayla swallowed hard herself. This was not Dirk's modification of clan characteristics with hers. This was a deformity. Ayla was glad the grossly malformed thing had not survived long enough for Uba to have had to deliver it live. She knew Ovra would never tell anyone. It was best to let the clan believe Uba had given birth to a normal, stillborn son, for Uba's sake. Ayla put on her outdoor clothes and plowed through deep snow until she was far from the cave. She opened the wrappings and left them exposed. It's better to make sure all evidence is destroyed, Ayla thought. Even as she turned to go back, she caught a slinking movement out of the corner of her eye. The smell of blood had already brought the means. Chapter 28. "Would you like to sleep with Uba tonight, Dirk?" Ayla asked. "No," the boy shook his head emphatically. "Dirk sleep with Mama." "That's all right, Ayla. I didn't think he would. He's been with me all day anyway," Uba said. "Where did he get that name he calls you, Ayla?" "It's just a name he uses for me," Ayla answered, turning her head aside. The clan's stricture against unnecessary words or sounds had been so firmly ingrained in Ayla from the time she first arrived, she felt guilty about the word game she played with her son. Uba didn't press, though she knew there was something Ayla was withholding. "Sometimes, when I go out with Dirk alone, we make sounds together," Ayla admitted. "He just picked those sounds for me. He can make a lot of sounds." "You can make sounds, too. Mother said you used to make all kinds of sounds and words when you were little, especially before you learned to talk," she gestured. "I still remember when I was a baby, I used to love that sound you made when you rocked me." "I guess I did when I was little. I don't really remember too well," Ayla motioned. "Dirk and I just have a game we play." "I don't think there's anything so wrong with that," Uba said. "It's not like he can't talk. I wish these roots weren't so rotten," Uba added, throwing a large one away. "It's not going to be much of a feast tomorrow with only dried meat and fish and half-rotten vegetables. If Brun would only wait a little longer, there would at least be some greens and shoots." "It's not just Brun," Ayla said. "Creb says the best time is the first full moon after the beginning of spring." "How does he know the beginning of spring, I wonder?" Uba remarked. "One rainy day looks like another to me. I think it has something to do with watching the sunset. He's been watching it go down for days. Even when it rains, you can often see where the sun goes to sleep, and there've been enough clear nights to see the moon. Creb knows." "I wish Creb wasn't going to make go of the Mog-ur, too," Uba said. "So do I," Ayla motioned. "He sits around too much doing nothing these days as it is. What will he do with himself when he doesn't even have ceremonies to perform? I knew it had to happen sometime, but this is one feast I'm not going to enjoy. It will seem strange. I'm used to Brun as the leader and Creb as Mog-ur. But Vorn says it's time for the younger men to lead. He says Braud has waited long enough. I suppose he's right, Ayla motioned. Vorn has always admired Braud. He's good to me, Ayla. He didn't even get angry when I lost the baby. He just said he would ask Mog-ur for a charm to make his totem strong again so it could start another one. He must like you too, Ayla. He even told me to ask you to let Dirk sleep with us. I think he knows how much I like having him around, Uba confided. Even Braud hasn't been so bad to you lately. No, he hasn't bothered me much, Ayla motioned. She didn't know how to explain the fear she felt every time he looked at her. She could even feel the hair rising on the back of her neck if he stared at her when she wasn't looking. Creb stayed late with Guv in the place of the spirits that evening. Ayla fixed a light meal for Dirk and herself and put something aside for Creb to eat when he returned, though she doubted if he'd bother to eat it. She had awakened that morning with a feeling of anxiety that grew worse as the day wore on. The cave seemed to close in on her, and her mouth felt dry as dust. She only managed to choke down a few bites, then suddenly jumped up and ran to the mouth of the cave and stared out at the leaden sky and the heavy, soaking rain making small craters in the saturated mud. Dirk crawled into her bed and was already asleep when she returned to the hearth. As soon as he felt her crawl in beside him, he snuggled closer and made a half-conscious gesture that ended with the word Mama. Ayla wrapped her arm around him, feeling his beating heart as she held him, but sleep was long in coming for her. She lay awake looking at the shadowed contours of the rough rock wall in the dim light of the dying fire. She was awake when Creb finally returned, but she lay still, listening to him shuffling around, and finally drifted off to sleep after he had crawled into his bed. She woke up screaming. "Ayla, Ayla," Creb called, shaking her to bring her fully awake. "What's wrong, child?" he motioned, his eye full of concern. "Oh, Creb," she sobbed, and threw her arms around his neck. "I had that dream. I haven't had that dream for years." Creb put his arm around her and felt her trembling. "What's wrong with Mama?" Dirk motioned, sitting up wide-eyed with fear. He had never heard his mother scream before. Ayla put her arm around him. "What dream, Ayla? The one about the cave lion?" Creb asked. "No, the other one. The one I can never exactly remember." She started shaking again. "Creb, why should I have that dream now? I thought I was all over having bad dreams." Creb put his arm around her to comfort her again. Ayla hugged him back. They both suddenly realized how long it had been and held each other with Dirk between them. "Oh, Creb, I can't tell you how often I've wanted to hug you. I thought you didn't want me. I was afraid you'd push me away like you did when I was an insolent little girl. There's something else I've wanted to tell you. I love you, Creb." "Ayla, I had to make myself push you away even then. But I had to do something, or Brun would have. I never could be angry with you. I loved you too much. I still love you too much. I thought you were upset because you lost your milk, and it was my fault." "It wasn't your fault, Creb. It was mine. I never blamed you." "I blamed myself. I should have realized a baby has to keep nursing or the milk will stop, but you seemed to want to be alone with your grief." "How could you know? None of the men know much about babies. They like to hold them and play with them when they're full and happy, but let them start fussing, and all the men are quick to give them back to their mothers. Besides, it didn't hurt him. He's just starting his weaning year, and he's big and healthy even though he's been weaned for a long time." "But it hurt you, Ayla." "Mama, you hurt?" Dirk interrupted, still worried about her scream. "No, Dirk, Mama's not hurt. Not anymore." "Where did he learn to call you that word, Ayla?" She flushed slightly. "Dirk and I play a game of making sounds sometimes. He just decided to call me by that one." Creb nodded. "He calls all the women mother. I guess he needed to find something to call you. It probably means mother to him." "It does to me, too." "You made a lot of sounds and words when you first came. I think your people must talk with sounds." "My people are clan people. I am a woman of the clan." "No, Ayla," Creb gestured slowly. You are not Clan. You are a woman of the others."
"That's what Iza told me the night she died. She said I wasn't Clan. She said I was a woman of the others."
Creb looked surprised. "I didn't think she knew. Iza was a wise woman, Ayla. I only found out that night you followed us into the cave."
"I didn't mean to go into that cave, Creb. I don't even know how I got there. I don't know what hurt you so much, but I thought you stopped loving me because I went into that cave."
"No, Ayla. I didn't stop loving you. I loved you too much."
"Dirk hungry," the child interrupted. He was still disturbed by his mother's scream, and the intense conversation between her and Creb bothered him. "You're hungry? I'll see if I can find something for you." Creb watched her as she got up and went to the fireplace. I wonder why she was brought to live with us, Creb thought. She was born to the others, and the cave lion has always protected her. Why would he bring her here? Why not back to them? And why would he let himself be defeated, let her have a baby, then allow her to lose her milk? Everyone thinks it's because he's unlucky. But look at him. He's healthy, he's happy, everyone loves him. Maybe Dorv was right. Maybe the spirit of every man's totem mixed with her cave lion. She was right about that. He's not deformed. He's a mixture. He can even make sounds like she can. He's part Ayla and part Clan. Suddenly, Creb felt the blood drain from his face and goose flesh rise. Part Ayla and part Clan. Is that why she was brought to us? For Dirk? For her son? The clan is doomed. It will be no more. Only her kind will go on. I know it. I felt it. But what about Dirk? He's part of the others. He will go on. But he's Clan, too. And Yura, she looks like Dirk, and she was born not long after that incident with the men of the others. Are their totems so strong they can overcome a woman's in so short a time? It may be. If their women can have cave lion totems, they may have to be. Is Yura a mixture too? And if there is a Dirk and a Yura, there must be others too. Children of mixed spirits. Children that will go on. Children that will carry the clan on. Not many, perhaps, but enough. Perhaps the clan was doomed before Ayla saw the sacred ceremony, and she was led there only to show me. We will be no more. But as long as there are Dirks and Yuras, we will not die. I wonder if Dirk has the memories. If only he were older, old enough for a ceremony. It doesn't matter. Dirk has more than the memories. He has the clan. Ayla, my child, the child of my heart, you do carry luck, and you brought it to us. Now I know why you came, not to bring us our death, but to give us our one chance for life. It will never be the same, but it is something. Ayla brought her son a piece of cold meat. Creb seemed lost in thought, but looked at her when she sat down. "You know, Creb," she said thoughtfully, "sometimes I think Dirk isn't just my son. Ever since I lost my milk and he got used to going from hearth to nurse, he eats at every hearth. Everyone feeds him. He reminds me of a cave bear cub. It's like he's the son of the whole clan." Ayla felt a great outpouring of sadness from Kreb's one dark, liquid eye. "Dirk is the son of the whole clan, Ayla. He's the only son of the clan." The first light of pre-dawn glowed through the opening of the cave, filling in the triangular space. Ayla lay awake, looking at her son sleeping beside her in the growing light. She could see Creb in his bed beneath his fur, and from his regular breathing knew he was asleep too. I'm glad Creb and I finally talked, she thought, feeling as though a terrible load had been lifted from her shoulders. But the queasiness in the pit of her stomach that she had been feeling the whole day and night grew worse. She had a dry lump in her throat, and thought if she stayed in the cave another instant, she'd suffocate. She slipped quietly out of bed, quickly threw on a wrap and some foot coverings, and moved silently toward the entrance. She took a deep breath as soon as she stepped beyond the cave's mouth. Her relief was so great, she didn't care that icy rain soaked through her leather wrap. She slogged through the mucky quagmire in front of the cave toward the stream, shivering from a sudden chill. Patches of snow, blackened by soot sifting out from the many fires, sent muddy runnels of water down the slope, adding their small measure to the drenching downpour that swelled the ice-locked channel. Her leather foot coverings gave small purchase on the reddish-brown ooze, and she slipped and fell halfway down to the stream. Her limp hair, plastered against her head, hung in thick ropes extending into rivulets that cut through the mud clinging to her wrap before the rain washed it away. She stood for a long time on the bank of the watercourse, struggling to break free of its frozen keep, and watched the dark water swirl around chunks of ice, finally break them loose, and send them careening to some unseen destination. Her teeth were chattering when she struggled back up the slippery slope, watching the overcast sky grow imperceptibly lighter beyond the ridge to the east. She had to force herself through an invisible barrier that blocked the mouth of the cave, and felt the sense of uneasiness again the moment she entered. "Ayla, you're soaked. Why did you go outside in this rain?" Creb gestured. He picked up a piece of wood and put it on the fire. "Get out of that wet wrap and come here by the fire. You'll catch a cold." She changed, then sat beside Creb at the fire, grateful that the silence between them was no longer strained. "Creb, I'm so glad we talked last night. I went down to the stream. The ice is breaking loose. Summer's coming. We'll be able to take some long walks again." "Yes, Ayla, summer's coming. If you want, we'll take long walks again. In summer." Ayla felt a chill. She had a horrible feeling she would never take a long walk with him again, and she had the feeling Creb knew it too. She reached for him, and they held each other as though for the last time. By mid-morning, the rain eased to a dreary drizzle, and by afternoon stopped altogether. A wan, tired sun broke through the solid cloud cover, but did little to warm or dry the drenched earth. Despite the dismal weather and sparse fare, the clan was excited by so notable an occasion for a feast. A change in leadership was rare enough, but a new Mog-ur at the same time made it exceptional. Olga and Abra would have a part to play in the ceremony, and Brak as well. The 7-year-old would be the next heir apparent. Olga was a tight bundle of stretched nerves. She jumped up every other moment to check every fireplace where food was cooking. Abra tried to calm her, but Abra wasn't so settled herself. Trying to seem more grown up, Brak was issuing commands to the small children and busy women. Brun finally stepped in and called him off to the side to practice his part once more. Uba took the children to Vorn's hearth to get them out of the way, and after most of the preparations were completed, Ayla joined her. Aside from helping to cook, Ayla's only role would be to make datura for the men, since Creb had told her not to make the drink from the roots. By evening, only a few wisps of clouds remained to dart fitfully before the full moon that lit the bare, lifeless landscape. Inside the cave, a large fire burned in a space behind the last hearth, defined by a circle of torches. Ayla sat alone on her fur, staring at the small hearth fire that snapped and crackled nearby. She still hadn't been able to shake her uneasiness. She decided to walk to the cave's entrance to look at the moon until the festivities began. But just as she stood up, she saw Brun's signal and turned heavy steps the other way. When everyone was in their correct places, Mog-ur came out of the place of the spirits, followed by Guv, both cloaked in bearskins. As the great holy man called forth the spirits for the last time, the years seemed to fall from him. He made the eloquent, familiar gestures with more power and force than the clan had seen for years. It was a masterful performance. He played his audience with the skill of a virtuoso, drawing forth their response with perfect timing, in peak after suspenseful peak of evocative emotion, to a climax that wrung out their last drop and left them drained. Beside him, Guv was a faded copy. The young man was an adequate Mog-ur, even a good one, but he couldn't match the Mog-ur. The most powerful magician the clan had ever known had conducted his last and finest ceremony. When he turned it over to Guv, Ayla wasn't the only one who cried. The dry-eyed clan wept with their hearts. Ayla's mind wandered as Guv went through the motions that retired Brun and raised Braud to the rank of leader. She was watching Creb and remembered the first time she saw his one-eyed, scarred face and reached out to touch him. She recalled his patience when he was trying to teach her to communicate, and her sudden burst of understanding. She reached for her amulet and felt a tiny scar on her throat where he had expertly nicked her to draw her blood as a sacrifice to the ancient spirits that allowed her to hunt. And she cringed with the memory of her clandestine visit to a small cave deep in a mountain. Then she remembered his look of loving sadness and his cryptic, enigmatic statement of the night before. She only picked at her food at the feast celebrating the succession of the next generation to the realms of authority. The men filed into the small, sacred cave to complete their ceremony in seclusion, and Ayla passed out the datura received from Guv, now a Mog-ur. But she had no heart for the women's dance. Her rhythms lacked verve, and she drank so little of the ceremonial tea the effects wore off quickly. She returned to Creb's hearth as soon as she appropriately could, and was asleep before Creb returned, but she slept fitfully. He stood over her bed watching her and her son before he hobbled to his own sleeping place. "Mama go hunting? Dirk go hunting with Mama?" the boy asked, jumping out of bed and heading for the mouth of the cave. Only a few people were stirring, but Dirk was wide awake. "Not until after breakfast anyway, Dirk. Come back here," Ayla motioned, and got up to get him. "Probably not at all today. Spring is here, but it's not that warm yet." After he ate, Dirk spied Creb and forgot about hunting as he raced to Broud's hearth. Ayla watched him go with a feeling of tenderness turning up the corners of her mouth. The smile faded when she saw the way Broud looked at him. It made her scalp crawl. Both boys ran out together. Suddenly, a feeling of claustrophobia overwhelmed her with such force she thought she would vomit if she didn't get outside the cave. She bolted for the opening, feeling her heart beating rapidly, and took several deep breaths. "Ayla!" She jumped at the sound of her name spoken by Broud, then turned around, bowed her head, and looked down at the new leader. This woman would greet the leader, she gestured formally. Broud seldom stood face to face with her. She was much taller than the tallest man in the clan, and Broud was not among the tallest. He barely reached her shoulder. She knew he didn't like looking up at her. "Don't go running off anywhere. I'm going to have a meeting out here soon." Ayla nodded obediently. The clan slowly congregated. The sun was shining, and they were glad Broud had decided to have his meeting outdoors in spite of the soggy ground. They waited for a while, then Broud strutted to the place formerly taken by Brun, supremely conscious of his new status. "As you know, I am your new leader," Broud started. His nervousness at speaking to the entire clan in his new capacity was betrayed by an opening statement that was patently obvious. "Since the clan has a new leader and a new Mog-ur, this is a good time to announce some other changes," he continued. "I want to make it known that Vorn is now my second in command." There were nods. It was expected. Brun thought Broud should have waited until Vorn was older before raising his position above more experienced hunters, but everyone knew it was coming. "It's probably just as well to do it now," he said to himself. "There are some other changes," Broud motioned. "A woman in this clan is not mated." Ayla felt herself flush. "Someone must provide for her, and I do not want to burden my hunters with her. I am leader now, and I must be responsible for her. I will take Ayla as second woman to my hearth." Ayla had expected it, but it didn't make her any happier to know she was right. She may not like it, Brun thought, but Broud is doing the right thing. Brun looked proudly at the son of his mate. Broud is ready for leadership. "She has one deformed child," Broud went on. "I want it known now. No more deformed children will be accepted into this clan. I don't want anyone to think it has anything to do with my personal feelings when the next one is refused. If she has a normal child, I will accept it." Creb was standing near the entrance to the cave and shook his head as he watched Ayla blanch and bow her head lower to hide her face. "Well, you can be sure I won't have any more children, Broud. Not if Isa's magic works for me," she thought. "I don't care if babies are started by men's totems or their organs. You won't start any more in me. I'm not going to give birth to babies that have to die because you think they're deformed." "I've made it plain before," Broud went on, "so this shouldn't come as any surprise. I will not have any deformed children living at my hearth." Ayla's head jerked up. What does he mean? If I have to move to his hearth, my son comes with me. "Vorn has agreed to take Dirk to his hearth. His mate is fond of the boy in spite of his deformity. He will be well cared for." There was a disturbed murmur and a flurry of hand signals from the clan. Children belonged with their mothers until they were grown. Why would Braud take Ayla, but refuse her son? Ayla broke out of her place and threw herself at Braud's feet. Braud tapped her shoulder. "I am not through yet, woman. It is disrespectful to interrupt the leader, but I will overlook it this time. You may speak." "Braud, you can't take Dirk away from me. He's my son. Wherever a woman goes, her children go with her," she motioned, forgetting to use any form of polite greeting or to phrase her statement as a request in her anxiety. Brunn was glowering, his pride in the new leader gone. "Are you, woman, telling this leader what he can or cannot do?" Braud motioned with a sneer on his face. He was pleased with himself. He had planned this for a long time, and he had gotten just the reaction he had hoped for. "You are no mother. Olga is more mother to Dirk than you are. Who nursed him? Not you. He doesn't even know who his mother is. Every woman in the clan is mother to him. What difference does it make where he lives? He obviously doesn't care. He eats at everyone's hearth," Braud said. "I know I haven't been able to nurse him, but you know he is my son, Braud. He sleeps with me every night." "Well, he won't sleep with me every night. Can you deny that Born's mate is mother to him? I have already told the Mog-ur, that the mating ceremony will be held after this meeting. There is no point in waiting. You will move to my hearth tonight, and Dirk will move to Born's. Now go back to your place," he commanded. Braud glanced around the clan and noticed Creb leaning on his staff near the cave. The old man looked angry, but not nearly as angry as Brunn. His face was a black rage as he watched Ayla return to her place. He struggled to control himself to keep from interfering. There was more than anger in his eyes. The pain in his heart showed too. "The son of my mate," he thought, "who I raised and trained and just made leader of this clan. He is using his position for revenge. Revenge against a woman, for wrongs he has imagined. Why didn't I see it before? Why was I so blind to him? Now I know why he raised Born's status so soon. Braud arranged the whole thing with him. He planned to do this to Ayla all along. Braud. Is that the first thing a new leader does? Puts his hunters in jeopardy with a young and inexperienced second to avenge himself against a woman? What pleasure can it bring you to separate a mother and her child when she has suffered so much pain already? Have you no heart, son of my mate? All she has of her son is to share her bed with him at night." "I am not finished. I am not through," Braud gestured, trying to get the attention of the shocked and uneasy clan. They finally settled down. "This man was not the only one raised to a new position. We have a new Mog-ur. There are certain privileges that go with increased status. I have decided that Guv, the Mog-ur, will move to the rightful hearth of the magician of the clan. Creb will move to the back of the cave." Brunn shot a glance at Guv. Was he in on the arrangement too? Guv was shaking his head with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't want to move to the Mog-ur's hearth," he said. "That has been his home ever since we moved into this cave." The clan was becoming more than uneasy about their new leader. "I have decided you will move," Braud gestured imperiously, angry at Guv's refusal. When he had noticed the crippled old man leaning on his staff glaring at him angrily, he suddenly realized the great Mog-ur was magician no more. What did he have to fear from a deformed old cripple? On impulse he had made the offer, expecting Guv to jump at the choice spot in the cave, as Born had jumped at the chance for increased status. He thought it would cement the new Mog-ur's loyalty to him, make Guv obligated to him. Braud hadn't counted on Guv's loyalty and love for his mentor. Brunn was unable to hold back any longer, and was just about to speak out, but Ayla beat him to it. "Braud!" Ayla shouted from her place. His head shot up. "You can't do that! You can't make Creb move from his hearth!" She was stomping toward him, full of righteous wrath. "He needs a protected place. The wind blows too hard into the back. You know how he suffers in the winter." Ayla had forgotten herself as a clan woman. She was now the medicine woman, protective of her patient. "You're doing it to hurt me. You're trying to get back at Creb because he took care of me. I don't care what you do to me, Braud, but leave Creb alone." She was standing in front of him, towering over him, gesticulating angrily in his face. "Who gave you permission to speak, woman?" Braud stormed. He swung at her with a clenched fist, but she saw it coming and ducked. Broud was startled at reaching nothing but air. Rage replaced his surprise as he started after her. "Broud!" Brun's shout brought him to a standstill. He was too accustomed to obeying that voice, especially when it was raised in anger. "That is Mog-ur's hearth, Broud, and will be his hearth until he dies. That will happen soon enough without your bringing it on sooner by moving him. He has served this clan long and well. He deserves that place. What kind of leader are you? What kind of man are you, using your position to get revenge on a woman? A woman who has never done anything to you, Broud, who couldn't if she tried. You are no leader." "No, you are the one who is no leader, Brun. Not any more." Broud had regained the realization of his position, and Brun's, after his initial impulse to obey. "I am leader now. I make the decisions now. You have always taken her side against me, always protected her. Well, you can't protect her any more." Broud was losing control, gesticulating wildly, his face purple with rage. "She will do what I say or I will curse her, and it won't be temporary. You just saw her insolence, and you still stick up for her. I won't stand for it, not any more. She deserves to be cursed for it, and I will. How do you like that, Brun? Goov, curse her, now, right now. I want her cursed, now. No one will tell this leader what to do, least of all that ugly woman. Do you understand me? Curse her, Goov." Creb had been trying to get Ayla's attention from the moment she lashed out at Broud, trying to warn her. It didn't matter to him where he lived, front or back of the cave. It was all the same to him. His suspicions had been aroused from the moment Broud said he would take Ayla as second woman. It was too responsible a move for Broud to make without some reason. But his suspicions hadn't prepared him for the ugly scene that followed. When he saw Broud order Goov to curse her, the last bit of fight went out of him. He didn't want to see any more, and turned his back to shuffle slowly into the cave. Ayla glanced up just as he disappeared into the hole in the mountain. Creb wasn't the only one upset by the confrontation. The whole clan was in an uproar, gesturing, shouting, milling around in confusion. Some couldn't bear to watch, while others gazed in rapt disbelief at the spectacle not one of them ever expected to witness in their entire lives. Their lives were too ordered, too secure, too bound by traditions and customs and habits. They were surprised at Broud's irregular and unreasonable announcements, separating Ayla and her son. They were shocked at Ayla's confrontation with the new leader, no more than Broud's decision to move Creb. They were stunned as much by Brun's angry denunciation of the man he had just made leader as by Broud's uncontrolled temper tantrum demanding that Ayla be cursed. They were yet to be traumatized. Ayla was shaking so hard she didn't feel the trembling beneath her feet until she saw people toppling over, unable to keep their balance. Her own face mirrored the stunned expressions of the rest as they changed to fear and then stark terror. It was then she heard the deep, terrifying rumble from the bowels of the earth. "Dirk!" she screamed, and saw Uba grab for him, then fall on top of him as though trying to protect his small body with her own. Ayla started toward them, then suddenly remembered something that filled her with horror. "Creb! He's inside the cave!" She scrambled up the swaying slope, trying to reach the large triangular entrance. A huge rock rolled down the steep wall that held the opening, and deflected by a tree that splintered under the impact, crashed to the ground beside her. Ayla didn't notice. She was numb, in shock. The memories locked in her old nightmare were released, but jumbled and confused by sheer panic. In the roar of the earthquake, not even she heard the word in a long-forgotten language torn from her lips. "Mother!" The ground beneath her dropped several feet, then heaved up again. She fell over and struggled to get up, and then saw the vaulted ceiling of the cave collapse. Jagged chunks torn from the high roof crashed down and split on impact. Then more fell. All around her boulders bounced and tumbled down the rocky face, rolled down the gentler slope, and splashed into the icy stream. The ridge to the east cracked, and half of it toppled. Inside the cave it was raining rocks and pebbles and dirt, mixed with the intermittent thunder of large sections of the walls and vaulted dome. Outside, tall conifers danced like clumsy giants, and naked deciduous trees shook bare limbs in an ungraceful jitter, moving in speeded time to the thunderous dirge. A crack in the wall, near the east side of the opening, opposite the spring-fed pool, widened with an explosive gush that flushed out loose rock and gravel. It opened another underground channel that deposited its load of debris on the broad front porch of the cave before making its maiden voyage to the stream. The roar from the earth and the smashing rocks overpowered the screams of the terror-stricken people. The sound was deafening. Finally, the quaking subsided. The last few stones tumbled off the mountain, bounced, rolled, then came to rest. Dazed and frightened people started to pick themselves up and wandered around with blank stares trying to collect their shaken wits. They began to gather around Brunn. He had always been their rock, their stability. They gravitated toward the security he had always represented. But Brunn did nothing. He believed, in all his years as leader, the worst judgment he had ever shown was making Braud leader. He realized now how blind he had been to the faults of the son of his mate. Even his virtues, his fearless bravado and reckless courage, Brunn now saw as manifestations of the same uncaring ego and impulsive temper. But that wasn't the reason Brunn refused to act. Braud was leader now, for better or worse. It was too late for Brunn to step back in and train another man, though he knew the clan would have let him. The only way Braud could ever hope to lead, the only hope for the clan, was to make him lead now. Braud said he was the leader. Defiantly, totally out of control, Braud said he was leader. Well, lead, Braud, Brunn thought. Do something. Whatever decisions Braud made from now on, or lack of them, Brunn would not interfere. When the clan was convinced that Brunn was not going to take back the leadership, they finally turned to Braud. They were used to their traditions, accustomed to their hierarchy, and Brunn had been too good a leader, too strong, too responsible. They were used to his taking command in times of crisis, used to depending on his calm and reasoned judgment. They didn't know how to act on their own, to make decisions for themselves without a leader. Even Braud expected Brunn to take over. He needed someone to lean on, too. When Braud finally came to the realization that the burden was now on him, he tried to assume it. He did try. "Who is missing? Who is hurt?" Braud motioned. There was a small collective sigh of relief. Someone was finally doing something. Family groups started to gather together, and as the clan assembled amid gasps of surprise at seeing a loved one they were afraid was gone, miraculously, no one seemed to be missing. With all the falling rocks and shaking earth, no one was even badly hurt. Bruises, cuts, scrapes, but no broken bones. That wasn't entirely true. "Where's Ayla?" Uba cried with an edge of panic. "Here," Ayla answered, walking back down the slope, forgetting for the moment why she was there. "Mama!" Dirk cried, breaking loose of Uba's protective grip and running to her. Ayla broke into a run, swooped him up, hugged him tightly, and carried him back. "Uba, are you all right?" she asked. "Yes, nothing serious." "Where's Creb?" Then Ayla remembered. She shoved Dirk at Uba and ran back up the slope. "Ayla, where are you going? Don't go into the cave. There may be aftershocks." Ayla didn't see the warning, nor would she have heeded it. She ran into the cave and straight for Kreb's hearth. Stones and gravel cascaded spasmodically, making small piles on the ground. Except for a few rocks and a layer of dust, their place in the cave was undamaged. But Creb was not there. Ayla checked every hearth. Some were totally demolished, but most had some salvageable items. Creb was not at any of the hearths. She hesitated at the small opening that led to the place of the spirits, then started in. But it was too dark to see. She'd need a torch. She decided to check the rest of the cave first. A spattering of gravel fell on her, and she jumped to the side. A jagged boulder crashed to the ground, grazing her arm. She searched the walls, then crisscrossed the room, poking into deep shadows behind storage containers and large boulders in the unlit cave. She was ready to get a torch, then decided to try one last place. She found Creb beside Isa's burial cairn. He was lying on his deformed side, with his legs pulled up, almost as if they had been tied into a fetal position. The large, magnificent skull that had protected his powerful brain protected it no longer. The heavy rock that crushed it had rolled a few feet away. He had died instantly. She knelt down beside his body, and her tears began to flow. "Creb, oh, Creb, why did you go into the cave?" she motioned. She rocked back and forth on her knees, crying out his name. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she stood up and began to make the motion she had seen him make over Iza, the burial rite. Silent tears clouded her vision as the tall blonde woman, alone in a rock-littered cave, flowed through the ancient symbolic movements with a grace and subtlety as accomplished as those of the great holy man himself. Many of the motions she did not understand. She never would. It was her final offering to the only father she knew. "He's dead," Ayla gestured to the faces staring at her as she emerged from the cave. Braud stared at her along with the rest. Then a great fear gripped him. It was she who had found the cave, she whom the spirits favored. And after he cursed her, they shook the earth and destroyed the cave she found. Were they angry at him for wanting her cursed? Did they destroy the cave she had found because they were angry at him? What if the rest of the clan thought he had brought this calamity down on them? In the deepest recesses of his superstitious soul, he quavered before the ill omen and feared the anger of the spirits he was sure he had unleashed. Then, in an impulsive flash of twisted reasoning, he thought if he blamed her before anyone could blame him, no one could say it was his fault, and the spirits would turn on her. "She did it. It's her fault," Braud gestured suddenly. "She's the one who made the spirits angry. She's the one who flouted the traditions. You all saw her. She was insolent. She was disrespectful to the leader. She should be cursed. Then the spirits will be happy again. Then they will know how we honor them. Then they will lead us to a new cave, even better, even luckier. They will. I know they will. Curse her, Goov. Now. Do it now. Curse her. Curse her." Every head turned to Brun. He stared straight ahead, jaws clenched, fists doubled up, the muscles of his back shaking with tension. He refused to move, refused to interfere, though it took every bit of willpower he had. The clan looked uneasily at each other, then Goov, then Braud. Goov stared at Braud in absolute disbelief. How could he blame Ayla? If anyone, it was Braud's fault. Then Goov understood. "I am the leader, Goov. You are the Mog-ur. I order you to curse her with death." Goov turned abruptly, picked up a burning pitchy pine branch from the fire that had been started while Ayla was in the cave, walked up the slope, and disappeared into the dark triangular mouth. He picked his way carefully around fallen rubble, watching the occasional fall of rocks and gravel, knowing an aftershock could bring tons down on his head, and wishing it would, before he did the thing he had been ordered to do. He went into the place of the spirits and lined up the sacred bones of the cave bear in parallel rows, making formal gestures with each one. The last bone was put into the base and out the left eye socket of a cave bear skull. Then he said aloud the words known only to Mog-urs, the terrible names of the evil spirits, the recognition that gave them power. Ayla was still standing in front of the cave as he walked past her with unseeing eyes. "I am the Mog-ur. You are the leader. You have ordered Ayla cursed with death. It is done," Goov motioned, then turned his back on the leader of the clan. No one could believe it at first. It was too fast. That wasn't the way it should be done. Brun would have discussed it, reasoned it out, prepared the clan for it. But he wouldn't have cursed her in the first place. What had she done? She was insolent to the leader, and it was wrong, but was it cause for death? She had just been defending Creb. And what had Braud done to her? Taken her child from her and turned the old magician out of his hearth to get even with her. Now no one had a hearth. Why did Braud do it? Why did he curse her? The spirits had always favored her. She brought good luck, until Braud said he wanted to curse her, until he told the Mog-ur to curse her. Braud brought the bad luck on them. Now what would happen to them? Braud had made the protective spirits angry and then unleashed the evil ones, and the old magician was dead. The Mog-ur couldn't help them now. Ayla was so lost in her grief she wasn't aware of the rapid current swirling around her. She saw Braud order her cursed, and saw Goov tell him it was done, but her grief-filled mind didn't comprehend. Slowly, the meaning impinged on her consciousness. When it penetrated, with all its ramifications, the impact was devastating. Cursed? Death-cursed? Why? What did I do that was so bad? How did it happen so fast? The clan was as slow to comprehend as she. They hadn't fully recovered from the earthquake. Ayla watched them with a curious detachment as, one after the other, eyes became glazed and unseeing. There goes Krug. Who's going to be next? Uka? Now Drug. But not Aga yet. There she goes. She must have seen me look at her. Ayla wasn't moved into action until Uba's eyes went blank, and she began to keen for the mother of the boy she held in her arms. Dirk, my baby, my son, I'm cursed. I'll never see him again. What will happen to him? There's only Uba left. She'll take care of him, but what can she do against Braud? Braud hates him because he's my son. Ayla looked wildly around and saw Brun. Brun! Brun can protect Dirk. No one else but Brun can protect him. Ayla ran to the stoic, strong, sensitive man who until the day before had led the clan. She dropped to the ground at his feet and bowed her head. It took a moment before she realized he would never tap her shoulder. When she looked up, he was looking over her head at the fire behind her. If he wanted, his eyes could see her. He can see me, Ayla thought. I know he can. Creb remembered everything I said to him. So did Iza. Brun, I know you think I'm dead, a spirit. Don't look away. I beg you, don't look away. It happened too fast. I'll go. I promise I'll go, but I'm afraid for Dirk. Braud hates him. You know he does. What will happen to him with Braud as leader? Dirk is clan, Brun. You accepted him. I beg you, Brun. Protect Dirk. Only you can do it. Don't let Braud hurt him. Brun slowly turned his back on the pleading woman, turning his gaze away as though he was shifting position, not as if he was trying to avoid looking at her. But she saw the barest glimmer of recognition in his eyes, a hint of a nod. It was enough. He would protect Dirk. He had promised the spirit of the boy's mother. It was true it was too fast. She hadn't had time to ask him before. He would bend his decision not to interfere with Braud that much. He would not let the son of his mate harm Ayla's son. Ayla got up and walked purposefully toward the cave. She hadn't decided to leave until she told Brun she would, but once she did, it made up her mind. Her grief over Kreb's death was pushed into a corner of her mind to be brought out later when her survival was not at stake. She would go, perhaps to the world of the spirits, perhaps not, but she would not go unprepared. She hadn't been as aware of the destruction inside the cave the first time she went in. She stared at the unfamiliar place, grateful that the clan had been outside. Taking a deep breath, she hurried to Kreb's hearth, ignoring the treacherous condition of the cave. If she didn't get what she needed to survive, she'd be dead for sure. She moved a rock from her bed, shook out her fur wrap, and began to pile things on it. Her medicine bag, her sling, 2 pairs of foot coverings, leggings, hand coverings, a fur-lined wrap, a hood. Her cup and bowl, water bags, tools. She went to the back of the cave and found the supply of concentrated, high-energy traveling cakes of dried meat, fruit, and fat. She searched through the rubble and found birch bark packets of maple sugar, nuts, dried fruit, ground parched grain, strips of dried meat and fish, and a few vegetables. It was not too great a variety so late in the season, but adequate. She dumped dust and rocks out of her collecting basket and began to pack it. She picked up Dirk's carrying cloak and held it to her face, feeling the tears well up. She'd have no need for it. She wasn't taking Dirk. She packed it. At least she could take something that had been close to him. She dressed herself warmly. It was still early in the season. It would be cold on the steppes. North, it might still be winter. She hadn't made any conscious decision about her direction. She knew she was going to the mainland north of the peninsula. At the last moment, she decided to take the hide shelter she used when she went with the men on hunting trips, though technically it wasn't hers. She could take anything that belonged to her. Whatever was left behind would be burned, and she felt a share of the food was rightfully hers too, but the shelter was Kreb's for the use of the people of his hearth. Creb was gone, and he never did have a use for it. She didn't think he would mind. She packed it on top of her collecting basket, then hoisted the heavy load on her back and tied the thongs that held it securely in place. Tears threatened again as she stood in the middle of the hearth, that had been her home since a few days after Iza found her. She would never see it again. A kaleidoscope of memories tumbled through her mind, stopping for an instant at significant scenes. She thought last of Creb. I wish I knew what caused you such pain, Creb. Maybe someday I'll understand, but I'm so glad we talked the other night before you left for the spirit world. I'll never forget you, or Iza, or the clan. Then Ayla walked out of the cave. No one looked at her, but everyone knew when she reappeared. She stopped at the still pool just outside the cave to fill her water bags, and had another memory. Before dipping in and disturbing the mirrored surface, she leaned over and looked at herself. She studied her features carefully. She didn't seem so ugly this time, but it wasn't herself she was interested in. She wanted to see the face of the others. When she stood up, Dirk was struggling to get free of Uba's restraining arms. Something was going on that concerned his mother. He wasn't sure what, but he didn't like it. With a jerk, he broke loose and ran to Ayla. "You're going away," he accused, beginning to understand and indignant that he hadn't been told. "You're all dressed and going away." Ayla hesitated only a fraction of an instant, then held out her arms as he flew into them. She picked him up and hugged him tight, fighting back tears. She put him down and hunkered down to his level, looking directly into his large brown eyes. "Yes, Dirk, I'm going away. I have to go away." "Take me with you, Mama. Take me with you. Don't leave me." "I can't take you with me, Dirk. You have to stay here with Uba. She will take care of you. Brun will, too." "I don't want to stay here," Dirk gestured fiercely. "I want to go with you. Don't go away and leave me." Uba was coming toward them. She had to. She had to take Dirk away from the spirit. Ayla hugged her son again. "I love you, Dirk. Never forget that. I love you." She picked him up and put him in Uba's arms. "Take care of my son for me, Uba," she motioned, looking into her sad eyes that looked back and saw her. "Take care of him, my sister." Braud watched them, getting more furious. The woman was dead. She was a spirit. Why wasn't she acting like one? And some of his clan weren't treating her like one. "That's a spirit," he gestured angrily. "She's dead. Don't you know she's dead?" Ayla marched straight to Braud and stood tall before him. He was having trouble not seeing her, too. He tried to ignore her, but she was looking down at him, not sitting at his feet as a woman should. "I'm not dead, Braud," she gestured defiantly. "I won't die. You can't make me die. You can make me go away. You can take my son from me, but you can't make me die." Two emotions vied within Braud, fury and fear. He raised his fist in an overwhelming urge to strike her, then held it there, afraid to touch her. "It's a trick," he told himself. "It's a spirit's trick. She's dead. She was cursed. Hit me, Braud. Go ahead. Acknowledge this spirit. Hit me, and you'll know I'm not dead." Braud turned to Brun to look away from the spirit. He lowered his arm, uncomfortable that he could not make it look natural. He hadn't touched her, but he was afraid just raising his clenched fist had acknowledged her, and he tried to pass the bad luck on to Brun. "Don't think I didn't see you, Brun. You answered her when she was talking to you, before she went into the cave. She's a spirit. You'll bring bad luck," he denounced. "Only on myself, Braud. And what more could I have? But when did you see her talk to me? When did you see her go into the cave? Why did you threaten to strike a spirit? You still don't understand, do you? You acknowledged her, Braud. She has beaten you. You did everything you could to her. You even cursed her. She's dead, and still she won. She was a woman, and she had more courage than you, Braud, more determination, more self-control. She was more man than you are. Ayla should have been the son of my mate." Ayla was surprised at Brun's unexpected eulogy. Dirk was squirming to get away again, calling out to her. She couldn't bear it and hurried to leave. As she passed Brun, she bowed her head and made a gesture of gratitude. When she reached the ridge, she turned and looked back one more time. She saw Brun raise his hand as if to scratch his nose, but it looked as if he made a gesture, the same gesture Norg had made when they left the clan gathering. It looked as if Brun had said, "Walk with Ursus." The last thing Ayla heard as she disappeared behind the broken ridge was Dirk's plaintive wail. "Mama! Mama! Mama!"
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Clan of the Cave Bear by Jean M. Auel. Copyright 1980 by Jean M. Auel. Read by Sandra Burr. Performance copyright 1986 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.